Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. It is game 41. Oh God, we're nearly at the end of the group stage. It's been a long old slog. England have looked like they're going to qualify for the Champions Trophy. My God, they jumped 3 places yesterday with that whacking great win over the Netherlands. Quality. We're now the least bad of the worst people in the group, I guess. Anyway, today's game is New Zealand versus Sri Lanka. Another wooden spoon contender as we get into the last round of games. Sri Lanka desperately needs to win to have a chance, I guess, of qualifying for that tournament. They have had a bad tournament, much like England and the other 3 people at the bottom of the group with them. But New Zealand have won the toss, and they have decided to bowl. First, they have struck Sri Lanka in. So I'll give you the teams. Sri Lanka go in with Patnam Nissanka, Kusal Pereira, Kusal Mendes, Sadira Samarakwama, Charith Asalanka, who had a cracking game the other day, Angelo Matthews, the man who was timed out, Dhananjaya De Silva, Chamika Karunaratne, Mahesh Tishana, Dishmanta Chamira, and Dilshan Madhushankar. New Zealand go in with Devon Conway, Rachin Ravindra, Kane Williamson, he's back, Daryl Mitchell, Mark Chapman, Glenn Phillips, Tom Latham, Mitchell Santner, Lockie Ferguson must be fit, Tim Southey is back, and Trent Bolt. Well, I'm joined by Messi Jez, who's in the weather cave down in Perth. He will tell us the weather. What is it like in Bengaluru?
It's not so hot today, but it is very humid. It's about 26 degrees, but it's 70% humidity, so it's still going to be pretty uncomfortable being out there for any length of time.
So,
and I've got to say, Bear, in terms of reading the team lists, if ever there was a list you should have handed off to Bennett, that was it.
yeah, I'm usually quite good. I'm quite used to reading the Sri Lanka names, but today it was a bit of a tongue twister. Yeah, we do them quite a lot. We played Sri Lanka a fair bit, and we are joined by our resident Sri Lankan mastermind. It is Bennett. How are you this morning, Bennett?
Good morning, Bear and Messi. Greetings to all of you listening and watching.
You're back in the suit today, I see.
Thank you very much. Indeed, by popular choice. A few viewers had been asking for my suit.
There you go.
So here I am. Keep the banter going. Let the viewers enjoy what they want.
So let's have a look. So the group stage now. So I'm just going to bring up the table because it makes it interesting, doesn't it? These last rounds of games for the people at the bottom is quite interesting. You now,
if Sri Lanka win this, they'll go up to 7th above England, and
by dint of playing more games. Yeah, presumably their run rate will improve because they will win. But yesterday's run rate, basically England's improvement was about half a run, wasn't it? Which has put them in.
Yep.
Put them in box position. If all these teams at the bottom lose, you imagine England will still remain 7th, which, you know, is about the best we can. Well, it is the best we can hope for. Let's put it that way, because we can only get 6 points.
Very, very unlikely, isn't it? That happening. Wishful thinking, though, Bear.
I mean, the problem is this England team should be.
England has got Pakistan to come up against in the last match.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, but we should be we should be able to beat Pakistan. B, we shouldn't be in 7th place in this bloody table in the first place, and we are better. Better than that.
Again, with Pakistan, you don't know which side turns up when they wake up, right? Yeah. So it's very unpredictable. However, I really would like to see Afghanistan ruffling a few feathers here and creeping their way in. I think they thoroughly deserve their position in the series.
But how would they do? How are they doing now? Who have Afghanistan got in the last game?
New Zealand would have to lose today.
Well, obviously New Zealand would have to. Yeah, I suppose if New Zealand win, then if Sri Lanka win, then either Pakistan or Afghanistan on their last game have a chance.
Yes. I mean, I think New Zealand, Pakistan and Afghanistan, all three teams have an equal chance to sort of go through depending on the other games. However, based on how the performance has been over a period of time, I think New Zealand have been declining, unfortunately, like in spite of scoring big runs. The last game didn't go with them in terms of the weather, etc. However, Afghanistan have been on the rise. Pakistan have always been unpredictable.
Yeah, I think that had deflated them, that loss to Maxwell. Yeah, I mean, let's face it, it wasn't a loss to Australia, it was a loss to Maxwell the other night.
Absolutely.
And I think that would have deflated them massively because they had a huge chance there. But as you say, look, if New Zealand lose today, I mean, I can kind of see why New Zealand decided to chase today. They want to try and get Sri Lanka out for a reasonably small total and then try and chase it down pretty quick. Their top order has been pretty dominant. If they can chase it down and improve their run rate by 0.2 or 0.3 just by chasing down what hopefully will be a reasonably low Sri Lankan score, they can do themselves some favour, but they could get themselves stuck here. If Sri Lanka can get up to 280 to 300 and get early wickets, because you know where all the runs come from in that New Zealand side. They all come from, well, Ravindra has been scoring runs for fun, usually Conway, but he's been pretty poor after the game against England. Daryl Mitchell is scored a shitload of runs as well. I mean, those are the two that are really in form, and then you've got to worry about the likes of Glenn Phillips, who can score runs, and Devon Conway doing that.
Mark Chapman has provided a good, useful cameos down the order. They're persistent.
A couple, but he's not very consistent. He's not someone I will worry about in the Sri Lankan side. In the New Zealand side. Anyway, we should play some jingles. We're about to get underway. Sri Lanka will open with who's opening today?
Kusal Perera and Pathum Nissanka, the same openers. They're persisting with Kusal Perera in spite of his failures.
Okay, well, he goes like this.
Kusal Perera likes to attack. Kusal Perera don't like to slack. He's outrageous, he cuts and he pulls. Kusal Perera, let yourself go. Whoa.
And the other end it is.
And this car should drive very smoothly.
And that's Pathum Nissanka. Presumably opening the bowling for New Zealand.
Lockie Ferguson, I think.
Would it be Lockie Ferguson? Surely it would be Trent Boult, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Trent Boult. Yes, the
is
two
Trent Boult.
changes for the two teams, Bear, quite interesting. Ferguson coming in for Ishodi.
Well, that's
sorry.
Well, I was going to say that's not. The problem with New Zealand is that everyone's fucking injured, isn't it? I mean, I don't think they wanted. I don't think they wanted Ishodi in the last side. He was the only person who was left standing. Anyway, let's give some jingles.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Boult's mouth is really small.
And he is coming in for the first ball to Nasanka, who just defends it up towards mid-off. There is no run, and the game is underway.
Interesting, Bear, that Sri Lanka have left out Kasun Rajitha, who's a new ball bowler. He's bowled quite well with the new ball, though he's not had much luck when he comes back. They've gone in with the all-rounder Chamika Karunaratne.
Well, got to make changes, got to win, really, haven't they? Sri Lanka desperately want to win this game just to secure, give themselves the best chance of getting into that Champions Trophy, I suppose. That's all that's left to play for. Second ball is just played out into the covers and there's no run.
I should say that if either Nasanka or Theekshana is out for a duck today, they'll go to the very top of the duck table. Nobody's got more than 2 ducks in this World Cup yet.
Really? Johnny Bairstow's not got 2 ducks? Fuck me, I thought Johnny Bairstow had done worse than that.
He had 1, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of single figure scores for Johnny B.
Yes.
Defended back to the bowler by Nasanka. No run. Third ball
What
of
do
the
you think
over.
of Johnny B, Bear? Johnny B, do you think they'll persist with him? He's not had a single
Of course. Listen, it was expressed quite well by Grubby, who was in here. Look, everyone has bad tournaments. I don't think you can get... Johnny B is one of the best short form white ball batters in the world. He's had a bad tournament. Fuck it. It happens. Defended into the leg side and there's no run. I don't think you start throwing a baby out with the bathwater on these sorts of things. There are a few older people in this squad. It's not... England haven't got a bad squad. They looked undercooked when they came in. They're badly prepared. They got themselves in a mix-up and they've fallen off from there.
So what changes do you think they will look into?
I think they'll look to bring Harry Brook will be more in the side. But look, Harry Brook was touted. We should get Harry Brook in. He's not really done a lot. Let's face it. He's given it away a lot of times when he's better than that. And it's been the case for England throughout this tournament. They've just played some bad tactics. That's played in the leg side and there's no run. They panicked too early. They've just not played smart cricket at points, where other teams have.
Yeah, but Harry Brook has not been given the opportunity to be sort of in there for a long period of time as well in this tournament, right? He scored a good 60 and then he was dropped.
He's had opportunities.
So
He's played 5 out of the 8 games that we've played so far, and he scored 160 and got himself out in stupid fashion in a lot of other games. That's driven through the offside, but it's not driven through the offside. It's made itself just hauled. I think there's maybe, I don't know who that is at point.
Glenn Phillips.
Yeah, he looked like Glenn Phillips, but he didn't look chunky enough. And they got a single off the last ball of the over. Nasanka gets himself off the mark and will keep the strike. Who's joined us on social?
Kiwi by Day is with us. Says looking forward to a few hours of kittens and ducks, even though it's past my bedtime. Thanks as always. And actually on YouTube we have with us Dan De Castro. Hello, Dan. New Zealand are so unlucky. They lost to Pakistan on DLS, never given the full chance to defend 401. Now, rain again could knock them out. Yeah, there is a possibility of rain today. South Africa qualified so they could rest players. Afghanistan thus easily alive to win that one. That's quite possible.
That is quite... I don't think in a competition like this, it's not like football where someone's going to come in and take your legs away and give you an injury and therefore you rest a player. It may be hot, but everyone wants to be playing. I don't think you rest players in a game just before a semi-final. I think that's bad. That's edged past the slip. Oh, there is a man down there. I presume it's Lockie Ferguson. It is, in his black shoes. He'll defend. He'll get it, and it'll just be the single to Nasanka, which will be Kusal Perera off for his first ball of the day.
I think Kusal Perera owes it to the selectors and leaders who persisted with him. This may probably be the last couple of opportunities for him to don the Sri Lankan jersey. He's been a great player for Sri Lanka over the years. Certain injuries come through have prevented him from playing out his best. But he is a destructive batsman. He can be
a very destructive batsman, can't he? You know.
If he stays for a few overs, then he can get going. Let's see how it goes.
Well, indeed. Well, he's going to face up to his first ball from Tim Southey, and he pulls away right at the last minute, and Tim Southey bowls it. It bounces over the top of middle stump. He apologises to the bowler. I can't imagine Tim Southey's that happy. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of... This is the problem with, white ball cricket. Less so, I think, in 50 overs, because you have got more time. But, I mean, England's tactics throughout this tournament have been a bit muddled. I don't think there are times definitely when England could have stayed in games and then pushed on later. That game against Afghanistan, they're only chasing 240 or something, as Pereira is leaving that one outside his off stump. It's through to the keeper. There's a little bit of swing. Chasing that sort of score, there was no need to go hard. They lost a couple of wickets. You just basically do what Australia did the other day, but Maxwell got away with it, or many other teams have done. You chase a small score. You got 50 overs, for crying out loud. They're professional cricketers who can score very quickly with some destructive batsmen down the order. You just stay in the game, get late into the game, tire the bowlers out, make them think they've got to hump wickets, and then take your chances at the end of the game. And there were they should have done that against India. They didn't do it against India. There's two examples. It's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. I don't think that makes them a bad cricket team overnight, and I think that probably comes down from the management and to a degree the captain.
The thing is, Bear, you can sort of sugarcoat it. I'm not saying you, but generally anybody can sugarcoat it, as much as they want. But at the end of the day, it's a World Cup, and it's results that matter. And then again, how they persisted with the sides until the last game, being stubborn to show the world, hey, you know what, we're going with the all-rounders. This is how we won games. We're going to go out and do this. So it's just also shows a bit of a, like stubbornness, not willing to
edged,
adapt.
gone, surely. Caught? Did he catch it? No, he fucking didn't, you idiot. Kusal Perera has just been dropped. That was an easy catch. He fenced it one outside his off stump. It went up to Latham's right, and somehow he's palmed it down to third man. He's a keeper with gloves on. That's very poor. And at the end of the second over, no, it's not the end of the second over.
No,
4 balls in,
left.
2 balls left,
Yeah.
but it's 3 for none.
Yeah, this has been his actually death trap, hasn't he, Kusal Perera? Just a round off stump. Beautiful away swinger there. Kusal Perera falls for that. He was almost like giving catching practice to the wicket keeper.
Exactly, that's terrible.
If you're going, you should go strong, isn't it? Not just
well,
bat out.
That's flashed at, and that is that gone? Yeah, it is gone.
Yeah, gone.
Everyone's clapping hands. Nasanka has fallen into exactly the same trap. Now he's a away swinger from Saudi. Nasanka has driven at it. He's got an outside edge. So 2 edges and 2 balls, 1 dropped, 1 caught. Nasanka goes for 2 of 8 deliveries, and Sri Lanka are 3 for 1.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Clear edge, brought into the drive, and yeah.
And the elder statesman for New Zealand strikes. What a beautiful way he bowled that, didn't he, Bear? I mean, even to the left hand, the away swinger with that seam in that correct position. Beautiful swinging delivery there. Nisanka falling, and Sri Lanka in trouble. 3 for 1.
Well, you can always lose early. You can always lose early wickets in this game, and unlike T20, you've got time to rebuild. I mean, look, England got to... What did England get to yesterday? They were 180 odd for 5. I mean, they were going along at decent lick, but a couple of people just sat in for a while, and then Stokes was able to explode at the end. It only takes 2 batsmen, 1 batsman to get a big score, 1 person to get a middling to big score, mid-70s. There's 200 runs on the board. The rest of the team have got to be out and muster 100, and you're in the game. That should be the basis of any ODI.
The thing is, with Sri Lanka, it's just been Pathum Nisanka and Sadira Samaravikrama. In the last game, we had Charita Salanka coming to the party, but none of the other batters have looked comfortable. Kusal Perera's, after he became captain, he's been really disastrous, hasn't he? Such a great player.
Yeah, and this is the point, isn't it? Who's the next man in? Kusal
Mendes.
Kusal
Mendes, captain.
The 2 Kusals.
Yes.
He's got a jingle that goes like this. I'll talk over the top of this. It goes on forever. He's going to face up to Southey. Comes down the track first ball. Leaves it through to the keeper. No run. Up we go.
Mendes was a man who thought he was a keeper, so they played him as a number 3. 'Cause that's where the selectors for Sri Lanka think a keeper needs to be. Get back, get back, get back to where you ought to bat. Get back, get back, get back to where you hold it bad. Get back, Kusel Mendes.
Well, he faced one
Who's
ball.
singing that, Bear? Who's singing the jingle?
That's Jeff
Is it
Perkins.
Ah, that's a classic one. Nice one. I like that. Bit too long though.
Any
Yeah.
Beatles jingle you ever hear here will be a Jeff Perkins jingle.
Exactly. There was a time when that's all he sent us.
Okay.
And the first series he did for us was a Sri Lanka series, actually way back when, 2016. Kusa Pereira will face up to Bolt. He slashes at that one over the top of point. I think that's going to be the first 4 of the morning. It is indeed. Bit outside edgy, but enough of the bat, and it goes all the way down to the boundary for the first 4 of the day.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And that's how Kusal Perera plays for you. I mean, either it goes
Yeah.
for a boundary or it sticks in the hands. A bit like Sana Jaisuri. He bats like him to model himself on the big, the legend Sana Jaisuri.
Yeah, it's true. Next ball driven back to the bowler who stops it on its way through to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about, you know, World Cups in any sport, to be fair. It's, you know, your big players have to stand up. And sometimes they don't. They get their timing wrong. They're all brilliant before a competition, and when the actual thing comes along, they're crap. It happens in football all the time. It happens in all team sports. You know, there are world star players who get it wrong at the wrong times, and it doesn't bode well on them. That's defended back up towards mid-off once more. Well, attempted drive really by Pereira, but Bolt stops it on his follow-through, and there's no run.
So just going back to the England team then, what do they do? Who do they persist with? Who is going to who may retire? What do they do?
Well, Moeen retires, doesn't he? Wokes is probably too old. I mean, some of these players might play for a couple of years and sort of bring in some new. I mean, this is it. You've got a 4-year cycle. There's no need to panic. That's down leg side. It'll be the first wide in the morning. Horrible ball by Bolt, shoved down there.
Wood will be too old to do.
Yeah, Wood will be too old, you know. So you've got to blood some new players in seriousness. But the question is, how much one-day cricket are they going to play over the next 4-year cycle?
Well, it depends if they get into the Champions Trophy or not, doesn't it?
Well, there'll be the
Yes.
Champions Trophy. There's that.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Well,
No,
you know,
that's-
we're in
that's
pole
true.
position for that now. And that's driven. Ooh, aerially. I thought there was going to be a man to catch that, but there wasn't. He didn't
he's
time that
lucky.
at all.
He
Uh,
did. He was almost trying to get the man there.
He was
missed
trying,
it.
wasn't he? Completely missed it. And it kind of floated in the air out through where extra cover was. There is a cover, and instead they get a single. They should have had 2 and 2 balls. Well, they wouldn't have had 2 and 2 balls because the next man would have been facing up, would have been a left in, it wouldn't have been the other opener, but Nasanka. Anyway, this over so far.
There
It's
is
gone
a
for 6.
scenario, of course, that it could rain today, in which case Sri Lanka would still go ahead of England.
By the dint of getting, well, that's they could get. Everyone could lose, and they could get a no result and 1 point.
Yeah.
Is that another wide? It is another wide, as it's shoved too wide by Bolt.
That, I think, is the shortest jingle we've ever had, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 seconds. It's good. I like it. Although you can barely make out wide. That's edged, and it's gone past the slip, who's a second slip, and third man is even wider, and he's got himself 4. Kusal Mendes gets himself off the mark with an edge.
Sri Lanka living rather dangerously, absolutely dangerously. I mean, they could have lost 2 in 2 earlier if not for the drop catch by Tom Latham of Kusal Perera. Kusal Mendes, who's lost his form, he was in absolute blistering form in the beginning of the tournament when he was vice captain, but lost it midway through.
Oh, gets squared up again outside after the bat. All on the deck this time, but it's the third man. Ravindra's down there. Yeah, you know. Look, Afghanistan, I think it's fair to say, have performed above what most people would have expected.
Yeah, Bear, I mean, sorry, Mets, just taking into your time, but as I was saying before, I've watched these guys from the time when I was with the Hong Kong national team. You know how these guys are playing association cricket, and I'm not surprised at all, Bear. The talent they had and how hard they work. It's amazing to see, and it's all paid off. And Jonathan Trott's been an able mentor as well, isn't it? They've got Ajay Jadeja, the former Indian all-rounder, who's actually been roped in there to help. And I think Jonathan Trott has really done well.
Southey is in. That's defended stoutly by Kusal Mendes out into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, get some messages in while the over goes on, Messi.
Okay, Mog says, I wonder if the problem with people on Zoom not hearing jingles is because of the noise suppression.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Because it basically designs it so you only hear one channel at a time, isn't it?
And it also only it suppresses everything below a certain level, so that anything that's close to the mic is what's heard, etc., etc. Southey in again. That one, Mendes takes a little step down the track. It goes away from him, off the seam and in the air. Goes through to the keeper, no run.
And David Ladderman says, good evening, Gorillas. Bastards at Channel 9 are showing this game, so I'll be happily tuned in to you legends tonight. Delighted. I'm surprised it wasn't on their schedule originally. And Mog says Mog has zero fondness for the Beatles, so you won't likely hear any jingles from like that from him. I love the third person thing, Mog.
Yeah. Southey in again. That's into the pads. Worked into the leg side. Pereira wanted a single straight away. Whoever that was who came in to pick it up and throw at the stumps. I think it slipped out of his hand. Just bubbled up in the air. I think they'd have got home safely anyway, and it's a single.
Cheeky single there, Bear. But I love the way Southey is getting that shape. It's just shaping away beautifully.
It is, but it's not very quick, is it, these days?
It's not, but he's
it's quick enough when the ball's doing that much, but I think he suffers later on in the game when the ball isn't doing anything. When it doesn't do anything, he's very hittable these days. He was expensive in the series in England before he got injured. He's been expensive in the games he's come back. That's played over the top by Kusal Perera. Has he got enough? Yeah, he's got enough on that.
Yes.
Goes down to wide, long on. It'll be 4 runs. Nice shot there.
We should perhaps remind people, if they're interested, that we are going out on our YouTube channel at the moment. Hopefully, all day.
Yeah, we're called Cricketing Cats WC23. That's going to be the first 6 of the day. Kusal Perera has picked that one up. Another one. Southey is hittable, as I said. It goes wide over long on. Only just clears the boundary, but it's enough. And Sri Lanka move on to 26 for 1. That was a nice shot. Can't bowl there to him.
No, you can't. And Bear, this could be Kusal Perera's day. It looks like he's ready for it.
Well, that would be a spike in the heart of New Zealand, wouldn't it? It really would.
But, I mean, the Kiwis had such a great start to the tournament, didn't they? Just fallen by the wayside.
Well, they've... That's edged. Oh,
no.
Just past the diving second slip to his left. I don't know who that was. Was it Chapman? No, it wasn't Chapman.
No.
I think it was Phillips or Kane Williamson, one or the other. Anyway, it goes down to the boundary, and it was 4 more.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Living a little bit of a charmed life is Kusal Perera.
Messi, that's the end of the over.
Okay, so Dan De Castro says no way Sri Lanka will get 50 overs. Rain inevitable for about 3 hours shortly. Maybe a 30 over match. There's very little on the radar, but thunderstorms are forecast. Investing Hike says this looks so funny.
Oh, that's edged. Is it going to be out? It is going to be out. Kusal Mendes is going to whip that into the leg side. And Trent Bolt has got it to go straight on rather than come back into him, and he's tried to hoik it. It's got a big fat outside edge that's gone aero all the way down to third man. Ravindra's had to come in a good 10 yards, but he's caught it on the slide about a foot off the ground. It's a good catch, and Sri Lanka fall to 30 for 2.
On your fight, mate.
Good catch there.
Very good catch, Bear. And Kusal Mendes didn't look comfortable in his short stay, and his dip in form continues as from being elevated to the captaincy from like middle of the tournament. Bear, that's really affected this boy. He's such a wonderful batter. Sri Lanka in dire straits, 30 for 2.
Yeah, but that's my point, isn't it? You come out of this tournament, have 2 weeks off, plays another game, gets the start of an innings, and suddenly he's back in form again. That's the problem with being a professional cricketer. And when things are going against you, it all goes against you.
As you said, Bear, it's international sport, but this is where Australia are always ahead of any other team, and I kept saying this, and I will reiterate, because the way they train is for the big stage.
It is.
If they do it in grand style. Bear,
I agree with that, but I just don't think their luck's going to ride out to win this thing in the end. I think they're very weak in the middle order, and Maxwell isn't going to do that twice. If he does it twice in a tournament and wins the game, well,
yeah, but if he didn't, somebody else will. That's the
I
beauty
don't
of
think
it. They don't rely on.
Well, they kind of do. I mean, they rely on the top two. I mean, Head came in and scored 100 and done fuck all since then. Looked pretty ropey actually. And Warner has suddenly not scored runs in the last couple of games. You know, maybe they're losing a bit of form at the wrong time in the tournament. Maxwell scored a couple of hundreds the last 2 games he's played. In between, he's been concussed himself.
It could be Stoinis next time.
Stoinis doesn't. You know, Stoinis every once in a while. Stoinis is capable, yes, but I don't see it personally.
But I'm backing Australia to win.
I'm not. I'm backing them to lose to South Africa in the semi-final.
That'll be an interesting game. South Africa need to basically South Africa to win this tournament have to win the toss and bat first. If they're going to have any chances, my bet. That one is a short ball at Samarik Warmer, and he fends it down towards fine leg. If they'd have had a man on a 45 reasonably short, he'd have been out, but no. Let's give him a jingle to welcome him. Well, Kuta Pereira pulls that swiveled nicely and pulls it down to Ravindra in the deep, and it'll be a single. He's probably written it.
Sorry, gents, I'm backing Afghanistan to come into the last 4, and
that would be exciting.
And I really want India and Australia to come to the finals, and Australia to thrash India in the finals. This is my prediction.
No, I don't think. I can't see Afghanistan beating India on Sunday, and that's the problem. Edged, gone. Third one is down. Samarik Pereira is the only one who scored any runs so far. We're only in the 5th over. Samarik Rama has just prodded forward. The ball has hasn't come in as much as he expected. He's got an edge. It's flown to the only slip, who is at about 2nd slip. He goes for 1 off 2. The shit is hitting the fan, and Sri Lanka are 32 for 3. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I've got to play a jingle. And it could have been worse. Bloody, Kuta Perera could have been out.
Yeah, he could have been out as well. Sri Lanka from the frying pan to the fire, as their informed batsman Sathi Rasamarikrem is out, plodding outside the off stump. Some great swing bowling, Bear, but nothing that they could have not avoided. Do you reckon it's just more the bowling or some loose batting, or be the both?
Well, how many balls did he face? 2, 3? You can't. Anyone is vulnerable when they first come in. It's good bowling because he's put it in the right spot, right?
The thing is, if you're plodding, you go hard, don't you? You don't just defend it. Like if you edge it or defend it, it's going straight into the hands of somebody.
Well,
you go hard with hard hands.
No, if you go hard hands, driving at it, I don't think you drive at it.
Exactly, he was trying to defend it.
Well, yeah, but exactly that, you defend it, but you're playing the line you think it's going to do, and you've only faced 2 balls, and it's only the 2nd ball you faced against a guy. You get it slightly wrong. I think everyone's vulnerable. Even the best batsmen are vulnerable when they first come in. That's Sri Lanka is a new batsman. It's left alone outside his off stumps. 2 wickets in this over. Let's give the new batsman his jingle. Goes like this.
See the young man make great strides, captain the U19 side. No more wait for debut. Jared's coming out.
One's on the hit. That's Lanka. Goes down to deep square leg and will get himself a single to end it over.
Okay. Investing Hike says, this looks so funny. 3 aged men, well, I'm not sure about the others, talking animatedly with kittens in the background. Is this cricket or a cat protection show? Dan says, okay, South Africa, okay, even full squad. If Netherlands can beat South Africa, obviously so can Afghanistan. Imagine 250 to 1 live odds cup winner in the semi-final. Yeah, dream on, Dan. He says it won't happen though. He says Stokes is a national hero. Surya got me into cricket like Jordan basketball. ODIs. Sorry.
Southey is in. And first ball is just driven to cover and there's no run. Carry on.
Morning, afternoon, everyone, says Mesnor Man. Nick Vickers is with us. Hi, everyone. The Gorillas and White Line Wire have really brought this tournament alive. Thanks for the fantastic coverage. Thanks, Nick. The cool cats are back on YouTube.
We are indeed. We are trying everything not to get fucking dicked by some twat in India that drive me mental whenever anything is in India. That one swung into the arc for Kusal Perera. Doesn't miss them. His eyes in. And it's been swatted back over wide, long on for 6 more. The score moves on to 40 for 3.
This is the Kusal Perera that everyone knows, and he's playing in his flamboyant, full of risk kind of way. But let's hope for Sri Lanka's sake that he pulls out, because Sri Lanka's struggling now. 3 early wickets.
Well, I mean, he's got 27 out of 43 runs. 40 runs. That one's driven, it's uppishly. Oh, it's over the infield, though. Of course, I mean, it is quite risk-free. There's only 2 people out. And so that one goes over the head of extra cover and works itself down to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man.
That was a nice shot.
Very nice shot and well placed as well. Although he played it officially. When he's at the wicket, there's only 2 things you can expect. You can expect like this, or he'll get out, one way or the other. So just like Sanat Jayasuriya was when he was here, when he was in his prime. Kusal Perera struggling for his form.
Oh, they're going on nearly 8 and over. That's defensively offside and there's no run. 6-8 to 48. So yeah, I mean they're going at nearly 8 and over, but they've lost 3 wickets. And you can imagine if he goes, if they get 2 more, then this could be a very short game. They might not have to worry about any thunderstorms.
Some great swing bowling by the veterans, the dynamic duo Trent Bolt and Team Saudi.
Yeah,
New Zealand have to win this game to stay in contention for a semi-final berth.
They do indeed. That one is chopped square nicely by Kusal Perera. He's going to get himself another 4. That's 2 and a 6 in this over. Lovely shot. And Sri Lanka closing in on 50.
They've got 50 already, I think, with that.
No, it's 48. It's moved on to 48.
Oh, dear, okay, sorry, yeah.
That was a lovely shot. The thing is, he's in now. He needs to catch him early. He's not, and he isn't going to stop playing like this.
No, he
so,
isn't.
I mean, as Saudi comes in, that's clipped nicely into the leg side. That probably will bring up the 50. The 2 men chasing it down. Neither of them is going to make it. Kusal Perera gets yet another 4. This over has gone for 18. And Kusal Perera moves on to 39 off 17. And Sri Lanka get their 50. It's 52 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mog is putting his dibs on the shortest jingle. He says, I may have done a Riddiman Saha jingle that was 1 second long. David Latimer says, here's the thought, but New Zealand don't seem to struggle with India as much as they do with Australia and South Africa. Do you think if they get fourth, they will be quietly happy? Well, I think they'll be a real threat to India.
Yeah, they went really close with them, didn't they, in their game?
Yeah.
It was them, wasn't it? They had to chase down 380 or whatever, and they fell just short. Was that game? That's defended back down the track and there's no run. It was. Who was it got the runs at the end? Big dude.
Oh,
Neesham, Jimmy Neesham, wasn't it?
Jimmy Neesham, yeah, he got some runs.
Yeah.
If New Zealand lose this game, gentlemen, they're most likely or certainly out of the semis. So
they're not, are they? Because this is it. Afghanistan are quite likely going to lose to India, and then it comes down to England versus Pakistan. That one is defended up to mid-on, but they will get a single, and that's a problem because then because I want England to get into that last 8. Exactly that. I need something that says England can lose and still get into the Champions Trophy to Pakistan, who, if Sri Lanka beat New Zealand here and Afghanistan, I don't think will beat India. So it's kind of this game, and England versus Pakistan for me are the two headliners. That's attempted pull by Kusal Perera, but. Doesn't get anything on it. It's not been given as a wide. It hasn't been given as a wide.
Oh, that's surprising, isn't it? It was just.
It did seem a little surprising.
Kusal Pereira is in a hurry to go back for tea.
Well, yes, it's his mid-innings break.
Brian Bill Zoo in this morning. A bear, ducks with Messi, a kitten. What animal mascot does Bennett use?
A mascot free.
That's played up to mid-on for no run.
Sri Lanka really need to win this game. They also have this hope of actually getting into the champions setup. They're actually 9th position at the moment.
Oh, so if they lose this, they're not in, are they? Because they basically can't get. Well, I suppose they could get better than 9th, much like England did. If England and Bangladesh both get really slaughtered, then they might.
Yeah.
And they barely qualified here because they had to go through the pre-qualifications to come in here with Netherlands, along with Netherlands. I just wonder what West Indies will be feeling like. They've not qualified for the World Cup, and now they've got no chance at the Championship Trophy.
Well, that's true. Oh, that's a top edge, but he's going to get away with that. It's Kusal Perera. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary and brought up yet another 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, he's basically scored all of Sri Lanka's runs. Bar a couple.
Yeah. Doing Maxwell.
Well, if he gets 200, they're in with a shout, I'd say. No matter what the rest of the team do. He's on 43 off 20 as Bolt comes in to bolt him. It's full and it's driven straight back down the ground. 4 more. Kusal Perera is bloody motoring.
Bolt comes in and it's bolted.
Yeah, well, it was a full toss on leg stump, wasn't it?
47 of 21.
Yeah.
That's impressive, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Okay.
Sorry, Messi gone.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Usman Khan says the World Cup became a nightmare for Sri Lanka and England, although both are very good sides on paper. And Graham Corwell says the last group game is Afghanistan versus South Africa and not India.
Afghanistan beat South Africa.
The last group game is India-Netherlands.
Is that who? Oh, right, okay. Afghanistan have got South Africa. I thought Afghanistan and India. No.
Yeah.
Afghanistan are very capable of beating South Africa, especially if they can bat first and put 280 runs on the board against that South Africa side is very possible.
But on the other hand, South Africa very good at chasing bear.
Not very good at South Africa.
No, sorry. South Africa
they're good at
not
batting
good
first.
at chasing.
That's what I mean. Exactly, that's what I mean. Lockie Ferguson is in. It would have been a wide on the leg side. Instead, it's a half volley that
That's
Atalanka No, it's not, because it was
Oh, it's
Lanka.
Lanka bat.
Yeah, he's hit that square. 4 more runs.
Full left-handers.
The last 12
Getting
balls.
very keen for him.
Yeah, I know. Very keen. It was a leg side half volley. It would have been a wide if he'd let it go. But he got a bat on it. He got 100 in the last game, so he's feeling good. And with the pace of the ball from Lockie Ferguson, only 2 men out, that's not great. That one's into the pads, knocked into the leg side. They will get a single.
Asalanka is a very clever cricketer, Bear. He just is matured over a period of time. He's done, over the last few seasons, he's played some really good knocks for Sri Lanka. We saw it in the last game, how he carried the middle order through. He'll take his time, and then he'll play second fiddle to Kusal Perera. That's what's expected here in the Sri Lankan camp now. Kusal Perera goes bang,
Yes.
bang, and Asalanka rotates the strike and make sure that he keeps one end going.
Exactly that. Pereira smashes that one through the covers. That'll be his 50. As he gets 4 runs out through extra cover. Kusal Perera moves to 51 off just 22 deliveries and a score of 70 for 3. It's quite fantastic batting by him. Considering he was dropped on his second ball, he has got to 50.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing referee. These are a few types of half century.
Flat bats that one with no timing though. It was in the air for a little while, but fortunately mid-off is wide and set right back on the edge of the 30-yard circle, and it didn't carry to him. I've just gone for a run out, which I suddenly thought was really stupid with Kusal Perera batting in this kind of way, because if he gets out, it's going to be caught or bowled. Basically, one or the other. It's not going to be a run out, would be my bet. However, I have just bet on it.
What were the odds there?
16 to 1. That's
Not bad.
played into the offside, and doesn't beat the field this time. Point fields it, and there will be no run. He's playing some lovely shots though. Kusal Perera was the one who got 160 against South Africa in that test.
That's
wasn't he?
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I asked you that last time, but there's 2 Kusals, and I can never remember which one it is.
Yeah.
I mean, so we all know what he's capable of. I mean, that was an innings of a man,
Once in a
possessed,
lifetime,
wasn't it,
yeah.
at the time?
It was indeed.
Much like Maxwell's the other night. That's just dropping into the offside from Pereira, no timing at all, and there's no run. I mean, you get one of those in a lifetime.
I see.
You're made, aren't you?
Yeah, Graham Corwell says, I agree. Thank you, Bennett. I agree with the comments made around Australia. If the tournament wasn't in India, then I'd have them as favourites. They're serial winners. The others are known to falter when it comes to the crunch. Yeah, I think somebody had it right the other day. It says the only team that's going to beat India is India itself.
Well, interestingly, you say that as well, because New Zealand certainly did them over in the last World Cup in the semi-final.
Exactly. This is my point. India sort of does. I mean, they've built up so much of momentum, and this is what worries me, at least from an Indian point of view. But Australia have just peaked. They've got better and better, and they've surprised everyone. I mean, Adam Zampa's form is picked up. I mean, obviously there are flaws, but these guys know it when to sort of perform.
Well, yeah,
Yes and no. I just
Yeah,
think
exactly.
Australia's
There's a couple-
middle order
is
is
flaky.
very, very suspect.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. That's into mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, Josh Inglis or Alex Carey, neither of them's done anything, right? So there's one place. Marsh has been a bit in and out. Travis Head scored 100 and then did fuck all. Warner's been pretty consistent. Smith and Labuschagne are too slow and come one after the other. I don't think you should be playing both of them in the same side.
No, one of them won't play, won't they? Like last game when Smith was
Oh,
injured.
now that's not got to be LBW, surely. If he's missed that, that's fucking plum.
Could have got an edge, I think.
Well,
outside
I
edge.
don't know. I mean, if he didn't get an edge,
That's
I would be appealing. Trent Bolt is saying he didn't hear anything. They are going to review it. Well, I'll tell you what, if he's missed that, he's out. And I think the umpire can only have given it not out because he didn't think it certainly was going on to hit the stump. Maybe it was just clipping the top of middle and leg stump. But it's just gone straight on with the arm, no swing whatsoever. Completely flummoxed Asalanka. Gone into what looks like his back pad.
Didn't look like he hit it either.
It doesn't, does it? Let's have a look. We've got the replay here.
If he didn't hit it, it's a sitting duck there.
Well, the question will be height then, I think. He certainly has.
It's quite a bit.
Oh, yeah,
There
actually.
is an edge.
Oh.
No, there wasn't edge.
No,
no.
no edge.
There was no edge, but it's hit his front pad further across than I thought. I thought it missed his inside edge and got onto the back pad.
It comes with an angle as well, isn't it? He's bowling from an angle. I think it might be missing leg stump.
You could be right, and it might just be going over.
I think it might be umpire's call.
Yeah, I think it might be umpire's call. I think New Zealand will be all right. I don't think they'll lose their review. I mean, it's hit him in front of middle stump, but let's see, the angle seems to be. I don't know, actually.
Oh, no, he's gone.
He's gone. It's hitting. It has been overturned.
Wow. Very
good review by England. And Lanka, the centurion from the last test, goes and. Oh, dear. Sri Lanka in all sorts of trouble now. I mean, they're 70 for 4. Kusa Pereira's got 51 off 25. The only guy who's scored any runs. And if he goes, you kind of fear that it will be done and dusted for Sri Lanka. Let's give him a jingle. What am I going to go for this time?
Well, she decide it's going to be Angela Matthews, I guess, who'll be coming in.
Is he going to get timed out?
He'll be more careful this time.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I mean, I did think that was a bit of a fucking farce, wasn't it? I mean, what was Shaki doing appealing for it? I mean, it's very sharp thinking in the heat of the game, but it's also fucking dreadful look. I mean, is it really necessary? I mean, he gets to the crease and his helmet strap breaks, essentially. I don't think it was broken when he came out. So I think the actual strap broke when he got to the crease, right?
But all that is right, Bear. I mean, he shouldn't have appealed, etc., etc. But, you know, like, he was within his rights to appeal, and there is a law that says you have to be ready. I mean, Angela Matthews should have known that he could have perhaps gone to the umpire and said, hey, you know what, my strap's broken. Can I please have a word with the captain? And you know, got permission from them.
Well, I didn't see it live, so I don't know when the strap broke. But from what I could see, I saw him go out to the crease with a bat on. And the strap
broke as he was going to take guard.
As he was going to put
he went to tighten his helmet, and it broke. It was 1 minute and 55 seconds from when the bowler, the catch had been taken previously, despite Holstock having said it was more than 2 minutes, which was wrong.
But he should have.
We have a word in Australia for that. It's called shithousery.
But shouldn't he have gone up to the umpire to get permission to sort of go and change that?
Well, I think in that situation, Bolt comes into Angelo Matthews, who drives that up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Well, in that situation, there shouldn't even be. It shouldn't be. He came out with his kit in good order. He went to tighten it, and the kit failed. Right? It should be. There should be no law in the game that says the kit has failed, therefore someone can be timed out. I don't think. I mean, I think if he's come out with kit that.
Malfunctioning kit. Then
but he didn't. Yeah, but it wasn't malfunctioning when he came out. It malfunctioned out at the point where he was about to face that delivery, and at that point the game should be just called dead because the kit's broken. That's worked into the leg side, and there's no run. There shouldn't be anything. It's like the clock should stop. It shouldn't even be an event. He shouldn't have a chance to time him out because it was nothing in the batsman's control in that sense.
But there is nothing to say that you can appeal either, isn't it? All that is right. What you're saying is it broke. I mean, I support Sri Lanka,
the umpires then should be able to have discretion and say, well, no, it's not really.
But that isn't in the law, you see.
Yeah, I know. This is what people were arguing on WhatsApp, and I just kept out of it. I couldn't be asked. It's a circular argument. It should be, but it isn't. Well, that's great. That's over the batsman's head, and it is done now. It is done.
Perhaps ICC might look at that rule because I mean nobody has ever got run out. I mean,
well, this is the thing. I mean, I mean, the point is how for that situation to happen and it not to be intentional and it to be an accident with a helmet strap breaking. How many times have you ever seen that, and how many times you like to see it in the future? It's just an event that wasn't, wasn't legislated for, if you like, as that's works into the leg side and there's no one. Because you've got to remember when those laws are written, or when they're thought about, especially the timed out law probably hasn't been changed since time immemorial, except for the difference between ICC events and MCC law events. No one thought, when it was written 100 and whatever years ago, helmets didn't exist. So,
Messi, I think it's your turn now. Sorry.
Usman Khan says, why is the ball not swinging and seaming like Siraj and Shami does? Both the balls in India's match must be checked by the ICC. The whole cricket world is observing this joke by the ICC. Usman, it's not different balls. I can assure you, it's skill and conditions.
Yeah,
and
home
the
conditions,
ball
I guess.
has been swinging for the first 10 overs. But I just think the Indian bowlers are just masters of their own conditions.
I think there is something to be said for that. Pereira chops that into the offside, and there is no one. He has 51 of 26 of Sri Lanka's 70 for 4. Who's in after Matthews? Can't be much left.
It'll be Chamika Vikramaratne or Dhananjaya De Silva. He's penciled in to come in. Dhananjaya De Silva. He's not done a thing with bat or ball, but they're persisting with him. Very
well,
surprising.
he's quite a talented batsman, isn't he, Dhananjaya?
Yeah, but he hasn't performed in a single game.
But if you bring someone in, are they going to perform? I mean, if he's the best you've got, then you've got to persevere, I guess. That's defending the offside and so on. You can't just keep chopping and changing and hoping that someone's going to perform.
I guess so, but at number 6 or 7, when you look around the other teams, you see batters who can, take the momentum away in terms of accelerating, but he's not that kind. He's more of a number 3, number 4 test player who opens the batting sometimes, so he's a little bit out of place in the batting order for me, Bear.
Yeah, that may be true, presumably. That's gone straight up in the air. Has it gone long enough? That's the big question. It hasn't, and he's been out. Pereira has now gone. Finally he goes. He's perished on 51 of 27. He's tried to slash Lockie Ferguson over the top. He's got a fat outside edge. Maybe the extra pace from Lockie has done it for him. It's gone up in the air. 2 fielders of conversion. It didn't make it much out of the 30-yard circle, it has to be said. And Pereira has perished for 51. Let's just see who did catch that in the end. Did you see who that was? Kane Williams is going for it. It's Mitchell Santner. Santner is the eventual one who catches it, and now you've got to say Sri Lanka in all sorts of shit at 50, 71, 70 for 5.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Good innings. If no one else had lost a wicket at the other end, and this is the end, coming up to the end of the power play, and it was 70 for 1, you'd say, well done, Kusal. But
typical Kusal Perera innings.
Yeah, but to be fair, Bennett, 51 in 9 overs for an opener in an ODI, if someone else doesn't get out at the other end, is good batting.
Brilliant.
It's brilliant. You can't really blame Kusal.
You can't.
You've got to blame all the other idiots at the other end.
Exactly. that's what he does, and he's not going to change, even if he's been told he's going to get dropped for the next game. But then one of them had to stay. Charith Asalanka looked good. It was unfortunate. There was a peach of a delivery that stood his line to get him LBW. Sadir Samarikram is the other man who normally plays calm. But this is a great opportunity for Dhananjaya De Silva, because this is the man who plays in these conditions, where he takes his time and experience. He's tipped to be the next Test captain. Angelo Matthews, former Test captain, 200 odd ODIs behind his belt. Great opportunity for these two to show, a bit like Ben Stokes and Chris Wokes yesterday did for India.
Let's give him a jingle. Lockie's coming into Bolton though. Oh, first ball, he prods that. Miles outside of stump. No need to play at that, but he did. Through to keeper, there's no run. Here's his jingle.
They need some more runs. Who could score some tons? De Silva maybe.
I'm thinking you're just going to subside from here. I'm sorry to say, Bennett. Although, Angelo isn't going to. He's got something to prove, I suppose. But how much cricket has Angelo played recently?
He's only played 3 ODIs in the last 3 years.
But how much cricket has he played? He's been playing in the Test side. That's pulled. That's a lovely pull, though, by Dhananjaya De Silva. Out to deep square leg. There is only 2 fielders still out. We are in the 9th over. There's 1 ball left in this power play.
That'll do him some confidence. That shot looked good, isn't it, to play at this position? Really nicely played, executed beautifully.
Indeed.
And just going back to your question, he hasn't been playing a lot of Test cricket, Angela. Sorry, you asked how much cricket. ODI he's not played, but he's played in the Lanka Premier League, and he's had some cricket behind his belt.
Yeah, of course. That's defended out to the covers, and there's no run. That does end the power play. The power play ends with Sri Lanka 74 for 5. Matthews is none of 4. De Silva is 4 of 3. Kusal Perera, the only man of note in that first 5 wickets. He got 51 in not many balls. But otherwise, Sri Lanka have been quite dire. I'm going to hand over to you, Bennett, because you're taking us through the next overs. We have a man with an axe coming on. He's probably not got an axe with us. It's Mog, our jingler. He's going to join us. He's never been on GC Senior. I notice he's been popping
So
up
Mog,
down in Mooney Ponds.
The next tweet is from
Messi.
Kiwi by Day about the Freudian slip.
Gotcha.
Thanks, mate.
Are we going to get a picture of Mog, or is he going to be... Oh, there he
See
is.
it a bit. There he is. See it a bit messy.
You're going to hold that out the whole time?
Welcome.
No,
Mog.
it's too fucking heavy.
Welcome and greetings to all of you listeners, viewers, wherever you are. This is over number 11 from New Zealand. New Zealand deciding to field after winning the toss. I've got Bear with me, keeping me company on summary, and Mog, the defiler of jingles, who's joining us all the way from down under, right? Yeah, so
Sad but
welcome.
true.
Fantastic. Welcome on board, Mog. So Sri Lanka perilously placed, losing half of their side. The top 5 gone with 74. They would have been worse had that catch from Kusal Perera that was offered to Tom Latham been taken very early on before he had scored. They would have lost 2 for 2 in 2 balls. But Kusal Perera went on to make 51. The next one's over pitch, driven by Matthews. That was a freebie. Matthews helping himself to it. Outside the off stump, driven nicely between the cover fielders, and that's a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Poor ball there.
Yes, it's a poor ball freebie. Trent Bolt has already picked up 3 wickets, made the inroads. New Zealand will do well to win this game to consolidate their position in the top 4. This one's outside the off stump. A bit of swing as it's played into the covers. No chance of a run. The batsman out, Pathum Nisanka, caught Latham, bowled Saudi for 2. Kusal Perera just out, trying to hoik Trent Bolt. Ferguson, and he was actually caught by Sansa. And for 51, there was an entertaining knock, Bear.
Very
by
entertaining
Kusal
knock.
Perera.
Very entertaining knock.
He just needed somebody on the other side to keep him company. But this one's played into the onside by Angelo Matthews. No chance of a run. Clocking around 81.3. Trent Bolt and Tim Southee, the elder statesman of the New Zealand team, who've done yeoman service for them, have certainly done their bit today as well. Tim Southee took the early wicket, looked dangerous, but he was taken apart by Kusal Perera a bit. Kusal Perera made 51 of 28. Run rate looking good, 7.3. However, the wicket column looking rather perilous. This one's outside the off stump and pushed away into the covers. No chance of a run. So Matthews and De Silva have an opportunity here, Bear, to build.
Well, they do. They've got 40 overs, 39 after this one. Both capable of getting in 40 overs. They're both capable of getting. If you look both at them, how many 40 overs is how many balls? 240 balls.
240.
Yeah, exactly. They can both get a runnable ton.
Yeah, that would be a good option. This one's outside the off stump, and Matthews pushes into covers. No chance of a run. And that is the end of over number 11. Sri Lanka being put into bat. 78 for 5. Matthews on 4. De Silva on 4. Mog, what have you got from our viewers and listeners?
On YouTube, Muttley says, Mog, lovely to finally see your face. He also says, I've just gone blind. I've seen the screen. Mog has essentially destroyed my eyeballs. Okay, cool.
Well, everything's you're in a. That's an effect, isn't it? In Zoom, you can blur your background.
It's like the Raiders of the Lost Ark at the end where they melt the Nazis.
Yes. Yeah. Good scene.
On Twitter, who are we up to? Kiwi Bidet says, bit of a Freudian slip there, or just wishful thinking, calling New Zealand England when New Zealand takes a wicket.
Oh, it may have been a Freudian slip then. I don't know. I didn't even call myself doing that. So
I'm glad people are here to do that for you.
Well, exactly. Someone's got to hold me to account.
Muttley says hello on Twitter as well. Come on, New Zealand. Loving sausages. I had sausages for dinner.
Of course you did, Muttley.
No, I had. Me personally.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And a new over begins. It's Lockie Ferguson, the speedster. This one's on the leg side and on the back foot, played towards the long leg area. and the batters go through for a single. So Sri Lanka making one change, and so did New Zealand. Sri Lanka dropping Kasun Rajitha and bringing in the all-rounder Chamika Karunaratne, and New Zealand dropping Ish Sodhi, the leg spinner, and brought in the speedster Lockie Ferguson. In today's all-important game, New Zealand need to win this game to keep their hopes alive. Sorry, Bay.
New Zealand do have problems, don't they, with some of their bowling cover. I mean, there are a lot of niggles in that New Zealand camp. Lockie Ferguson's only just available, and they need to keep the main bowlers at least fit enough to get people they want out in the last 2-3 games of this tournament.
Oh, this was a bit of a drama here, Bear, as you were saying that on the leg stump. Matthews looking to flick it away. A leading edge, ballooned a little bit, not as much as New Zealand would have hoped, but falls short of Glenn Phillips, the flying fieldsman. Anything close, he would have snatched it. It was too short for him. Glenn Phillips, certainly one of the better fielders internationally. He's a wonderful athlete, isn't he?
Sorry, Bennett, but this must be a plan, isn't it? He's coming around the wicket to a right-hander.
Indeed, it looks that way, and this one's short. And this one's just on the back foot and helps himself on with the pace of that to the fine leg area, and he helps himself to 4 more. Angelo Matthews.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that's a beautiful shot, man.
It is a really beautiful shot, but if you're going to bowl there, surely you have a leg slip in, don't you?
Exactly.
This is your tactic, because it would have gone straight down his throat.
Or even a fine leg to prevent the boundary, because he knows he can help himself with the pace he's bowling, almost close to 90 miles an hour. Again, he's looking to play with his pace, trying to glide it, and it's Superman in the covers who flies himself to prevent the ball from going. Bear, just looking at some comparisons with Kapil Dev and Glenn Maxwell's innings. Kapil Dev in 1983 made 175 not out in that course for India to win the World Cup, and Glenn Maxwell certainly helped his team to get into the semis. What are your thoughts in terms of comparison? Hold that for a second, as Lockie Ferguson bowls shortish on the back foot and pulls towards straight into the square leg area. Devon Conway is there, and there's no chance of a run. 83 for 5. Bear, what are your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was dreaming about something else. Who? Kapil Dev, did you say?
Sir, Kapil Dev's 175 not out versus Zimbabwe, taking India from 17 for 5 to 266 for 8. And Glenn Maxwell's 201 not out off 128 from 91 for 7 to 293 for 7.
I think Maxwell's is surely the greatest ODI innings ever, isn't it?
This one's outside the off stump, on the back foot, punches towards the cover area, and the fielder they're not able to take it clean is Glenn Phillips. It bounces off him and goes away on the other side of the pitch, and the batters have enough time to go through for a single. 84 for 5 Sri Lanka. Matthews on 9, De Silva on 5. Morg, what have you got from us?
Glenn Maxwell was the greatest innings of all time. There's no really question about it. Diana Patterson says, it must be the kittens that have brought you out to face us. Me. Welcome. Thank you, Diana. Hattie the Mad Dog Batty Atkinson says, Mad Dog Bat V, confused this morning. I thought it was from Missy Jesland today. Back to YouTube it is then. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, New Zealand's approach is pretty clear. They want Sri Lanka out ASAP. They are bowling bolt longer and will continue to attack, believing they can finish this off. Ken Angelo and DDS hang on until 30 overs and then assess. Probably not. I'm surprised they were still on by the time I started doing tweets.
Thank you, Morg. Thank you for that. And we're beginning the 13th over. We see a change in bowling is Michelle Santner, who's going to bowl his left-armers. And Sri Lanka will do well. They've strengthened their batting by bringing in an all-rounder today. Chamika Karunaratne in place of Kasun Rajitha. The next man in is Chamika. These two are the last of the most recognised batters. Matthews coming in as a replacement sub in this tournament. He's got a point to prove, especially after the last innings where he was timed out. This one's floated, and on the front foot goes Matthews, plays it back to Santana. No chance of a run. I mean, Santana is a devious character, isn't he, in terms of his bowling. He plans out and plots the batters out. This one shorter On the back foot goes Matthews and plays it towards the square leg area, and they go through for a quick single. Sanchar has been around for a while, experienced campaign and a smart cricketer, and Sri Lanka will do well to watch him for a bit. I mean, run rate's not a problem. They're close to 7 runs and over. The wicket column looking rather desperate for Sri Lanka, losing the top 5. Santner bowls flighted, looped, again wily, and at 50.2 he does very well there when he changes his pace.
Yeah, he does. He's looking very good.
And this one's left arm round the wicket again. Dhananjay is watchful, and he plays it into the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. I think we were quite lucky, gentlemen, to be watching or in the era where Glenn Maxwell scored that innings. It's given that he was chasing, and also given his condition with his injury and not being able to move. Wonderful, wasn't it? On the back foot, pushed back to the bowler. No chance of a run. 13th.
I'm not sure Maxwell can actually feel pain.
Don't think so. Really don't think so. I was watching the game live and I have not seen anything like that for a long time. This one's again floated and pushed into the covers. No chance of a run. A great over there by Sansa. Just a 1 coming of it. And Sri Lanka, after 13, are 85 for 5. They've been put into bat. Have lost 5 wickets. Trent Boult taking 3 for 30 off his 6. Matthews on 10. De Silva on 5. Morg.
We have a super chat from the mysterious Jeremy Henderson, who I think is having a birthday today. Happy birthday, Messi. He says, how could I not contribute when Morg reveals his visage for us all? And he's handed over 10 Australian dollars. And if that's all I'm worth, you can go get fucked. Brian in Brisbane says, talking about me again, is it really Morg or a cunning ruse to extract a super thanks? It's really bad CGI. Very unconvincing stuff what you're looking at right now. Over on Twitter, if you still have time.
Is Lockie Ferguson bringing the 14th over here? Sorry, Morg. This one's shortish, outside the off stump, on the back foot, and off his feet, off the ground. Matthews, as it was bouncing, and it pushes this one towards the third man area, and they've got ample time to go for a single. Sri Lanka's champions berth lies very heavily on this game today, and some of the other games also. They're battling it out in the bottom part of the table. 4 points each for England and Sri Lanka, along with Netherlands as well. So we only have 8 spaces available for that. Pakistan have already confirmed that because they're hosting this tournament in 2025. This one's on a good length, on middle and off, and on the back foot goes De Silva and pushes this into the covers. No chance of a run.
Well, I've just been thinking actually, if New Zealand win this, the only other game we really have to worry about is England versus Netherlands, isn't it? Is India versus Netherlands, because Sri Lanka would have lost.
Are you referring to the champions?
Yeah, I am. I'm just thinking about losing to Pakistan. No, because I'm thinking because Afghanistan plays South Africa, so that game doesn't really matter. And the only other games that really matter will be the Netherlands if Sri Lanka lose, and if they lose to
that's correct. Yeah,
India, which is highly likely, then England can quite happily lose to Pakistan and still
but
remain
at this
in top 8.
stage, all of the 4 teams, as England, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Netherlands, have a chance, equal chance of vying for the 2 spots that's up for grabs. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, the Champions Trophy in 2025 requires the top 8 in this tournament who will go through to play in that. This one's over pitch, driven by De Silva into the covers. No chance of a run. Previously, when Ferguson was coming in, De Silva moved away at the last minute. He had some distraction behind the arm. But the Kiwis are quite gentle, calming people, aren't they? Very calm.
What do you think about that, Mark? You know more Kiwis than any of us, probably.
The easy thing would be to say that they're just a bunch of sheep shaggers.
Wow.
This one's outside the off stump, driven nicely by De Silva. Beautiful shot past the cover point area, and that is a boundary. Morg, by the way, I live in Wales, in the UK.
2 + 2 is a man.
They're sheep shaggers also.
Yeah, the New Zealand of the UK, I guess. Just to clarify, when I say sheep shaggers, I mean sheep shaggers.
I know what you mean. Anyway.
More
this
sheep
one's
than
true.
humans. About 3 times as many sheep, aren't there, in New Zealand?
Yeah, does it say about New Zealand where men are men and sheep are nervous?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful shot there as you are watching this. The 14th over shortish delivery on the back foot goes De Silva, and he plays it towards the deep square leg area. Nice looking shot. He's comfortable playing on the back foot, isn't he, Bear?
Yeah. And these two have just got to think, just bat. Don't even think about time and overs. They got off to, I mean, the run rate in the first 10 overs was good. Allows them to chill out for 15 overs, really, and just pick up 3 or 4 and over, and they can still move on to get a score.
Yes, indeed. And I think the key is the wicket. So they need to stay there at least till over number 30 or even longer. A wicket here will certainly open a can of worms for Sri Lanka. This one's shorter. On the back foot goes Matthews and plays it at the covers. No chance of a run. End of over number 14. Sri Lanka 91 for 5. Matthews on 11. And De Silva on 10. Any more of any sheep shaggers there, Mog?
No, but we do have someone from Brisbane, and they're another kind of redneck. Brian in Brisbane says, what is the current score? It's hard to remember with no score ticker. So if there's not one on YouTube, I guess. Messi says, don't forget that the GPL closes in 28 minutes, which he probably put up there 4 minutes ago. There's 63 of those English pounds in the pot.
Yeah, and the score is 91 for 5 for those people wanting the score.
And Twitter says probably nothing because it's a moribund pile of fester and fell. And there's nothing new on Twitter.
Thank you, Morgan. New over by Sands. Now this one's floated outside the off stump on the back foot. Goes De Silva and plays it towards the third man area, and there is no chance of a run. So India, South Africa and Australia qualified to play in the semis. Australia after that miraculous performance by the Herculean champion batter Glenn Maxwell, that epic innings of 201 that took them in through that game. Afghanistan were cruising to victory after having Australia 91 for 7, and this one's on the back foot, played it towards the square leg area, and the batters go through for a single. 91 for 5. So the 4th place in the table is being battled by New Zealand, Pakistan and Afghanistan, who are in contention. Oh, this one's outside the off stumps, a bit of a turn. Tom Latham not picking it up clean, and thereby I think he got a bat to it, so it goes past towards the third man area, and the batters have enough time to go through for a single. Nicely floated in the air on that occasion. Bit of turn and purchase as well, Bear, for Santana.
Yeah, he's bowled well this tournament.
He has indeed. He's always been a good performer for New Zealand, hasn't he? Just always behind the radar. Some really excellent fielding. He's a beautiful fielder as well. He can really, sort of take some breathtaking catches. And just coming back to the 4th position, so we have New Zealand at 8 points. Pakistan, Afghanistan also with 8 points are actually vying for the 4th position. The winner of these 3-4 teams will play India in the first semi-final. This one's overpitched and driven towards the extra cover area, and the batters go through for a single. Do you reckon, Bear, the way the semis and it's just a knockout stage from there is played, do you think the IPL have a better structure in terms of how they've designed it?
No, I don't think you should get second chances. Knockouts are knockouts.
Right, this one's floated again, and on the front foot, no chance of run. See, for example, say India come through to the semis and they've just a one bad game, and they lose, they're out. It doesn't matter how well they play.
Well, yeah, but you got to win the knockout game. That's the fucking nature of a knockout sport. You shouldn't get you don't get second chances. That's bollocks.
You don't. As Santana bowls, this one's shorter. On the back foot goes Matthews and slapped away towards the sweep area. And the batters get 1. They look for 2, but they decide against it. And that's a decent over for New Zealand. 2 overs, none for 5. And that is the end of over number 15. Sri Lanka 95 for 5. Morg.
If Afghanistan makes the semi-finals, I will personally fly to Gorilla Towers and give the bear a giant sack full of £2 coins. There's no chance in hell they will make it. Having said that,
I'd say you better get prepared. Whoever you are, there's a great chance the way they're playing that they're going to make it. Sorry to interrupt you, Mog.
David Latimer says, remember, Mog, when you're devouring your lamb on Christmas Day and all the juices and gravy are running on your chin, there's a little bit of kiwi in all of you. And that also means I'll be shitting out that bit of kiwi several hours later.
Very true.
Hattie the Mad Old Batty Atkinson says, oh dear, the sheep in the field outside my open window are worried. And Leah gives us a handy bit of Hindi. Bedchod is Hindi for sheep shack. I can't pronounce any words.
Right, so interesting. All you viewers, listeners, wherever you are, keep your comments in. Let's keep Mog, the defiler of jingles, busy. Yeah, it's quite late for him there. Bear, just letting you know, just before 10, I may have to scoot out. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to be taken on as long as it is, because I think the fast bowlers are taking a bit long around there to go through. So in terms of the table, Bear, what are your thoughts? Who do you think is going to squeeze into the top 4?
Well, I think New Zealand have the best chance here, don't they? Afghanistan have got a tricky game, and Pakistan have to beat England. I think this is the easiest game to win out of 3. They could all win, and then it'll come down to net run rate. And again, New Zealand are in a better position there. They've got the best run rate currently. I think the other 2 are negative, aren't they? If I'm looking at the points table.
No, they're not. Afghanistan is negative, but Pakistan is 0.036.
Yeah, so I mean they're a good 0.3 behind. That's quite, a sizable victory they would have to get.
Usman Khan over on YouTube says, you guys are completely adding Pakistan from the top 4, but don't forget they can beat England.
Yeah, they can do. No.
Can.
Well, no, for you're Pakistan. I kind of need England to get into the Champions Trophy, so I'm trying to contrive it so that we can lose to Pakistan, get you into the semi-finals where hopefully you'll spank India, which would be hilarious. I've got you to win the tournament at 18-1, so I'm back in Pakistan. So we can lose, still get into the Champions Trophy, and Pakistan can get into the semi-finals. That's the best result for me, personally, which means it would be a tight win for you guys, and it would rely on New Zealand losing today to Sri Lanka, which I don't see happening. I don't see Afghanistan.
And as we know, the universe often arranges itself to satisfy your requirements.
I wish it did, Mog. I wish it did. Unfortunately, it doesn't.
And all of you lovely viewers and listeners out there, please let us know who you think would be going through and who you would think would qualify for the Champions Trophy as well. A keen tussle there. We got a bit of a, the 1, 2 and 3 are already confirmed. Australia with that win have crept in at the number 3 position. And we may see a few surprises. It's always nice to have good games to watch. I'm sure we all agree. We want to have whoever goes through is great, but we want to watch good cricket. It's been a little bit of a boring first, second stage of this World Cup. We haven't seen quality competition, especially India sort of standing out amongst the others. And the new over commences, 16th over. Saudi bowls. This is on the leg side and nudged away towards the mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a single. Do you agree with me on that, gents? We want to see good cricket, not one-sided affairs.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of that though, hasn't there? Let's be honest.
Let's just get this over with. Give it to India, move on.
India will not win, Mog. This is my prediction, because they've been too good and too early.
I friggin' hope they don't.
And
I don't want Australia to win either. South Africa, any other team but those 2.
On the front foot goes De Silva, watchfully plays it to in the covers, no chance of run. What do you think, Morg? I know what Bear wants.
I would like to see a South Africa versus New Zealand final, decided on a super over, where New Zealand wins.
Just the opposite to what I want.
I think that would give everyone in New Zealand a heart attack. To be fair.
New Zealand, they have come into the party almost every world tournament in the last few years, haven't they? It's a bit unfortunate the weather didn't go in their favour in the last game. They would have had a good chance of beating Pakistan. They may have had a chance if it went out, if not Fakir Zaman spoiled the party for them. Outside the off stump, the next Saudi delivery and plays it to the covers, no chance of run. Interesting change, they brought in Saudi back from the other end there. They had Ferguson bowl a few overs. They got Saudi back in to bowl. He had an expensive outing, although he picked up a wicket and swung the ball quite well. Kusal Perera took him to task, so he's come back. He's got 1 for 36, and in the fourth over again, De Silva, textbook-like, on the front foot, solidly plays it back to the bowler. No chance of run. What do you think they want to achieve out of that bear? Saudi changing ends.
I think they just... I'm not sure they want Saudi bowling in the death overs. These two are consolidating. They can probably get through some overs from him. He is a senior statesman. He does have some alternative balls.
Great. I mean, Kyle Jamieson has been available but not been picked by New Zealand. This one short on the back foot, pushed into the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. He's played some good cricket, hasn't he, Kyle Jamieson? We haven't seen him get an opportunity yet in this World Cup.
He's not been a great ODI player. He goes for runs. He tends to go for runs.
I think he was an injury replacement, but he was injured himself.
Oh, right, okay.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, at one stage they only had 12 fit players. I won't be surprised if one of the coaching staff are getting ready to do some. This one's over pitched by Saudi, and the ball flies all the way to Saudi on that occasion, over pitched and lofted straight back past the bowler's head, over and mightily into the side screen for a 6. 102 for 5. Mark, you come in, Mark, please. Any tweets? Anything coming up?
Any tweets? Muttley says, according to Billy T. James at the time, whenever this was, there were 66 million sheep in New Zealand. And as someone who moved from one sheep shagging country, New Zealand, to another, Wales, it's true about the amount of sheeps. And he also gives us a picture of a lovely electronic drum kit that he was trying to play, but he's rigged it up so he could play double kick with a stump of a leg. Although he says it might help if he could actually play in the first place.
Yeah.
And YouTube, which of course takes forever to load whenever I watch the look at it.
As Mitchell stands there, bowls the 17th over. This is floated nicely and driven equally well past the extra cover fielder onto the long off area. Trent Boult has to run around to pick up, and the batters will have enough time to come back for 2. Dhananjay De Silva showcasing that he really can get going as well. A copybook lofted shot, and the batters, the makers sticker being shown nicely there. A good looking shot there for any youngsters watching. That's the way to go. You play over the bowler's head and play straight with the batter's maker to be seen. This one's played into the covers by Dhananjay De Silva. No chance of a run. Sri Lanka dropping the run rate a little bit over the last few overs due to the loss of quick wickets. These two consolidating slowly but surely. Over pitched. Matthews content to just go on the front foot and tickle it towards the onside. Back to the bowler. No chance of a run. Interesting passage of play here, Bear.
Yeah, it's all keep it calm for Sri Lanka, isn't it?
Santana bowls and he's gone. Beautiful delivery. He outthought him. This one was floated a little bit more, looped in the air on midland leg. A prodigious turn there for him, as Angelo Matthews was all he was looking was trying to defend, but the turn was so huge. He took the outside edge and went straight into the gleeful hands of Daryl Mitchell at first slip, and Sri Lanka in all kinds of trouble, lose their 6th wicket with the score on 104. The batsman out, Angelo Matthews, has been caught in the slips by Daryl Mitchell of Mitchell Sander for 16. Dhananjay De Silva not out 18. 104 for 6. Ben.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Well, we were just saying how they were just sticking in there, weren't we? Literally next ball, boop, done.
Yeah, he was just only trying to defend, and Sri Lanka now, I mean, Angelo Matthews came in as injury replacement, and so did Chamika Karunaratne, who's coming in now. Dasun Shanaka was the man who made way for Chamika Karunaratne, and then Matish Pereira, the fast bowler, made way for Angelo Matthews. But the two subs who come in different order, they've actually, Angelo Matthews pipped Chamika Karunaratne in the last few games to play ahead of him, but these two all-rounders are playing together now. Sri Lanka in all kinds of trouble, Bear. What do they do from here, gents?
They just got to stick in, haven't they? That's all they've got to do. So let's give the new batsman. Who is it? Sorry,
Chamika Karunaratne.
He has a jingle that goes like I can't find him actually. Morning, Andy Ward is here. I can't find his jingle, so there you go. We do have one for him, but it's not here for some reason.
It's Chamika Karunaratne. Is facing up to Mitchell Sanchna, who's been really got rid of the dangerous Angelo Matthews, the experienced campaigner, former Sri Lankan captain, who's just been dismissed. This one's overpitched and pushed into the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Karunaratne. Got a point to prove here. He's not had much opportunity. This one's on the midland leg. Outreaches Chamika Karunaratne, plays it back to the bowler. No chance of a run. End of over number 17. Sri Lanka 104 for 6. Karunaratne yet to open the mark. DDS this over 18 of 20. Morg.
David Latimer says New Zealand will 100% beat India. Okay. Messi Jez says, so, time for an Afghanistan reality check. Even if New Zealand only just managed to win today, Afghanistan would need to beat South Africa by more than 270 runs to overtake them. Alternatively, Pakistan would need to beat England by about 150 runs. So, sounds like it's a done deal. Marshall Shields says New Zealand will win as well. And Tony Bishop says, hi Mog. Hi Tony.
New over is Tim Southey being persistent with on the leg side, tickled away towards the long leg area by Dhananjay De Silva, and the batters go through for a single. Sri Lanka find themselves in all kinds of trouble here, losing 6 wickets after that blistering opening knock by Kusal Perera. This was cleverly bowled, Bear. Cleverly bowled.
Yeah, he dragged the length back just a little bit, didn't he? Dragged him out of the crease, pushing at a ball that was just a little bit shorter, didn't get in line, it turned enough, caught the edge.
You being a left armer, you know how this is done.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, beautifully done.
Floated beautifully, and he was not willing to take any risk. He was ready to play the long innings here. Angelo Matthews, experienced campaigner, but Sanchna certainly outthinking him. Clever cricket there. And the next one's played onto the offside. No chance of a run. Where I'm afraid I have to leave at the end of this over. I'm really sorry. It's gone a little bit ahead of what my plan was. I have to be somewhere else for 10 o'clock. So my apologies for that.
I shall take over for the last 3 overs. Andy, do you want to come in and join us? Or Messi, do you want to jump on if you're there?
Team Saudi bowls. This one's outside the off stump. Sorry, and this goes harmlessly outside the off stump as Karunaratne watches the ball go through. No chance of a run. Just watching that delivery, Mitchell Sanchna, what a clever piece of bowling. He reduced the pace and shortened the length of that, held the length back. Matthews was on the front foot, just wanting to defend, and it just couldn't really get away from that. He's gutted with himself, Angelo Matthews. A great opportunity to prove his credentials here. This one's pushed into the covers by Chamika Karunaratne. No chance of a run. Sri Lanka in the bottom half of the table, vying with Bangladesh, Netherlands and England to get into the Champions Trophy contention, as we only have 8 places and 4 teams fighting for the last 2 positions there, the last 2 places. And this is the bottom half of the table. The top half is almost secured, the top 3. The great competition for the 4th one. This one's short by Team Saudi, and the umpire signalling the first short ball of the over, and that one goes over the head of Chamikaratne into the gloves of Tom Latham having a bit of a tough day today, Bear. Dropped an almost a straightforward catch early on.
Well, yeah, but it's not really costing that much, is it? So I don't think anyone will worry about it.
Well, yes, indeed. And Sri Lanka looking to consolidate. This is the last of the recognised pair. Chamikaratne considered as an all-rounder. He's been in and out of the side quite a bit. He's faced 6 balls, yet to get off the mark. As you know, India, South Africa and Australia have confirmed their places in the top 3. And the top 4 going to the semis. We've got New Zealand, Afghanistan and Pakistan fighting for that position. This one's overpitched and played into the mid-wicket area, and there is no chance of a run. Sri Lanka being put into bat at the end of over number 18 have moved on to 105 for 6. The batters at the wicket. Chamikaratne has yet to open the account. Dhananjay De Silva 18 off 21. And to take you through the next few overs is Bear, Mogg and Messi.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bennett.
My apologies again.
That's all right.
That's all right.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
Yeah, so Sri Lanka deep in the shit is one way of putting it, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a fair description. The GPL closes in 3 minutes, so for those late starters, it's actually a really good time to get in with them at 105 for 6 after 18 overs. The low numbers are going to be the way to go, I suspect.
Indeed. Well, Mitchell Santner is continuing. He's around the wicket, giving it plenty of air. De Silva just props forward and defends it out to the covers, and there's no run. I mean, they got 30 overs left. I mean, theoretically, could still get 300 quite easily. If these two were to actually, if someone was actually to stick there and get a big score. You just don't see it happening, really. That was defended up to mid-on. It's chased down by mid-wicket, and there will be no run. I had a freaky moment where I thought my vape was going to stop working. It's getting very...
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Exactly. Mogg, that's out as well. That's a pointless shot by De Silva. He's prodded at one, and no need to prod it. It was short, it was wide, it turned away, and yet he did prod at it. He's hit it straight to Daryl Mitchell, who's fielding at slip. He's talking about reviewing it, but he didn't drop it, and I don't think it hit the ground first. It was clearly into his hands. It was falling down to the ground, but it was a good slip catch. And that really probably does this for Sri Lanka. We're going to have an early day. That's a terrible shot. It was a good take by Mitchell. We have to say goodbye to Dhananjay De Silva. And it's all looking really even more shit for Sri Lanka.
And for Afghanistan.
Centaur baby.
Yeah,
get some
very
breath
true.
into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi. Centaur baby, and dart them in quickly tonight.
Yeah, I played that instead of the out jingle, but I didn't play his jingle clearly to get him into the crease. So they're 105 for 7, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, Sorry, go.
Usman Khan says, I think the ICD should do some massive changes to this long, boring 50 overs one-day international format. They should convert it to 30-over World Cup, and both the World Cups of T20 and 30 overs should be played in 2 years.
Oh,
should probably throw the 100 in there as well.
And that's a new competition now. We're going to have a 30 over. No. No. What they should do is make it shorter. It shouldn't be 6-7 weeks. It should be 4 weeks tops. The World T20 works because it's 4 weeks, no matter how many teams you have there. It's quite easy to do that. You can have double headers every day. It's T20 games are over in 4 hours. Slightly harder with a World Cup of 50 over games, but if you have less games, more groups, more teams in it, more like a football World Cup, you have to have jeopardy for top teams. Top teams have to be able to go out. I'm sorry, they can't be guaranteed to go through just for TV revenue. It's bullshit. That's left. It's poked at by Tikshana outside the off stump, through to keeper, and there's no run.
Is this your first
day
watching
all about
cricket?
Getting India versus Pakistan.
Of course, it's about India versus Pakistan and getting people to watch it on TV.
Yeah, well, it might be for those two. It's not for me. He's getting a lot of turn here. It's Mitchell Santner. He's giving it a lot of flight and taking a lot of speed out of the ball. Hence, it is turning. This man's at the crease.
The Mahesh mystery ball is coming to send you away. Coming to send you away.
Oh. Poco and the Beatles are getting a lot of air today.
Yeah, well, they were his first team that he did, Sri Lanka, back in 2016. That's when we joined forces with Jeff Perkins. Santner tosses that one up on the back foot, goes Teach Shah and forces it into the offside. There's now 2 slips for the end of that over, and there's 19 overs have still not been bowled. Have been bowled, sorry. Sri Lanka 105 for 7 with both new batsmen on 0. Mog, what are people saying?
Tony Bishop says, from a Champions Trophy qualification perspective for England, don't we want poor old Sri Lanka to get topped? Assume so.
Well, yeah. This is what we're trying to figure out, Tone. How can we lose to Pakistan to get Pakistan in? Don't think Afghanistan.
Well, it's pretty much impossible. If Sri Lanka win this convincingly, nobody else. Sorry, if New Zealand win this convincingly, nobody else has got a chance of getting in the top 4. So forget about that.
Any truth to the room that Glenn Maxwell will swap sides and play for Afghanistan?
Well, we're going to have a change in the bowling for the last of my overs before I have a little break. Andy's going to come in and take over from me at the end of this. It's going to be... where is he? This guy.
He is gonna be a star. He is Rachan Ravindra. And he knows his major role. He is there to keep control.
That's John Lennon, isn't it? We've gone from the Beatles to John Lennon. Well, he tosses it up as well, and it's played back to him by Karen Aratney, and there is no run.
Is this disrespect from the New Zealanders bringing him on the bowl?
I think he's quite. I think he's quite a decent left-arm spinner, really. I think his hair's a bit crazy.
Right.
He pulls out of that one though.
So where is he? Oh,
excuse me.
He has. What's he done?
He's around the wicket, tosses it up. It's played back down the track towards long off, and it'll be a single. And Karen Aratney gets himself off the mark. That was a terrible shot by Dhananjaya de Silva before. There's no need to play at that whatsoever, was there? He prodded at a ball that he knew was going wide. It was ridiculous. It's almost like catching practice.
Yeah.
Around the wicket, Ravindra tosses that up, goes on a little bit. It's defended down towards third man, short third man. Lockie Ferguson is very short. There would have been a chance for a run out, but he didn't pick it up cleanly, and they got through for an easy single in the end. I mean, what time
so Ravindra's bowled 51 overs so far at an economy rate of 6.1 per over, but he's only taken 3 wickets.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever going to take loads of wickets.
Got away with it, I reckon. I just reckon he's got away with it as a filler.
Yeah, to a degree. That's a terrible ball down leg side. It swept and gets what it deserves. Beats the man short on the 45 and then wendles its way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
Poor ball. Would have been a wide if he hadn't got anything on it, but he made sure he got 4.
I mean, you could hardly call him an attacking spinner, could you?
No, but he is young. He could learn an art. I mean, Mitchell Santner's good in ODI formats, but he never gets picked in a test side. You know, it's you can learn a skill, and certainly his batting holds up. I mean, if you can get him to bowl a decent fair few overs, he's a pretty handy all-rounder to have, isn't he? So that's defended back to him and there's no run.
Well, I mean, he has scored 523
I know,
runs.
he's had an
at
incredible
average of
World Cup.
74.
Yeah. Defending the offside. There is no run. It's the end of 20 overs. Sri Lanka 111 for 7. Karunaratne is 5 off 12. Tikshana is 1 of 4. And New Zealand deep in the shit. We're going to have a little change. It's going to be Andy taking over for me. Messi, you'll stand where you are. Supan. Oh, I have to let him in. Supan is going to join you.
He's not going to be a happy boy.
He's not going to be a happy boy, much like Bennett. Thanks very much, Mog. Good to see you. And I will see you all later. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mog.
Oh.
Ciao. So let us go back into tweets, which I haven't got up, so I'll go over to YouTube. Usman Khan says, if someone became another Maxwell in the match between Pakistan and England, a guy like Fakhar Zaman will break off all the...
Santner is in. Morning, everybody. Plays that one out to cover for no run, and god damn it, Sri Lanka. First of all, this game's over before I get here. And secondly, you've rendered the rest of the qualification process completely unexciting.
Yes, yes.
No, don't count a New Zealand collapse out yet.
Well, let's hope for some excitement anyway, but unless either of these batsmen are Glenn Maxwell in a moustache, I'd suggest that they've got a tall order. That one's played out to mid-wicket for no run. Supun, good to meet you virtually. Where are you coming to us from?
From Melbourne, so not Box of Dreams, Stuart and Spice Cat studio, just from home today.
Okay. Santner's in again. Defended, goes past slip to backward point for no run.
I would say I think Sri Lanka's fed up with how long this tournament's been as well, and they've just gone, fuck it, we're going to end it early. Do everyone a favour.
Well, at least they'll be the first team to literally fly home, as this is their last game.
Yes.
Played back to the bowler and there'll be no run.
Should only be about a 4-hour flight as well.
Yeah, not so bad, compared to some. New Zealand will be eyeing up that semi-final against India, almost certainly, if they win this game. Punched into the offside, its beaten cover is going to go out to the sweeper, so they'll get at least one. Should just be the one. So, what's actually happened this morning? I was on my way here, I saw, I think, who got 50? Mendes? No.
Pereira.
Pereira, yeah. And nobody else got any...
Everyone else just played horrible shots. And no other way to put it, they were horrible shots. No need to play as aggressively unless they were going, let's make sure we get into the Champions Trophy by putting a score of 380. But then when you lose 2 wickets, you should consolidate.
Played that one down to slip, bit of turn for Santner. That's the end of the over. He's on 2 for 8. It's 112 for 7.
Johan Stitstrup says it would be lovely to see South Africa versus Australia and India versus Pakistan, but that's not going to happen. Seriously, which format do you guys think would be the ultimate for the World Cup? This one doesn't work out. Well, as we were discussing earlier, I think you have more teams and groups, a bit like they're doing for the T20 World Cup, which is 4 groups of 5. And I think that gives more people opportunity. It means you can get through it quicker, and there is significance on pretty well every game. This next week, as Andy says, is going to be, pretty meaningless.
And they're to be honest, they're fortunate it didn't happen 10 days ago. If it wasn't for Afghanistan, it probably would. I agree. I think the format for the next T20 World Cup is fine. It's very good, I think. Anyway, Lockie Ferguson's going to come in. 1 for 25 for him so far. And flashed, Latham drops down, falls over, catches it, but there was no edge. And there's no run.
That's a very animated catch behind the stumps there. Or collection behind the stumps, I'll say.
All about...
Putting all the effort in.
All about balance, wicket keeping. But the format...
Hendo will tell us.
Exactly, the format of the game... I didn't know Hendo used to be a keeper, did he? I knew he was a batsman.
Yes, I've got some very embarrassing pictures of him, which I won't post today.
Depends on the donations you get, right, Messi? How much you post?
Oh, that's true, yes. That's very good point, Spoon.
Yep, starting at $10 super chat. Going into short leg. I think that's Glenn Phillips has gone into short leg.
That's an interesting spot. No slip.
No. Obviously they feel that's where they would most benefit. He's took a little while to put all his protective gear on. Ferguson's in again, fires it into the pads, hits the pad, goes to Phillips, but obviously not off the bat.
Oh, there is a slip. I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Is this the first time we've seen a short leg in this whole tournament?
There's probably been one here and there, but not many.
No.
Like, I've been. It's the one thing. Like, I've seen a lot of players, a lot of teams this tournament. They'll put a spinner on, but they won't put a slip. They won't put a short leg or a silly mid on in to keep the pressure on the batters.
Well, it's a very game situation dependent thing, isn't it? That one's left alone by Tikshana. He's on 2 off 12, not really sure what these batsmen can do. Try to cobble together 180, I don't know.
Like, if they could somehow bat out the overs, they'll put another 30 runs on. Like that, like batting out the overs means their run rate won't be very high. So it's one of those things where you're probably better off just trying to hit everything for 6 because you're not going to put too much of a score on anyway.
Well, I'd go somewhere in between. There's certainly no point setting your stall out to bat 50 overs, or you just score no runs and then you'll get out anyway. As I've had to tell people in club cricket on occasion. Ferguson is around the wicket and it's dropped down to point for no run. Yeah, there was a game where we were like 7 down with 20 overs left. And one of our guys is just blocking out maidens. And I asked him why afterwards, and he says, well, I wanted to bat out the overs. But there's no point if you're not scoring any runs.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
But
yes,
as I say,
it does seem. It all seems a bit pointless, doesn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, 112 for 7. You suggest that the damage has already been done. It's a well-directed short ball from Ferguson from round the wicket. Tikshana ducks underneath it.
Because it seems that Sri Lanka's got one successful bowler and then no others really, Supun. I'm sorry to insult you.
No. I just want to make sure Madhushanka gets enough wickets today to put him outside Zampa's reach on the leaderboard. at least for this stage. Like, considering Australia's gotten through to the semis, Zampa will end up overtaking Madhushanka eventually. But for this stage, when everyone's playing, I want Madhushanka to remain on top. He's been an amazing bowler.
It's your hatred of Zampa that drives him on.
Another short ball, left alone. There's no run. Yes, that would be a moral victory, although not one that would get you paid out at the bookies. You know, it's whoever many games they play.
A moral bookies is an interesting concept. Muttley says, woof, Messers, woof, Tony, woof, Sapun, woof, Andy. There you go. Matthew Cullen says, why is this cricketing cats? And he says, copyright, I see. Yes, we got a slightly strange YouTube screen with a picture of a very cute kitten, which we thought might help not get us struck. And so far, we've been successful. Usman Khan says, can anyone tell me why Ferguson wears the black cap shoes always unlike other teammates? I haven't noticed.
Shoes, did he say?
His
shoes, I think.
Well, they all wear different. Yeah. They all wear different boots. It's like football.
No, they all wear the same pair of boots. They just share them around.
Right, here comes Santner.
Well,
left arm over. Oh, big massive bird flies in front of the camera as Karen Rattler punches that one out to deep cover. That would have caused Marnus Labuschagne to hold the game up for 2 minutes.
Oh, absolutely.
No, he would have held the game up and said, while the game's being held up, someone bring me a drink.
That boy ain't right.
No. If anybody moves anywhere within the stadium, he stops.
Yeah, but if someone comes out with a broken helmet, he's timed out. Good work, cricket. In fact, doesn't even come out with a broken helmet. It broke while he was out there.
Yep.
Santner continues. He's got a silly point and a slip. And it goes straight to silly point, who jumps out of the way of it, rather removing the validity of his presence there. But with not too much going on here, we can cast our mind back to the last few days. I think that Maxwell innings is the best limited over innings I've ever seen. As Santner comes in again, Bird flies past again. That one hits silly point. There's no run. Just incredible.
If the ball hits the bird, is that a dead ball or a dead bird?
Or both.
And whose responsibility is it to remove the birds from the field? The fielding side or the batter who hit it?
Probably the batter who hit it. Played out to cover. There's no run. But yeah, for coming in that situation, 90 for 7, it looked all done.
It did.
For Australia. And unfortunately for Afghanistan, that dropped catch by Mujib, I don't think you've ever seen a dropped catch have so much impact. Played down into the wicket and there's no run. But yeah, as he went on and got more and more cramped, it just shows you that, is footwork even necessary? Is it maybe overrated?
And then all the coaches for junior teams would be going like, oh no.
Exactly.
Everyone's just going to be standing and delivering.
Well, they might do better in the short term. Santner bowls another dot ball. He's got 2 for 9 in 6. He's rocketing his economy weight in the right direction. Sri Lanka are doing the opposite. It's 113 for 7.
It does seem pretty directionless, doesn't it? Kalitsa says, world cricket is like world rugby, copyright striking people who grow the sport. Yeah. Mog says these birds are taking the piss. They are very big and going straight for the camera. Angelo Matthews, 16 runs off 27 balls today. Is that an Andy Ward innings?
Yep.
I'd
what
say
was the point of that?
Pretty much is. Yep. Muttley can confirm footwork and feet, plural, is generally overrated. 1 foot's plenty, isn't it, Mutt? Flocks of birds on the pitch is more of a county championship thing, says Nick Vickers.
They're big ones, though. You can see them swooping around. Are
Yeah.
there any ornithologists can tell us what those are? They're not kestrels,
I
are
suspect
they?
they're kites.
Kites? Yeah, they could be. Yeah.
I'm expecting at some point the players are just going to need to dive to the ground to stop the birds attacking them.
Get dive bombed, yeah. Ferguson has almost a leg gully. I wouldn't call him a short leg. Fires that one across Karandaratne and there's no run.
I will say on the Maxwell innings, there's 2 bits of it that are the cream de la crop for me, where Adam Zampa walks all the way down to the boundary rope, ready to jump in. First at the LBW, and then second when he's cramped.
Yeah.
And each time he walks his way back with a very sad look on his face, and just for me, that was the best part of that innings.
Steps across Karandaratne, but he still can't do anything but duck under the ball. Yeah, he's almost like a little kid who wants the wicket to fall so he can go in.
Yeah, my turn. It was just crazy. It was completely crazy. To have that hand-eye coordination when you can't even move your feet, and to place the ball as he did as well for the fours between fielders.
At one point, I said, "Well, put the field back straight and bowl full, and see if he can sweep." And then the next ball, he reverse swept for 6 off the seamer.
Yep.
I've always said he was.
There's no such thing as field
placement. Oh, I think that's an edge.
Maxwell.
I think that's an edge. Yes, it is. Karandaratne's edge behind. Joel Wilson took quite a long time to give it, but I'm pretty sure it is the right decision. It was a very full ball. He just prodded at it, Karandaratne, and maybe hit his bat on the ground as well. It was one of those. Latham dived down to his right. He's not going to review it, and rightly so. And that's another wicket.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
That's 113 for 8 in the 23rd over, sorry.
That was an Andy partnership if there was one. 8 runs off 30 balls between them. They've had 8 for 2 from the last 5 overs. What a waste of everybody's time.
Just hit out. Just go for 6s, go for 4s. Just if you're only going to make 1 or 2 runs an over, adding another 5-6 overs doesn't matter. Like, just get it in 2 overs and get the game over and done with.
I think we're all on the same page with that one, yeah.
Yeah, but it's all pretty pointless at the moment. Ajit says the approach of Sri Lanka's top order has been bizarre. If they complete their 50 overs, they can still make New Zealand sweat. This is a while ago. Knowing that there's some rain in the air, why not try to bat normally and get 280 instead of looking to get 350. Well, they could have done that. It's well past that now. And Tony Bishop sends a picture of the sparrow at Lord's, saying, well, this unfortunate bird is pretty famous, killed at Lord's in 1936. And Kiwi by Day says, forget footwork, are feet even necessary?
Stand and deliver
and
indeed.
David Latimer on the format says, just a different idea. If they want longer games for TV rights, no, why not 2020 game but 2 innings each, 80 overs, high octane with a test match style result? It doesn't work. It's been tried.
I think it has been tried.
rubbish.
It's a full toss from Ferguson. It's clearly edged onto the pad, so I don't know what they all want to review for. It's a very... Oh, that's a terrible review in my book. Let me just jingle up the batsman while they do this.
That's a Pat Cummins
my old man Dushmantha, he wears a Sri Lankan cap. He bowls it nice and quick, though his radar can be crap.
Did no one see that massive inside edge on the pitch?
There's no way. The amount it deflected, it had to be an edge. Like, there's no way that there hasn't been that level of swing.
Oh, there.
You're a little bit ahead of me. Yeah, it's huge. Oh man, I guess New Zealand have got 2 reviews, and they. Even with that, that's one of the most bizarre reviews you'll see. I think Pat Cummins would be insulting if you called that one of his reviews.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a shocker. They're all laughing now.
Yeah. Williamson has a bit of a Captain Picard head in hands, and they're all trying to blame each other. You said review, no, you said. Ferguson is in, and that's defended into the offside. There's no run.
Oh dear. So what's next for Sri Lanka?
Regular host World Cup shenanigans back at home, where everyone blames everyone. The board gets exposed for corruption, the players get exposed for corruption, various other accusations go around, and then we'll have a brand new team of completely new players with no experience for the next series.
So business as usual. Yeah. Played inside that one, goes through to the keeper for no run. End of the over. It's 113 for 8.
Farong
the
is
players
with
probably
us.
won't
He
get
says,
paid.
Oh yes, that too. Farong says, greetings all this muggy Thursday. I hope everyone's well. Well, the Black Caps would have to bat very poorly to lose this one. With comments from the umpires brigade coming to light, does AM now deserve the title of Mr. Shithousery? AM being
Angelo
Matthews, you presume.
Well, he was the victim of shithousery, surely.
Yes.
Yes, I would have thought so.
And the more you read about the timings and everything else, like there's umpires saying he was out of time already by the time the strap broke, but you actually time it.
What? Yeah, it's 1 minute 55.
He showed the receipts, yeah. Although I still think it'd be better off just to let it go. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think that was relevant, in fact.
Well, it's crazy. That one's played down to slip for no run. It's crazy that the rule has never come into play for its intended purpose in international cricket ever. And the first time it does, it's in a pretty ridiculous situation, which... Oh, better turn there for Santner. But Tikshana pulled his bat away. Yeah, which does suggest the rules maybe needs looked at.
Yep.
Among others.
Yeah.
In fact, I think he just played at that and missed it by a million miles rather than pulling his bat away. Slip and silly pointer in. Santner tosses it up as you would, but he manages to punch that one up to long off for a single. Bring him on to 3 off 23.
Yes.
See, it's all very well doing that when you've got someone at the other end scoring runs.
Yeah. Like just do us all a favour, Tikshana. Pereira, just hit a couple of sixes, get yourself out. You'll make the same runs as you would doing this for another 5 overs.
Yeah.
Right.
Phillips is moving here, there, and he's gone down. He's gone down Marcus Trescothick style on his knees at a very, I would call it a super short gully.
Ooh.
A dwarf gully, maybe?
It's not.
That's a good position name, actually.
He's very, very close there. I mean, he's behind the wicket. He's not in the batsman's eye line. In fact, he's gone on to all fours. What on earth is he doing? It brings his hands up at the last minute. It's played out to cover for no run. I've seen Trescothick do that, but that's because he was like 41.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah, absolutely. And Phillips.
No, he's crossing his. No, he's crossing his legs.
And and it was almost there. And in fact, it would have gone straight to him if he's where he was before, which maybe will teach him. But yes, he's on all fours. He's crossed his legs behind him the time before. It's bizarre. I've never seen
Surely
anything
that's
like
slowing down his reaction time, because your reaction comes. You prep with your feet, not your knees.
Yeah, you'd think so.
To react.
That's probably why no one else ever does it. That's a good ball by Perera. Santner, sorry, to Perera. Bit of turn. End of the over. Santner 2 for 10 off 7. He's going to bowl his most economical ODI spell ever, I'm sure. And that's the end of the over.
Nick Vickers said, I think a good format would be 16 teams, 4 groups of 4, top 2 in each group go to the quarterfinals, and it's straight knockout from there. I like 4 groups of 5 because you get at least 4 games for each team then. But 4 of 4 works. And Harriet Atkinson's just found out, better late than never, that I can watch highlights on channel My5 free. I don't even know where that is, Harriet.
That feels like a trap, Messi. Don't click on it.
Maxwell brought back the memories of the late Dean Jones that day. There is always a Dino among their batting lineup. Not always, but yeah.
Well, Tekshana ambled down the wicket after he played that one. Perera rightly said no thanks, and then he ambled back. I think he was probably back in as the throw came in. But just seemed like, but he couldn't even move because his feet were behind each other. What's he doing? We're getting a replay of that Phillips thing. And you're absolutely right, Sujin. You get more spring and purchase and reactions when you're on your feet. That one's played down to Slip, and as if to prove the point, Slip dives across and stops it and throws it into the wicket.
Maybe it's a new form of cricket they're trying to... Like, there's baseball for the English guys, so there's knee fielding for the Kiwis. I don't know.
That's so strange. He had no extra extension.
If he was on his feet, he would have caught that.
He'd have had a chance. What a dingus. I'm definitely going to start calling people dingus more often. It's not really swearing, but it's quite insulting. Ferguson's coming round the wicket.
That's one of my favourites.
Yeah. Phillips is just, playing his own game. He's at kind of leg second slip. Again, quite close. They get through for a single there.
Surprised he hasn't put himself down at long stop. If he's going to do his own fielding, if he's going to do whatever weird wacky things he wants.
Changing position every ball. I mean, he's allowed to do that, but the batsman's got to keep an eye on it. He's now gone back to short leg. The antics of Glenn Phillips, the only thing making this really particularly interesting at the moment. Sri Lanka tried to eke out a few more runs to no particular purpose. That one is full and just defended, back to the bowler for no run.
Now, I didn't get a good... I wasn't paying too much attention in the first 20 overs. Was there much swing with the ball, or was it just the bad shots were driving the wickets?
No, there was definitely some swing early on. Both Bolt and Southey bowled really well, actually. So it's quite challenging, as it often is for the first 5 or 6 overs for most sides, actually.
Good short ball. Perera ducks under it, although number 9 and number 10 tend to make your short balls look a bit better than they are, perhaps.
Indeed. I tell you, they scored 4 runs from the last 5 overs.
So at that rate, with 25 overs to go...
Another 20 runs.
Oh dear God.
Ferguson mostly bowling short. In fact, he's bowled a bunch of balls shorter than halfway. You can see on his pitch map. That's full though. It's a good Yorker, and it's dug out by Perera. There'll be no run. It's the end of the over. It's 115 for 8 off 26.
Dan De Castro says, with Pakistan eliminated, England should win easily on Saturday. It's impossible for New Zealand to lose from here. I think that's pretty much nailed on, isn't it?
Yeah, but don't underestimate
the Sri Lankan
England's
wickets.
capacity to underperform, especially now.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose. He also says all the Sri Lankan wickets were bad shots. There are no demons, certainly no demons in the pitch, but there was swing around early on. Mog says quality advertisement for ODI cricket at the highest formats. And Pirate Badger's with this. A high old sort spend the night with a blackbird flapping around in the wall. It finally dislodged itself a few hours ago, mercifully for it in my sleep. Well, I've had a possum caught in the wall behind it.
Finally a shot, and it's gone over mid-on, and it's going to go one bounce for 4. Well, no one was expecting that.
Whoa.
Oh, I got to play a jingle. That stunned me.
Like the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah. Santner just bowled a ball he's bowled 20 times in the last half hour and people have prodded at and whacked it over his head for 4.
I think Shamira's just gone, you know what, Santa, I'm not going to let you finish with your best bowling figures. I'm going to ruin your economy now.
Now you see another one. It's tossed up and it's punched away through cover, beats the fielder. That's 4 more.
I'd say that's Tikshana.
Tikshana, yes, sorry.
Yeah. Shamira is still on 0 off 9.
That's quite a good shot actually. Santner bowled it very full, got on top of the bounce. A nice cover drive.
And we'll say Glenn Phillips is back on his feet. Yes.
He is, after that bizarre experiment. He is at a close second slip. Santner fires that one in a bit quicker, predictably enough. It's played back to him for no run. And Sri Lanka up to the dizzy heights of 123 as Santner is in again. Now Phillips is in the crouch once again. Still beats him past point. There's no run. And Phillips is one of those fielders you've always got to keep an eye on because he just gets bored and starts doing shit.
Start digging up the ground any moment.
Santner tosses it up again, clubs it past cover again. I think long off's going to cut that off though. Yes, easily enough. Trent Bolt with the fielding. That'll just be a single.
They might get to 150 here.
Well,
how far away is the raid, Messi?
Well, I can't see any on the radar. It's, you know how thunder somebody just forms sometimes.
Well, when I looked, the dodgy spell was the first 2 hours of the game. That's when it was most likely. So I'm not sure the rain is going to save them now. 2 slips and a silly point now. That's for Kamira, who's on 0, so it's more understandable. He goes back and plays it back to the bowler for no run, the end of the over, 124 for 8.
Kiwi by Day says, the only good thing about needing hearing aids is that I can stream Guerrilla Cricket directly to my ears without anyone noticing. Yeah, good ploy. I like that.
Pretty soon you'll be able to get us directly into your brain.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like that.
No.
Mind you, I did wake up this morning dreaming of spreadsheets and rotors, which is just not a good stuff.
Imagine what Tony's frizzled brain must be like.
Oh, yeah. My admiration of him has gone sky high since I took over from him for a bit.
Ferguson's back.
We're up to date on tweets.
Yep, and it's played down. It's short again. It's played down into the offside for no run. Yeah, if they play a few shots, Sujin, perhaps 150 is back on the cards.
Yeah, I think nothing's defendable here. And none of the players in the Sri Lankan team can do a Maxwell.
Well, who else can?
Or to be fair, nobody can. Yeah.
I'd say Aiden Markram would give it a shot.
It's Fuller and Tikshana doesn't really step into it, just plays it out to cover for no run. Or Klaassen, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those players will be facing off in the semi-final. I can't remember which one I'm doing. I'm doing the first one. Do you know which one that is, Jez?
That's a really good question.
They haven't confirmed yet. I think they'll confirm after New Zealand
it depends.
qualify today.
If Pakistan are in, they might change a venue. Isn't that it? Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's
Played down to point, and there'll be no run.
I think for the final, we're planning on having the White Line Wireless. We're having a watch party there with every caller in the studio, jumping on the mic whenever they can.
Well, it's a bit like when the Cup final or the World Cup final, it still is, I suppose, is shown on BBC and ITV. I expect both of us are going to do the final. Is that going to be the case with Mooney Ponds? Is that one over the shoulder for no run?
I understood we were cooperating and just coming together to do it. I'm not. Tony's going to be running that one, but I think it's going to be a cooperative effort rather than competitive.
No, there's no reason why. It would all be friendly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Ferguson's in again. He's back over the wicket though, but it's a short ball and it's fended down past backward point to third man. I'll pick up a single. Tikshana trying to keep on strike, I think. He's given Kamira one ball of this over. And we are, at least looks like, famous last words, we're going to get through to the 30 over mark when Bear, Mogg and James will come back. But I doubt I'll be required for 41 to 50.
Yeah, same.
Well, I didn't think we'd get to 30, to be honest.
No, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Just a word of warning, if we finish, say, 10 overs early, probably all the roaders will come forward by 10 overs. You know what I mean?
I would be inclined to leave them as they are, just because it's less confusing. That would be
Some
my
people have got
suggestion.
particular time commitments, that's the
I
problem.
do understand that, yeah. That one's played into point, and there's no run. But, yeah, more things for you to worry about.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens in here. So, we're up to date on YouTube, and we're up to date on Twitter. So, perhaps one thing we should mention, we haven't mentioned for a while, sorry, I got fire engine sirens going outside of me, I don't know why, is that if you want to support us, you can do so through the Super Chat at the moment, because we're on YouTube. Go to our YouTube channel, click on the $sign, and you can make a contribution, however small or large you would like it to be, and we will read out any message you put with it.
Santner is in, and it beats Tikshana outside off stump. It's a good ball, good length there. He's in again. He's got those two slips. Phillips is in a more... No, Phillips is kind of crouching down. We'll have a Phillips cam, Phillips watch. That one's played out to mid-on for no run. Certainly that business where he was on all fours with his legs crossed behind him was absolutely bizarre. Forward goes Tikshana, it goes down to Phillips, picks it up because he's actually standing up and can move. That helped.
Well, it was one of the highlights of the day.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll let Sadler finish this ball.
He arrows that one in. That's the arm ball. Played up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Is there any confirmation on what cricket we're going to cover after the World Cup?
Well, I think everyone gets a bit of a break. And then I think England are back in action in the tests in India. Big sweep by Tikshana. Misses it by a mile. I think his head was looking where the ball was supposed to go rather than at the ball. I don't believe there's any more England cricket until they play India in January. Is that right?
Well, there is a series in the West Indies of white ball cricket, but I don't know that there's the energy there to do that.
Probably T20 as well, because I don't think they're playing any more 50 overs for a while. That's on the pads, they go up, but they're not really hopeful. It's missing leg stump. Santner gets back with a maiden, 2 for 19 off 9. It's 125 for 8 off 29.
Dan De Castro says, sorry, go on.
No, you go, miss.
I respect test status. 12 side, add 4 associates, Nice format. 7 weeks for an ODI World Cup is too long for too few teams. I think we're all pretty much agreed on that.
Strong disagree
it
about
is.
status. No one should be qualifying because someone says they're good.
Yeah.
Test status, to me,
That's fair.
teams shouldn't be able to hold on to test status
No.
either. Like, you need... It
just shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a thing at all. Two countries play each other over...
Big three playing... Can't just have the big three playing each other all the time in 4 or 5 match games. Then everyone else only gets a 2-test series. Or a 3-test series if they're lucky.
It's just, I mean, at least the maligned Test Championship tried to give some structure to it, but it's, you know, I'm thinking more at the lower end. If 2 countries play each other over 5 days, it's a Test match. Deal with it.
Yep.
No other sport has this.
The biggest problem is that not enough money is given to them to support that sort of format.
Well, it is just burning money, to be fair. That one's played down to point and there's no run.
Just looking at the upcoming fixtures, there's the England Women Tour of India in December, the Pakistan Tour of Australia in December, and the England Tour of West Indies in December.
Can you have a look at that and see what they're playing in the West Indies? Just out of curiosity.
I think there's 3 ODIs and 5 T20s, something
I'm
like that.
surprised they're playing ODIs. Bolt is in, and that's played down by Camira for no run. Has he come on? No, he's come on for Ferguson, I think.
Yeah.
So
yep, you're completely right there, Messi.
Yeah, it's sort of weird playing
Well,
ODIs at the moment.
It is, but I would like to see him just send out the team that played Ireland. A completely different team.
And win.
Well, and
Probably.
and do whatever. Yeah.
And then there's India Tour of South Africa as well, which will be T20s, ODIs, and 2 tests.
Fuller from Bolt, and it's played into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, the timetable for Indian cricketers who are playing in all formats is brutal when you throw in the IPL as well.
Well, the IPL's
Absolutely.
only 6 weeks in a year. They certainly don't
Yeah,
play.
but
They don't play any domestic cricket, that's for sure.
No, but they've got test tours, they've got ODIs, T20s, and then they've got the World Cup straight after the IPL.
Yeah, but also they don't play any other franchise tournaments.
No, but this is even without any of those. From now right through, from the beginning of this World Cup right through till the end of June, basically they're fully committed. It's just crazy stuff.
Yeah, well, money to be made, I guess.
Yep, that's what it is.
There's only so much you can flog a player or a dead horse. Bolt is in again, over the wicket this time, and it's another short ball. He has that in his locker. Camira ducks under it. Should I say Camira or Chamira?
Chamira.
Chamira, thank you.
Yep. That is Tikshana.
Peak, is it?
Tikshana.
Ah.
Yep. Yeah, it's a soft TH, if that makes sense.
Well, I knew it again. Chamira on 0 of 16. Be nice if he did something. Bolt is in. He plays it back to him, and I think he feels he's dropped it. I think he did. He stuck his left hand out. It was very straight. Didn't get hold of it. Did try to play a shot, to be fair. Bolt stuck his paw out, and I think it probably hit him on the wrist or the bottom of the palm. He didn't quite get hold of it. They've made it through to 30 overs somehow, so we're going to have a bit of a change. Hopefully see you again, Supun, but
yeah.
Those
that's up to the
10
Sri Lanka
overs we were on
batsman.
for 14 runs for 1 wicket. God, that is just dire. Did you hear that, Bear?
Well, no, I didn't. What was that?
Last 10 overs we did 14 runs, 1 wicket.
Bloody hell. Well, there wasn't much to chip on the highlights, was there? I might chip that last
No.
bit out because there was actually a drop and a bit of excitement. It's the last excitement we've had in 30 overs. Morning, James. Morning, Mog. How are we all today?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's going to be an early day. It's 10:45 and the first innings is nearly done. Should be done by most 2 o'clock. as that one is given a lot of air by Santner, and it's defended.
I see anything
run.
over 55 as a positive for Sri Lanka.
Well, I mean, this puts them, well, unless something dramatic happens in the games above them, they're not going to finish higher than they are, and they could end up finishing bottom. As that one is flashed into the offside, out through, oh no, there is a guy down at long off. It's Mark Chapman down there. And they'll get through for one, maybe two. No, only one.
Just one in the end. It looks like one of these things where it's taken them almost Santner's whole 10 overs to work out they're allowed to hit him for runs.
Yeah, well, the thing is they lost too many wickets, didn't they? Don't want to take any chances.
Yeah.
I mean, Dhananjaya Silva was that was the most culpable of all. He prodded at a ball that was no need to prod at. That's attempted drive by Chamira, but gets a thick outside half of the bat and goes out to Bolt at point.
Yeah, it was a Buggers model, wasn't it, at the start? They just, I know this sounds so boring, but they just went too hard, didn't they? At some point, they had to recognise they were losing too many wickets.
Well, two batsmen got out stupidly, and two were good deliveries, to be fair. That's prodded at by Teekshana.
Good delivery. Is that Phillips who's kneeling down there?
It is indeed, at the very short gully.
Fuck's sake. It looks like he's getting ready for a new age birth.
Yeah, the sacrifice at the altar of cricket. As that one is tossed up, and on the back foot, Teekshana punches it out into the deep, and they will get a single.
I mean, what does Sri Lanka do now? I suppose they just keep going, slowly
for fuck's
accumulate.
Sake, please don't go for 20 overs doing this.
I think they go.
They'll get about, if they do this for 20 overs, they get another 40 runs, and they'll still be well short. About 178 or something at the end of 50 overs. It'll be tedious.
Got 2 runs and over.
Well, this is where you've got to get them out, really. You can imagine they can all play defensive shots. That is defended out on the offside. There is no run into the 31st over, 128 for 8. Mog, who says what, where?
Can't they just contrive to get something about handling the ball or something?
But exactly, can't they just? You'd hope so.
Leah says, holy fuck, what are the short fat uncles doing? Don't know who that is. Sri Lankan players? Let's say that. I don't know where we're up to on YouTube, but we'll start with Muttley, who says, I've said in the past, have 10 team divisions, and the bottom 2, top 2 go up and down each season.
Each season,
that could be interesting.
That would be even more interesting. That would really add some jeopardy to it.
Real jeopardy in every single delivery.
Well, what they should have,
as
I said, they should get rid of this World Cup of nonsense, as that one is defended in the offside and there's no run, and have a whole summer of test matches in one country over 2 or 3 months, where everyone goes to one country for their summer.
That country would be India, I assume.
Well, no, you could do it in England over from June through to the end of August, June, July, and August. You could do it.
Well, you could do it in India, England, or Australia, and nowhere else. I'm guessing.
I'm pretty sure of the
you have the top 8. You have the top 8 sides in the Test Championship, as that's defended in the offside. There's no run. In the first month, each team plays 3 Test series. Say in a month, that's easy enough, isn't it? It's 15 days of Test cricket with decent break between each.
Do Ireland and Afghanistan and Zimbabwe get to come play?
Well, you get to qualify by where your Test standing is, so yes, they can do.
Ah, well, that's bullshit. No, the West Indies will never make anything then.
Well, it gives something to it, doesn't it? But I mean, it's very much a festival of cricket, and then you could have another month, or you could play the first ones are 2 tests. I don't know, one way or something like that. That's driven up to mid-off, and there's no one. You just have a structure, like a table. 1 plays 8, 2 plays blah blah blah.
Yeah. I like this idea.
In the first month, and it's full Test matches. Second month, whoever comes out on that, it's a tier system. So you've already got the lineup run out, and then they play 3 Test matches in July, and then you have the final as a 3 Test match series, and then you have your Test Championship, and a
they
proper
should play
Test.
Every game on the same pitch. With
no
breaks. That'd be great.
You've got to also have a place that's got enough pitches to play that, but I think you do. Here, Australia certainly, and India, yeah, true. That's a short ball left alone through the keeper, and there's no run. That gives meaning to the Test rankings, at least.
Yeah, I agree. Because at the moment, the Test Championship just means nothing, really, does it? Until the final happens. Whereas that would be a proper World Cup. I like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Means something if you're currently ranked number 1, everyone else doesn't give a rat's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Precisely, and The only problem is that, for example, it's all the points lost through time wasting currently. It's just crucifying.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
That's played up to mid-on. There's no one. But you get 30 points for a win, don't you? But England won 2 of the Ashes tests, which was the first of the new round, and ended up with 18 points after that, after the Ashes or something, didn't they? And I think it's 30 points for a win, so we should have got 60 for that, and we lost all the rest for timekeeping. And Australia ended up with more points, and 10 more points than us, but they won the same amount of games because they time wasted less, apparently. There's an appeal for OBW from around the wicket. I don't think that's any good. It's probably going down. It's around the wicket.
Well, that was a maiden over, wasn't it? Which is, Kane Williamson's trying to decide whether to review this or not.
He is going to review it.
Yeah.
Bolt says yes. I don't think so. Surely it's going round from that angle. It seemed to beat the inside of the bat, if anything.
Yeah,
hit the pad. But we are going to have a review.
But for the sake of cricket, maybe we've got to keep our fingers crossed that this actually is out.
Yes.
Because I don't want to see another maiden in a 50 over match.
Well, let's have a look. It's very wide of the crease. It's a knuckleball. And where is it hit? It's going down, surely, isn't it? Maybe not,
It looks like it.
Ooh, you know what? I don't know if it's umpire's call. I think that could be hitting.
Could be
pretty flat on the... It's hit the outside of the front pad. I think it hasn't got an edge. I think it might be going on to hit the leg stump. There's certainly no edge. So let's get on to... come on, they're so slow at this bit.
Yeah, there we are.
Here we go. Oh, they're quite quick today. In line. No,
that was
missing,
out now.
Missing.
Oh, no, it's missed.
Not out. And,
how funny.
They review loss, so I think they don't have any reviews left now, New Zealand, and Sri Lanka 128 for 8.
Yeah, but if they need reviews from now on, they are absolutely screwed. I mean, I think they just review for the sake of doing something, for something to happen in the match at this point.
Yeah, I just think they wanted a wicket. They want to get off the pitch, don't they? I mean, everyone can see where this game is going. Unless someone does a maxi, which no one is, because it's 8 and 9.
Yeah.
The Sri Lankan side. And there is probably only Glenn Maxwell around. Possibly someone like Butler could have done what Maxwell did the other day. There aren't too many players around now who could have done what Maxi did the other day.
No, Theekshana has a high score of 29 in this tournament, and Chamira has a high score of 4. So
Sweet.
I think they're going to... Something exceptional is going to happen. They're going to have to be injected with super soldier serum to get anywhere close to that.
What better time for both of them to make double tons?
Well, exactly.
To show their real worth.
Prove themselves men of the metal. We have a super chat from Harriet Atkinson. 10 of your English pounds. And she has a little jumping pair that says #1 fan.
Sweet. Thank you very much, Harriet. More of you should do that. We've had trouble with the bastards at YouTube. Hence the picture of a cat in the back that you can see.
I've got to say, the picture of the cat is preferable to yesterday, the moving image of the cats, the video of the cats. I almost got motion sickness watching that. It was very hard to concentrate as they were jumping around all over the place. I vote static images a lot better.
Oh, right, okay, well, I'll stick with a static image. It's a very cute kitten, it has to be said.
Yeah, it is. I mean, listen, the video was great. It was just trying to concentrate on two different
Well, I
things
nicked
at
that
the
off
same
someone
time.
else's YouTube channel, and YouTube obviously figured that out in double quick time. That's why. Fortunately, it wasn't a proper strike. It was just a little warning saying you can't do that. Oh, okay.
Maybe you could do a thing where people cough up some cash and get a picture of their cat behind.
Yeah.
Oh, what a classic idea! Come on, Mog, how much do you want to pay? And where's your picture of your cat? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Cat's up there for your. That's disgraceful.
Well, okay.
And
So
also, maybe we could include dog fans as well. There's
Well,
a
exactly.
heavy cat bias on Guerrilla Cricket. All
That
these
is
dog
true.
fans out there.
In fact,
please
yes.
come back.
Super chatters.
Goats.
Super chatters.
Axolotl.
Oh, I know, we're playing replays. Super chats, a minimum of $10 or £10, and a picture of your cat sent to our email or dog, or it could be your cockatoo or your parrot, and we will put it up. We will put it up for a designated amount of time.
That's great.
Until the next
That's a
person
great
super
idea.
chats us with another picture. So there's your challenge, and this will go on in perpetuity until we can get back to
cats. That'll bankrupt me.
because we can put the, when we're not playing in India, we can put the scorecard back up and all the other bits and bobs. But we could not have a picture of a cricket ground, and we could have a picture of your cat in the background, whatever. People only need to know the score, don't they? Don't have a picture of a cricket ground.
I think a pet during England games is quite reassuring in the midst of all the rubble and disaster and despair to have a cute animal there.
I'm sure someone's got a bulldog they can dress up in a St George's flag that we can put up there.
Like finding your cat still alive in the ruins of Mariupol.
Well, Ravindra is going to come back into the attack. He's just bowled the one over that went for 6 so far. And presumably he's taking over from Santo, who's bowled out. And that's edged in the air, out. First ball, Ravindra gets a wicket. Woohoo! Pereira is not going to get his highest score of this tournament. What did you say it was? 4. He's only got 1. He's got 1 off 19, and he's just chipped that to backward point. I think it's Glenn Phillips or Maxwell. Can't see currently. It was a skipper, wasn't it? Let's just have a little quick look. It was a drive. It was tempting, but he was nowhere near it, and it was caught by. Oh, it's Trent Bolt, the man of the small mouth. He is 1, and they subside to bugger all for 9. What's the score?
Bugger all for 9.
Bugger all for 9. Can't see. 128 for 9. There you go. Just needed that for the highlights, you see. But the problem is I don't have the score on the bottom of my own screen anymore. It's quite annoying.
But that was astonishing because all the parts of that seemed like the people weren't trying. Like the ball was just thrown up, the batsman just lazily threw his bat at it, and when Bolt took the catch, it looked like he couldn't be arsed.
Well,
they've lost the will to live.
Well,
they have lost the will.
Well, everyone knows where this is going, don't they?
Yeah.
Let's play a jingle.
Yeah, there's some AI bot somewhere that if you input the heart's not in it, that comes out.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been a very poor performance by Sri Lanka. They've been pretty poor throughout the tournament. Can't pull it out at the end. I mean, I imagine that they're capable of beating New Zealand on another day, but not today. The new batsman is Madashankar, who has, oh dear, going to get run out, surely. Oh dear, couldn't make it down the other end. The throw was poor, and they didn't run him out. He set off extraordinarily slowly and looked like he was running through soup, and had the ball. Even if Ravindra had actually been close to the stumps and taken the stumps, he still might have been out, even though all that slowness happened. I mean, Madashankar is close to being a top wicket taker in a tournament, and with someone like that on your side, you think Sri Lanka would be doing a hell of a lot better than they are, but they aren't, because no one else is sticking it to it. That's driven.
Oh my God.
A little shimmy down the track by Tichana. It's driven out to the covers. Could have been caught. It was aerial for a long way, and there's no.
I'm going to need to take a moment off. This is too much excitement.
Yeah,
okay.
no, this should be illegal. Tichana's like now kind of like loosening his shoulders now that the number 11's in. But yeah, isn't Madashankar the top wicket taker?
He might well be.
I think he is.
He's certainly right up there. I didn't want to say that because I wasn't entirely sure. He's got a jingle though. It goes like this.
Madashankar plays for Sri Lanka. Took a 6-4 on debut.
That's a quicker ball sliding on to the bat of Madashankar. He gets it on to the leg side, out to square leg, and that'll be a single. Presumably they'll have a full half an hour break between innings here because it's been so short.
Yeah, I think the issue of Sri Lanka have got, isn't it? Is Madashankar's got 21 wickets, and the next higher is Rajita with 8.
Yeah, I think
basically it's all on his shoulders at the moment.
I know, and I think they were well. I mean, they lost Hasaranga, didn't they? Before?
Yeah, that was
a big loss for them. Not only in the bowling as well. He's a useful hitter at 6 or 7. Cut. Oh, by Tichana. I was getting ready to play a jingle there, but there was a man
that was
slides
almost
in, cover comes around, and they get back. They only ran 1. They're not particularly quick running between the wickets. I think they expected more out of Tichana as well, didn't they? His spinner. He's only got about 3 or 4, and that's been their problem. And it doesn't help your batters if your bowlers aren't taking wickets, does it? Whereas in England's case, it doesn't help if your batters can't get any fucking runs. It doesn't matter how you bowl. Right, Moggy, over to you.
Moggy. Good one. Brian in Brisbane says, Bear, you're seriously joking about having the comp in England. He's talking about a test championship thing. Seriously, the weather would see 25% of games rained off.
Yeah, but it's a test match, so it doesn't really matter if you lose a day. I mean, hardly ever what happened in Manchester happens. You don't usually lose 2.5, 3 days in a test match. The way Test
Say
matches
that,
are played these days, they're usually over in 3.5, 4 days, so you can afford to lose a little bit. Pitches do a bit. They're juicy in England. Bolt.
Kieran Roseblade.
Sorry,
says-
defended back to the bowler, and there's no one. Carry on. Carry on.
Kieran Roseblade says, delighted to have you guys back on our screens. Not sure about the catting that's going on, but I'd rather much be watching that than some dogging.
Well, yes, I don't think we want to be watching dogging.
Pay enough money, and you never know your luck.
Well, didn't Stan Collymore got caught up in a dogging story, didn't he, when he was playing football?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, and someone else maybe. Do you remember that old TV celebrity Paul Ross, Jonathan Ross's brother?
Oh God, did he get caught in
I'm
dogging?
sure he was a dogger.
Yeah.
Although maybe that's something that someone told me rather than being a story. So maybe I should rescind
Maybe you should
that.
rescind that one. Driven up to mid on, there's no run.
Not Paul Ross. He's never done it. He's a catter, not a dogger. 100%.
That was
Now, can I ask, do you think Bolt is dyeing his hair? Did his hair always used to be black? I thought it used to be brown. It seems much darker than it used to be.
Maybe in the land of the hair dye for men, which is India.
Been hanging around the Pakistani
Yeah,
team.
exactly. It doesn't look that black. That's defended out to back for point, no run. Well, I mean, surely, New Zealand will also come out and try and blast this off in about 12 overs, won't
Yeah,
they?
they will do. They must do.
I mean, and then they're just pretty much guaranteed that no one can beat them to get into the quarterfinals. It would shoot up their run rate to close to 3, I'd have thought, if they can do something like that. Some will probably work all that out. That's driven long and not particularly well timed, but time well enough. Tikshana moves into the 20s. He gets to 22 with a drive back past the bowler, and it's 4 runs.
This is great. I mean, I don't think he knew what he was doing at any point during that shot, but something happened that wasn't a single, and we should celebrate that, I feel.
Well, we did with a jingle.
Yeah, in the best way possible. At the moment, they're doing it's more singles than a Dungeons and Dragons convention. It's absolutely astonishing.
I think you'll find they're very cool these days. So you should.
They are
probably
both my kids. Both my kids play Dungeons and Dragons. I used to play when I was a kid. That was driven up to mid off. Ooh, when they get through for a single.
Yeah, my son is massively into Dungeons and Dragons as well.
It's very cool again.
Maybe it's that Stranger Things impact thing.
Probably something like that, yeah. These things are always cyclical, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Well, Bolt's got an over and 1 ball. I guess he's trying to get the last wicket.
Yeah.
So they can get off the pitch. They might as well. Can't get a fifer. But he's reasonably well today. He's around the wicket, it's full. I think he's trying to find that Yorker every time. Misses it quite often, and that was driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. That's in the 34 overs, 137 for 9. Sri Lanka. Will they get to 150? Who knows? Mog.
Brian in Brisbane says, I bet the bear has seen a cockatoo. No.
Boom, boom.
Harriet Atkinson says, I'm with you about the motion sickness with the moving cats.
Yes, thank you.
Muttley says, the Peter Kay dogging sketch is hilarious. I've not seen it, so I'll take his word. Dan DeCastro says, 1 more wicket and Pakistan is officially out. New Zealand will win by 30 overs. England won't lose by 240 runs. He's a mad scared. And would South Africa have enough grounds to be able to hold the World Test Championship? Asks Kieran Roseblade.
I reckon so. Oh, no, that's slashed up in the air. Is there going to be please be someone underneath it? No! 3 people converge on it, and it lands in no man's land. And Tikshana gets away with it. They probably get back for 2, and somehow they survive to carry on. 138 for 9. That's unfortunate.
It's like they're taking the piss. I love that. Thrown up as much as it could be. 3 fielders converging, one of whom just splats into the floor in trying to do it. I think they're having a joke at the moment.
Do it again, he does, but it's defended. There's a short cover. It just goes to him, and there's no run. Come on, just get the fuck out, will you? Jesus Christ.
I know, but I think Tikshana's not facing now, but he's zeroing in on his highest score of 29 in the tournament. That's big numbers.
Madashanka is facing up. It's flat, and it's just played out in the offside. There is no run. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. And what's
Yeah,
Madashanka's highest score?
Madashanka's highest score is, oh my god, it's 5.
Okay, well, he's approaching that too.
Yeah.
He's getting one more to his score as he drives out to mid-off and there's no run.
Well, I'm sure the ICC would, at some point, are gonna flash up some sort of on-screen graphic that's a milestone with those 3 milestones: the 150, Tikshana's highest score, and Madashanka's highest score.
Exactly.
Would it be great if they all happened at the same time?
Oh, don't get us started. We can but dream.
Living the dream.
Tossed up, a little bit of spin, played in the offside. Ooh, there's a little bit of a mix-up between the batsmen, but the fielder was on it quick enough. They don't care. 140 for 9 after 34.5 overs.
There was a little flourish there,
indeed,
from Tikshana when he played that shot. He's getting a little cocky now.
Well, yeah.
He's got his eye in.
Around the wickets is Ravindra. It's just played out of the offside and there is no run. And that ends the 35th over, 140 for 9. Over to you, Morgan.
Might go for his cow and son. Pirate Betcha says, the eyes of the kitten are mesmerising.
It's a very cute kitten.
Over on the YouTubes. No, I was just on YouTube. Pay attention. Farong says, nice concept being discussed. However, I think it would be better to play the English edition in the Oil East where it rarely rains. Oil East being UAE, Sharjah, Dubai. That
Nah, those pitches are dull though. I mean, you could play. I don't mind playing it in India. I mean, it'd be different in. It'd be like the World Cup of football. One year you'd be in England. The next one it would be 3.5 years later, played over winter or something in India, and it would be played over an Australian summer one year. That one is through to the keeper and there's no run. You could have a subcontinental one. You could play it across some of the Indian states if you wanted to. Not the Indian states, subcontinental states if you wanted to. Get Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and Pakistan involved, although of course that has its own political ramifications. South Africa
play them
could
all in
host
Saudi
one.
Arabia.
No way. Well,
that is inevitable in that format. That is inevitable at
exactly.
some point.
And they'll stump up the money for it in the height of the heat of the summer when it's about 50 degrees. Won't be any humidity there. Does it get humid in Saudi Arabia? That one's into the gloves. The Tikshana goes out to point and there's no run. I don't know, to be honest.
I don't either. It's just fucking hot. I mean,
I imagine it doesn't. It's a desert, isn't it? So,
yeah, when it gets that hot, maybe humidity doesn't matter. Yeah.
It kills the humidity. It's heat stroke.
Well, exactly. Plus the threat of death if you, I don't know, look at a woman the wrong way, have a thimble full of alcohol.
If you're building a stadium, there's always a threat of death.
Yeah, there was also that too. But I see they have been offered, they've been given a World Cup, haven't they? As that's defended up to the covers, and they've been given 2034 World Cup. Is that right?
Yeah, there's still a couple of weeks for other countries to come together and organise bids.
I'm going to guess there's several brown envelopes that are going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I reckon those brown envelopes will have an awful lot in them.
Yeah.
I can't believe that we're just selling football to the Middle East now.
Well, I mean, we've sold everything else. It makes a difference to arms, I suppose, but
yeah, that's down the leg side, and it will be a wide, I'm presuming. Yes, it will indeed.
Feel like a bit of pace might be in order here.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could bring on Lockie Ferguson, be the next choice, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think that they've got to get Ferguson on here just to put the pup out of its misery.
Yeah, just
you can't get them out, knock them out.
Exactly. Just pump in a load of Yorkers or something. That's hit square airily through the covers, but there isn't anyone to intercept it. So it'll go out to the boundary. They'll get back forward. They'll just go through for one.
It's rocking back there, Laura-esque.
Yeah.
I think Shana is by the minute is increasing his batting skills and his confidence as he zeroes in on that magical 29.
The other thing you could do, I suppose, to make cricket more interesting is make them use bats that were made in the 1920s. See how the modern players, dealt with that.
Like batting with a wooden ruler for most of these guys.
Well, exactly. It'd be quite interesting to see when they try and slam it out of the ground and the middle's tiny and the rest of it's just literally a plank of wood. What the scores were like.
Matches.
Everything else the same, just bat specs of the 1920s.
I think that's great. I'd also like to see. Sorry, Bolt about to come in here.
Yep, he's over the wicket, and it's defended by Madashanka. Out to cover, no run.
I'd like to see the over penalty rather than being a fielding restriction. Being a fielding restriction in the sense that maybe one of them has to hold a shopping bag in one hand to restrict their ability to catch the ball.
Full of eggs, and if they break an egg, it's another penalty.
Perfect, exactly. Yeah, or has to hold a dog and a leash during a particularly badly behaved dog during that time.
And this is a completely different game now we're getting to. Some sort of weird hybrid. It's a knockout cricket game.
There we go. That could work. Yes, or has to put on a fancy dress costume.
Yes, whilst fielding in the
Giant
outfield,
foam mascot.
jumping through a hoop and then going down a slide before catching the ball. Bolt. They got an off Hayden in, and it's a slower ball through the offside. That ends Bolt's spell. He's bowled 10 overs. He's got 3 for 37, and at the end of the 36th over, Sri Lanka 142 for 9. Mog.
Hattie has on Twitter put a picture of Luna the Great Dane, who sadly had to be put to sleep last week. It's a fine, stirring picture of a very proud and handsome animal.
Well, there you go.
Moment of silence. Kieran Roseblade says Warner wouldn't play in Saudi Arabia. If he was caught cheating there, it would cost him an arm and a leg.
Literally. The wrong person.
I think perhaps that picture of the Great Dane is what Hattie the Matt or Batty wanted to put up as a result of her super chat, maybe?
I'll send you a photo. You still want to put the photo up between two? Yeah, I'll do that. Where did you send it to? Did you send it to?
It's the Twitter account.
Can you? How do I download a thing off Twitter? Can you send it to our email address? And I can certainly do it.
You just right click it and say
Oh.
save image as or something.
Okay. Right then. I'll do that between overs.
I think Sean has just stolen another single now, up to 27.
That's driven out to. There's 5 fielders in the offside and can't beat them. Does Madashanka, and there is a dot ball.
I love this now from Theekshana. He's now leaning on his bat like a seasoned pro at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's that? It's gone out towards third man. Sorry, I'm trying to get this photo down.
There's just a little edge there from Madashanka. We are at that stage of the match where everyone is laughing every time everything goes wrong.
It's like that 4 a.m. kind of time slot when you've been up all night.
Slides on to the batter, Madashanka. Just works it into leg side. There is no run. The question is, are they going to get 150 or out?
Yeah, we won that. It does feel like the Bill Wyman 11 versus the Piers Morgan 11 charity match at the moment. The way everyone's treating it.
Tossed up, out to cover, and there is no run.
I feel that Ben Fogle is about to get an over or something like that.
Don't let Ben Fogle have an over. He's everywhere these days.
He bloody well is.
That's a full toss. Nearly. There is a man out sort of 3/4, Devon Conway out of cover, and it nearly landed at him, but it didn't, and it was only a single, just bounced before him, and there is just the one run. Oh god, no, I don't want to do that.
The vibe is very much in a test match, the last wicket, and they can't get it. That's the vibe that New Zealand are giving off at the moment. I mean, we keep having to remind ourselves that Sri Lanka are yet to get to 150, but I mean, they're closing in. But New Zealand look like in despair at the moment.
Oh man, to get your dog in, because it's not landscape, it's portrait. Getting to fill the screen. Oh, there we go. That's not so bad. There you go. Handsome lad. Right below us. There's your doggy.
Come on, the dogs.
If you look on YouTube now, that's Matty. Hattie's, the mad old Batty's Great Dane who died. Very handsome dog. And he's taken over from the cute kitten. And you can get your pet or picture of choice by super chatting us. It's a new innovation from Gorilla Cricket. Madashanka is facing up to Ferguson, which is the right choice. Oh, they're going to go through for a single. If it is, that could be out. No, good bit of fielding at mid-wicket. Sharp bit of fielding, but he couldn't gain his balance quick enough to be able to get up and throw. The 2 batsmen had decided to go through for the single. If it had been a cleaner bit of fielding, you think one of them might well have been stranded. It was Glenn Phillips. He's in at short leg, essentially. He ran back and fielded it. It took him time, just took him that extra bit to steady himself, get his balance and position to throw the ball, allowed him to get through for that single. As Lockie is in again, slower ball outside the off stump, attempted thwack by Teekshana. He's not going to get through. I mean, Andy might actually have to come back to do
this would be amazing
at this rate. I mean, fuck all's happened in 10 overs.
This is incredible. We should kind of want them to keep going like this, just for that unlikely event to actually happen.
It's quite mad, isn't it? Really,
You've got to cut. Ferguson, comes in again here,
and just defended out past the slip. Who makes a pointless dive? Darryl Mitchell, I presume it is. Third slip, second slip. Dives over the ball, goes down to third man for a single.
Ferguson is in that column with Angelo Matthews of likeable cricketers with unlikable shirt numbers. He is another of the 69 brigade, which, as we were discussing the other day, no grown man should put that on his shirt and find it funny by the time they're playing international cricket.
No, true. They might have some other meaning in their life, I suppose.
I laughed at it.
Madhushanka. Oh, that's propped up in the air. Is there going to be an out there? No, there isn't. It's going to be 4 runs. You know what? They've reached 150. Madhushanka's got his highest score of the tournament. He moves on to 9. And Sri Lanka move on to 150 for 9 after 37.4 overs. As Madhushanka gets that out to the boundary somehow for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
There is no one out there.
Yeah, no, he did when he was playing that. He looked as though he was going to drive at it, and then it looked like he got an electric shock almost. But it still went for 4.
Well, that's the pace of Lockie Ferguson, isn't it? He's quick. That's into him. Ooh, I don't know if that hit him or hit the bat. I thought it was going to plop back to the bowler for caught and bowled, but it didn't go anywhere near him. Madhushanka
it looked
has
like
a little
it might
smile.
have hit him.
Madhushanka is on 9 and Teekshana is on 28. And Sri Lanka's are 150 for 9. There's 1 ball left in Lockie Ferguson's over.
200 next. Come on, Sri Lanka.
This partnership, I wonder what this partnership's worth. It's got to be one of the higher ones.
Must be near on 150 by now, surely.
About 20.
Close.
Defended by Madhushanka, back up to the bowler, and there is no run. Over to you, Mog.
Over on the YouTubes, Naknud says, you know the Middle Eastern monies went too far when the Derby is a camel race? Muttley says, read the super chat cats. Could we make a rule to replace the current cat? You have to bid higher than the current cat. You've been reset each day.
Well, it could be a dog. It can be an animal of your choice. You just have to send a photo. But it has to be an animal.
He's talking more about gouging the punters.
Well, yes, that's true. You could always we could impose that rule, but we're not going to.
Hattie says, thanks, Bear. And Brian of Brisbane says, Sapun must be getting a bit more excited.
I doubt it.
Huge runs.
Supin seems like a sensible lad. He knows where this is going.
He
tossed up by Ravindra, played out into the covers. Tonight Teekshana gets himself a single. He's equalled his high score. Is that right, James? He's 29. Is the high score?
He has. There's a ripple of applause around the ground as people recognise, cricket connoisseurs recognise that milestone for Teekshana. Onwards and upwards from here.
Exactly.
Teekshana, #1 cricket hero.
Absolutely. Well, Ravindra bowls that flatter and straighter, and it's played out square on the offside. Madhushanka is through quickly. Teekshana slowly up to the other end, but with enough time to get through easily enough.
There, you see, there we go. We're here. Actually, it's his best score of his one-day international career.
Slightly more balls than his previous 29. Only took 31 balls. This has taken 69.
One for the purists.
Yeah, one for the purists with his shirt number. I don't know. Left alone, through to the keeper, no run. Teekshana facing up now to Ravindra. Gets one to turn. The pitch has got some grip in it. I'll give it that. And it's defended, no run.
Can I be over optimistic and say Sri Lanka have a chance now?
No, unless something miraculous happens in this pitch. It's always possible. They could do the same thing to New Zealand, which would make it a cracking match. It'd still be over early. Defended back to the track, down the track, and there's no run.
Say if they got another 25, at least they're sort of in the game.
I think anything under 200 in ODI these days is not defendable, really. Unless you're playing England, of course, or some of these bottom teams. That's played up to long on, and there is no run. That's why England have been so poor. That's a game against India. They only have to chase 221. No matter what happened at the top of the order, they should have been able to buckle down and get much closer than they did. That's the end of the 39th over. I think you're going to have another go, Andy. You're going to be joined by fourth Ian Suppen. He'll be cheering his men on, no doubt.
Leah says today's fast bowlers might break quite a few of the 1920 specification bats.
They might. Well, no. I mean, they're quite heavy and they're solid. They just don't have much of a middle. You'd be surprised. The ball hasn't changed.
Would we give them the gloves? You know, the kind of like pimply.
No, and they can have all the rest of the modern equipment. Just a way of maybe stopping them scoring. So, giving them less of an advantage. That one is blocked up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Dikshaw on 30, which is now officially not his joint top score ever, but his highest score
ever in an ODI.
Ever in an ODI.
And
he is living the dream today.
He's got 20% of the runs nearly.
I know someone who's going to appear in Wisdons.
Ferguson in. He goes back and defends it down towards third man. He's just going to walk a single. He's looking very cocky now. It's Teak Sharma.
He really is. He really is now. He's got a strut. He's like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. He is owning this.
Let's see if we go to today's game. I wonder what his highest score ever is.
31.
No, not in ODIs, in all forms of cricket.
Oh, in any form.
Yeah.
It could still be 31, I'm going to guess.
He's got the ball on a string now, so...
Well, yeah, no.
He's seeing it like a beach ball.
What's going on here? Lockie's going round the wicket? Over the wicket? Don't know. He seems to be over the wicket still. Short, and he doesn't like that particularly as Madashanka. Not surprising, really. Here's a number 11. It goes down a fine leg, bounces off his arm, hand, something. And there is a leg by or a run. No, it's given to him. It's a run. Came off his glove.
Yeah.
So, he was born in 2000. He's only 22 years old. Tikshana career stats, test, matches, innings, balls. Highest score. That's wickets, isn't it? Batting. As Lockie comes into bowl. It's full. Oh! Tries that slower Yorker. Unfortunately, Tikshana gets his bat on it. Damn! His highest score in any form of cricket is 38, which he did. Which is in a test match. He's also
so that's on today as well.
He's only played 2 tests and he's only played 5 first-class matches. And I presume those two coincide because he's got 38 in first class and 38 in a test match.
Well, call Norris McGuirter because there's a record breaker in town.
Well, yeah, indeed. Defender back down the track and there is no run.
This is great stuff from Tikshana. They've started on the TV showing Glenn Maxwell, which is kind of the vibe I think he's going for here.
Well, yeah. Glenn Maxwell's the best strike rate in this World Cup as well.
Jesus Christ, that's
153 is pretty impressive.
That is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, he scored 100 against the Netherlands in 40 balls, didn't he? And 100, in total is 200. Lockie Ferguson has got that. He's put him down. Yeah. I think he's got underneath the chest pad of Tikshana.
He's down like a man having a heart attack at the moment, and I think that's because he's got smashed right on his heart.
I think that's got underneath the chest pad, gone up there, knocked the wind out of him. Tikshana has gone down like a bag of spuds, or a boxer in a boxing ring who's been floored. At the end of 40 overs, anyway, Sri Lanka 155 for 9. Madhushankar's 11 off 21, and Tikshana's 31 off 78. A run rate of 3.88. It is time to hand over to Andy, who didn't think this was going to happen, but he is back, and he's going to take you through these last 10 overs with Forthy. All right, Forthy.
Yeah, I'm fine. How you going?
I'm all right, man. And Suppan, you must be thinking we got a victory in our hands here, surely.
Well, 155 is an unbeatable.
It's a winning score, mate. It's a winning score. Don't you worry. I'll hand you over to Andy, and I'll see you in a bit.
Hey there, Suppan. How you going? I think Andy's just taking his seat. Are you're at home, or are you in Mooney Pond?
I'm at home today. I think Russ needs some sleep. He's had a few too many 4 a.m. finishes. And despite how good Maxwell is, like calling his innings till 4 in the morning probably didn't help.
Well, I was sitting alongside him, and we were rubbing our hands at one stage, imagining the joy of a 1:30 a.m. finish, but it was not to be.
Not to be. No.
I think we'll get that today.
I think that's quite likely. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, well, back for more, and these Sri Lankan batsmen have confounded us. We weren't expecting to do this last stint, although it could be over at any moment. But Mahesh...
It could be a retired hurt. Could be a retired hurt.
Well, he's got to show some gumption here, I think, Madhushankar. I thought that hit him in the ribs at first, but it's actually hit him kind of on the right forearm, which is great.
Yeah, okay. Right forearm bouncing into his chest, so like that kills. And I don't think he had enough. I don't think he had any pads on that arm.
No,
so
it's
gonna be
because it's you wouldn't. You'd have it on your left arm, and you wouldn't have it on the inside anyway. So he got in an awkward position. Good bowling from Ferguson. Tried to pin Sri Lanka's only bowler, which certainly should help if they can impact his bowling. Well, he's back on his feet. And Madhushankar, unlike Chamira, is at least scoring some runs. He's got 11 off 21. Instead of 0. And these two batsmen have we were all exhorting them to hit out, but they've kind of shown us, haven't they?
Yeah, I just wish there was a way for England to end back at the bottom of the table.
Well, don't worry, we can still try. We'll try our best.
Oh, don't worry.
If anyone's got it in them.
Yeah.
Right, Southey is going to continue. New Zealand a bit frustrated here probably. They were expecting to be in and munching on some scones by now, or whatever you have for tea in India. Batsman pulls away. Alright mate, you're not Marnus Labuschagne. Number 11, get on with it.
Couldn't understand how Marnus Labuschagne could see some of the people who were supposedly distracting him.
Yeah, scratching their ear 100 yards away, yeah. Southey is in this time, and Madhushankar pokes it into the offside. Cover is in the ring, and there's no run.
Who's on socials? Is it me or Forfey?
It is myself, Supun, so feel free to make judicious comments.
Yeah,
or not. It's also fine.
Just trying to think, like, what can you say about this game that's trying to get anything more interest in what's actually happening out on the field?
Oh, he smeared that one into the leg side, Madhushankar. I think he's going to get 4. He sure is. It was a bit of a classic cow corner shot. They all count though.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just had a good old hoik at that one.
I think that's his 4th 4 in ODIs.
So you haven't got great hopes for Tikshana?
No, I haven't got great hopes for, like, if Madhushankar comes in, he should open the bowling. And if he goes for a 5 and wins the game for Sri Lanka, that's my only hope.
He plays that one out to point for no run. This partnership's worth 31. Doesn't need many more to be the highest of the innings. Wouldn't be the first time we saw that in this tournament. I think Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson put on about 70 out of 170 against South Africa. In one of England's...
This is where New Zealand need a bowler like Stark to give away about 12 wides.
He would be hoping you say it's up in the air, but cover was too far back. They had backward point and extra cover were kind of up, and they had that split field where cover point's further back, and it went at catching height between the two closer fielders and didn't carry to the further one. He really just popped that up in the air, but got away with it. He'd be better off playing a full shot, I think, and I'm sure that's what he'll be telling himself.
They scored 14 for 1 in that third block of overs. I wouldn't have thought that was possible. Almost accidentally, you're going to score more than that.
And that was 2 fours and 2 balls in there as well, if I remember. He has a poke at that one, Madushenka. Doesn't get anywhere near it.
There was a lot of dot balls. It was the old defending a test match.
What's
the victory sort of go?
Have you got a gauge on how this performance is going down back in the homeland, Sapoon?
Oh, horribly. Horribly. Finger pointing everywhere. Rarotonga is trying to take over the club, take over all the selections, but then people keep bringing up the fact that he was let go from the Sri Lankan Cricket Board for corruption.
As we said, business as usual. That one's pushed out into the offside. There's no run. They've lasted another over. I think it's 155 for 9.
Yes, for 1 or 2 comments. Message S says, never have the boring middle overs been so fucking boring. And although things are looking up now. And Leah says, Tikshana making a double ton from 9 would be epic. Well, hopes are fading on that front, it's fair to say. But, if you can grub another few together here.
I think he can only do it if he starts cramping up. I think that's the key to scoring a double 100. You need to cramp up and just stand and deliver. So
cricket, that's right. Yeah.
Well, wasn't Stokes
and also be dropped?
Wasn't Stokes doing it yesterday as well? I completely ignored that game. I just couldn't be bothered.
Stokes looked like Rudolph Nureyev compared to Glenn Maxwell.
Right.
Glenn Maxwell was just on one leg. He was on no legs.
No leg, yeah. Right, well, New Zealand are going to try something different. It is a man who has had a bit of a golden arm in this tournament. He's off his knees, presumably, to bowl.
No, as he gets to the bowling crease,
Glenn Phillips.
As you say, could still have surprised us, but he doesn't. That one's shovelled round to short fine leg, and there's no run. I wonder if anybody's done that, bowled from their knees. Probably in some comedy charity game. Just to get it to shoot through with no bounce. Phillips is in. That's a horrible short ball, and whichever batsman it is has hoiked it round the corner, but he hasn't got enough on it to get 4. Conway is round, and in fact he gets sent back and almost had a problem, and then it bounces off Phillips, and they might take a run, they might not. I think it was Tikshana eventually got a single there. Even a number 9 probably should have hit that for 4. Such a bad ball.
There was an opportunity there for Glenn Phillips to get nutmegged by a cricket bat, which unfortunately didn't occur.
Well, we had Joe Root being nutmegged by the ball yesterday and getting bowled middle stump, which was pretty emblematic of England's campaign. Like I say,
if you're going to copy Glenn Maxwell, don't start with that.
No, do the good things. Yeah, like I say, didn't watch the game, but I got people always keen to post the highlights on Twitter. Tikshana again is scampering down the wicket looking for the strike, but Madushenka's doing okay. He's on 15, and they turn the run down. They're on 160 for 9.
Andy, you know about these things. People say too little, too late from England, but surely that's not right. Surely it was the right amount, but too late. Do you agree?
Well, they maybe argue that they're peaking at the right time. Half a bat on that one, Madushenka. It goes down to short third for no run. Yeah, even yesterday they managed to get 170 for 5 before Jesus came and rescued them.
Indeed.
Phillips in again. He's been too short the whole over, and that one is poked out to deep point. They'll get a single.
So, Tikshana faced 80 deliveries so far, so he's on his way to reach a Cowan ton, which is 100 deliveries faced. It's a bit of older nomenclature from Wildlife Wireless, named after the great Ed Cowan, who Did a lot of time occupying a crease and not having a great impact on whatever game it's playing.
Well, we had that thing when England sucked at tests as well. People were getting patted on the back for facing 100 balls. Sibley and the like. That one is pushed out to deep point. It'll be another single, 3 off the over. Wasn't a very good one from Phillips. 162 for 9.
Okay. Do you know what? I don't think there is anything here. Let me just double check. Presses latest. Goes back. Goes forward again. Nope, there's nothing happening out there. And who can blame people, really? This is this is perhaps not the most gripping cricket. And it does feel as if the result is preordained. But we thought that in the Afghanistan-Australia match. So you just never know.
At one point we did, yeah. But yeah, a few people gone off for an early tea, I suspect.
Yep.
Or perhaps they already have, and they've come back and they've gone, what, this inning's still going?
Well, I certainly didn't expect
I was hoping not to have to come back on, Andy. I'm pretty sure you were as well.
Oh, I'm here anyway, so I don't mind. I was looking at the weather this morning, and obviously in Bangalore, and sort of thinking, well, if it's raining at the start, I'm going to wait until they start play. Then I got here and there were 7 wickets down before I got here anyway. And ugh. But at least
I recommend if you're stuck and not sure what to do and shall I go, shan't I? I once during the summer, during the Ashes, went to the Horniman Museum, which is only half an hour away, when there was a big threat of rain, and enjoyed myself, but then had to hare up the street when the rain cleared.
There's actually a good record shop down by the station, which I've been in once or twice. They're going to get through for a single here. Yeah, not bad.
That.
Yeah, there is, yeah. Across the road, but by the bus stop. It's only open from like 12 o'clock. It's sort of record store / cafe.
In Sydenham?
Good running there.
Yeah, they did. That was well placed. Dropped it down, got through for a single. Yeah, I picked up a few in there. I picked up a Dio album, I remember. Can't remember what else. A little bit of turn off a shorter ball. It's played down to point for no run. It's always nice to just go through and just root through and see what they have, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, yes. Sometimes there's hidden treasure.
Yeah, in fact, it might have been there as well. Ravindra is in, and he's dropped that one down into the offside for no run. It might have been there as well. I picked up Stuart Copeland's score to Rumblefish, just because it was £4, and I'd heard it was okay, and it's really good.
His father was head of the CIA, I believe.
Something like that. Was that Copeland or Summers?
Oh, that was, yeah. No,
I think it was Copeland, yeah. Dropped
Yeah.
into the offside for no run. But people still think Sting is the evilest of the 3.
He was a good drummer, actually. Yeah, he kind of had jazz inflection.
Good musicians, yeah, very good. Played into the leg side, there's no run.
Andy Summers really didn't like punk at all, did he? He used to be in Henry Cow on those prog bands.
Yeah,
It just happened. They weren't really anything to do with punk.
Not really, they just came out at the same time, and they had a pretty sparse arrangement on the first album, but they were really more almost reggae influenced. That one played out into the offside, and there's no run.
I very much doubt I've got anything for you.
Well, I can keep talking about the police then.
Well, I
would just say,
are you a fan of the Police, Sapoon? And by the Police, I mean the band.
Oh no, I'm what is it? Is it Wu-Tang Clan?
Okay,
Fuck the Police.
More of a rapper. Yep.
Yeah, Ghostface Killer Man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind the Police, but like, but there's other bands I listen to.
The Police rather look like a band that, like a marriage of convenience. Whenever they're in an interview, none of them really looked at each other. They didn't seem to like each other very much.
Hated each other towards the end. Yeah, they did do a reunion tour. Not that Sting needed the money, but I think the other two might have done. They had to point for no run. I'm a particular fan of Sting's first 2 solo albums as well. I think they drop off a bit after that, but the first 2 are very good.
That does sound like an Alan Partridge comment there, Andy, I have to say.
I'm sure it is. I've been listening to his latest audiobook as well. It's very funny. If you like those, the audiobooks are great, because it is Steve Coogan doing it as Alan Partridge.
I have heard them.
Yeah,
I'm a massive fan, as we all are now.
Have you heard the latest one?
No, probably not, actually.
No, it's good. It's with the lighthouse. Yeah, punched up to long off. Take a single.
I will say I've been impressed how well Madushank has been picking the balls. Like, he's for a tail ender, he's been able to get behind with the face of the bat quite a bit, more than expected.
Well, he's certainly doing better at 11 than Chimera did at 10, who just blocked everything. He might be asking for a spot one higher up the order. He has done well, 16 off 35. Good contribution from a number 11. Southie is in, short, ducks underneath it, no problem. And I don't think anyone had money on Sri Lanka completing their 50 overs, but they got half a chance of doing it. I mean, they'll probably have a swing like in the 49th and then get out, but...
Yeah, so New Zealand are going to have 2.5 and over run rate required? Probably.
No, it's going to be over 3. 3 would be 150.
Yeah. My rudimentary math suggests it's getting up towards 4.
But I don't think New Zealand need to worry too much about knocking them off quickly. A bit of a swish there from Madushanka off the back foot. There's no run. Because even if they took their... I think I read even if they took like the whole 50 overs to get the runs, Pakistan would still need to win by 150 or something.
Yeah.
Which you wouldn't rule out. England might do it just out of spite.
But we can't let New Zealand get through to a final and potentially win. We're not allowed to do that.
Or they'll get bunged to throw it, so it's an India-Pakistan semi-final.
So, if England withdraw from the game, if they forfeit the game, Pakistan do not get through, do they?
I said 3 games ago they should just forfeit the tournament. Get a single there down to third man. And yeah, they're doing very well, these two. They're just popping 3 or 4 off each over without too much risk.
Now, if only the top order could do this.
Well,
or
I'm just thinking that, or at least find a middle ground between 5th gear and 2nd gear.
Yeah. And I do feel they need to take the captaincy away from Mendes. Since he was made captain, he has not played his natural game.
It affects different people in different ways. Yeah, it can inhibit some batsmen, and it's a hard job to do from wicketkeeper as well. I mean, look at Butler, played down to point. There's no run.
Same thing happened to Sangakkara when Sangakkara makes more runs coming in at number 4 than coming in at number 2 or number 3 after a session of keeping. So yeah, the higher up you are in the order, and if you're a keeper, and then becoming captain on top of that, that's a lot of effort for one person to carry, especially
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, we've seen that with other players as well. Like Alex Stewart, all the way back to Alex Stewart. Didn't much enjoy opening after being keeping for 4 sessions, and you can understand that. You need a bit of a break from that concentration.
Leah, Stuart Copeland's dad, was involved in forming the CIA. It's good to know I wasn't way off beam there. Stuart also composed the soundtrack for the Babylon 5 pilot episode, which I most certainly did not know.
That is a weird mix.
Well, indeed. Morgads, I think Copeland's brother founded IRS Records too. Andy Copeland, maybe. I think it was Miles Copeland.
Miles Copeland rings a bell. That's a good ball from Ravinger. Would have beaten a better batsman, possibly even found the edge of a better batsman. Pitched on middle and turned past the off stump. Tosses that one up again, and that's pushed out to cover for no run. One thing I don't like about Ravinger is his hair reminds me of convicted massive fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried. I think he should do something about that.
Not a name I recognise, so
I'll be biggest fraud in history. Biggest, puts Madoff in a cocked hat. He's been convicted but not sentenced yet because they got to try him for some more crimes. As Ravindra pulls out of that one. Here he comes again. Tosses it up, defended again into the offside. Short cover picks it up.
Thought that was an attempted man-cad for a second and realised Ravinder just tripped over his own feet.
More likely at this point. I mean, I don't think New Zealand are that frustrated with this last wicket stand just yet. Tosses it up, played back to the bowler. A little bit aerial, but he may well have just hit it into the ground actually.
It's not a last wicket stand that is going at a runner ball or they're losing the plot. So it's not too concerning, as you say.
No, just a bit irritating probably that they haven't got in 30 runs ago. That one is pushed out to point to get through for a single. Bit of, I might say, lazy fielding. He didn't really attack that one.
I mean, how high's the score going to get if you have a misfield? Like 170? 175?
So, just one over this over so far from Ravindra. As he comes up to bowl the last ball. Steps away, Tikshana. I think he's a bit frustrated he hasn't had much strike in the last couple of overs. He stepped away before the ball was delivered, punched it out to deep point, so he gets a single to keep the strike. It's the end of the over. It's 167 for 9 with 5 left.
Armchair Cricket Podcast, good application from Sri Lankan Tail. Numbers 8 to 11 have batted out 25 overs now. They're giving weather a chance to intervene on their behalf, if nothing else. The longer they bat, the more it will frustrate New Zealand. I haven't done all the calculations on weather, qualification, how long they should be out there. No doubt some other people have. Leah, Copeland was replaced for the regular series of Babylon 5 by Chris Frank, formerly of Tangerine Dream. Good deep knowledge. Thank you, Leah.
You get a lot of people who used to be quite prominent in bands moved on to film scores.
Yes.
The guy from
Yes,
Pop Will Eat Itself.
Yeah, I'd also highlight Barry Adamson, the original bass player in Magazine.
And the guy
Trent Reznor from 9 Inch Nails as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good call.
The guy from... I always get them mixed up. Either the Charlatans or the Inspiral Carpets. One or the other. So Southie's a short ball and Tikshana has a flash at it and goes by outside the off stump. In fact, looking back, I'm still not sure they weren't the same band.
Pretty similar. Inspiral Carpets had number 1 with no one said it was going to be easy with Marquis Smith, bizarrely.
There's going to be a wicket in this over. Tikshana looks like he just wants to swing it.
Okay, let's see. That'll be good news for Southie. Short again, and you're right, he did swing it, but safely enough up to long on, and he might defy that prediction just by getting off strike, because they've got a single.
That short ball earlier, he wanted to cut it away over the bowler's head, but he pulled out at the last minute there. So, there's like 5 overs to go. If we go at 1 and over, we're only going to make 5 runs. We'll just put whatever we can on the board.
I think they're still going to knock it around for a couple, and then maybe have a swing in the last couple.
Yeah.
Madhushankar's back on strike. Oh no, he has a bit of a whack, and it's one bounce to mid-off, who didn't move forward, but probably wasn't getting there anyway. I'm not quite sure where that was supposed to go.
And Tikshana was about halfway down the pitch.
I notice sometimes in indie films, Dean Wareham's name comes up as that sort of mysterious role of curating the soundtrack. That sounds like literally the easiest job in the world. He used to be in Galaxy 500. What a job that is. We could all do a bit of that, curating a film soundtrack.
Curation, yeah.
Oh, easiest job in the world.
I'm sure there are soundtrack did we say what? Curators, sorry, soundtrack curators tapping away on Twitter as we speak to show us how difficult it actually
Hopefully.
is.
Then we'll get some action on Twitter.
Yeah. That one's punched out to deep point. I think we've got the biggest partnership of the innings, because that's 41, and it looks bigger from my maths than all the others, putting the other batsmen to shame.
Let me just...
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Biggest. Yep. So the previous biggest was Pereira and Lanka, 38 off 22. And this one's 41 off 81. So a big change in the run rates from the earlier partnerships. There's also a 27 off 14 between Pereira and Mendes.
It's been all or nothing from Sri Lanka in this innings. That one gets up, but it's quite well played. Down to third man. They'll pick up another single. Brings up 170. I mean, it shouldn't be enough anyway.
Can they get to 200? Is there a possibility they can get to 200?
I think they'd have to start going now, because they still need 30 in 4 overs. But I think 190 might be feasible. Well, you never know. Have either of these batsmen got a 6 in their locker in the last couple of overs?
They'll probably try to pick Ravindra off if he bowls another one. Who's left in the bowling attack?
It's another good question. They've probably got a couple spare because Phillips certainly bowled. That one is defended into the offside and there's no run. 170 for 9 off 46.
So Bolt, Ferguson and Santa have all bowled through. So it might have to be Phillips and Ravindra. And so Southey has 2. So Southey will do 48 and 50 if he gets to 50. But Ravindra is going to have to bowl the other 2 then.
That is interesting. The spinner's going to have to bowl the 49th. They probably thought there wasn't going to be a 49th, so it wouldn't matter.
Just popping in with some German music news. Leah Copeland was... no, I've had that. Have I? Leah said Copeland was replaced for the regular series of Babylon 5 by Chris Frank, formerly of Tangerine Dream. Maybe we had that. Then she says, can't forget Danny Elfman, who was in Oingo Boingo. Mustn't forget him.
Does that even count? Ravindra is in. He's short. His punch is a good bit of fielding at cover. Are they going to get through for a single? Don't think so. Phillips picked it up, didn't throw.
I think Tixon will just want to hold the strike now.
Yes, I think he's starting to eye up the boundaries. And maybe he's going to say, well, now we're here. We've got something. We might as well at least try to get to 200 maybe. That one's too far down leg side, but it's hit the pad and rolled out for a leg by.
And Tixon does not have a 50 in ODIs. So it's probably his best chance to get one today.
Best for a while, certainly. You don't get many at number 9.
I think his top score anyway is 38. Yeah, I think that was established
29.
by the previous...
top score 29.
In all forms of cricket, I think the guy.
I mean, I'm sure he's got 100 playing for the Dog and Duck in Sri Lanka or wherever it is, but in professional cricket, yes. Played into the offside and there's no run.
Don't know whether they have Dog and Ducks in Sri Lanka, I doubt it.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of these tail-enders would easily score a lot of runs in club cricket. Oh, that's a good ball, and in fact, they think it's out. Yes, it is. The umpire thinks so too. He had just had a bit of a prod. It was a good ball from Ravindra. The batsman had got his eye in to such a point that he could actually edge that instead of miss it. And it was a good ball, though. It pitched on Midland leg. It turned and bounced and went over middle stump and caught the finest of edges from Madhushankar. So Sri Lanka's resistance for that last wicket, highest partnership of the innings, has come to an end. Must have been a very thin edge. I'm surprised he didn't review, if they've got reviews left, unless he's absolutely certain. He just thinks it'll be wasting everybody's time. But that's going to be the end of the innings for 171. So certainly disappointing, although could have been a lot worse. Speaking of Sting.
Yeah.
So, could have been a lot better, but could have been worse.
Yeah, at 9 for 128, I was not expecting anything above 150, so they're 30 runs ahead of where I expected. They're not going to win. I put New Zealand would get into this in 15 overs. There's been no danger from the pitch whatsoever. So unless Madhushankar bowls the spell of his life and takes 5 wickets very early on, I don't see any chances for Lanka to win this.
I think it's really only a question of how New Zealand pace this. Whether they, I'm sure, as a professional outfit, they should have someone doing the maths, telling them, you know what, you get these in 35 overs, it's fine. It's really fine. You don't need to try and get them in 20 or 25.
And that should be achievable. I might just finish with one or two tweets, and we can summarise this. Do you want to summarise the scorecard, or are we okay?
If I can bring it up, I will.
Well, I'll just while you're doing that, A.D. Bryan, have you seen the photo of Stuart Copeland's snare drum comparing Sting to Donald Bradman? That brings us nice and full circle from the police back to cricket. Leah, I own quite a few Tangerine Dream and Chris Frank albums for thee. Good to know. A.D. Bryan, this might be a bit out of time, just tuned and realised between innings and a previous game is being played. Fair enough. I'll hand back to Andy.
Well, that's going to happen again soon. I'll give you a quick run through the scorecard. Patum Nissanka was caught Latham bowled Southey for 2. Kusal Pereira went off like a bomb and was top scorer, but he was caught Santner bowled Ferguson for 51 off 28. The middle order didn't fire. Kuso Mendes, the captain, 6. He off 7. Caught Ravinder bowled Bolt. Bolt also dismissed Sadira Samawikrama, caught by Daryl Mitchell for 1. And Charith Asanka was LBW to Bolt for 8. So Bolt doing the damage in that middle order. A bit of resistance at 6 and 7. Angelo Matthews was caught Mitchell bowled Santner for 16. And Dhananjaya De Silva also caught Mitchell bowled Santner for 19. Karen Ratner made 6, and Dushmantha Chamira was 1 of 20 balls, boring the hell out of us. But a last wicket partnership between Mahesh Tikshana, 38 not out, and Dilshan Madhushankar, 19, took them from 128 for 9 to 171, so there's a bit of resistance. Quick bowling figures as the bear is looming. Trent Bolt 3 for 37, Tim Southey 1 for 52, Lockie Ferguson 2 for 35, Mitchell Santner 2 for 22, and Rachin Ravinder 2 for 21. So we'll have a bit of a break and then we'll be back with the New Zealand reply.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world, it's Gorilla Cricket. It's game 40. It's the most important game in this World Cup. Do you know why? Because England might be able to qualify for the, as yet, not certain to go ahead ICC Champions Trophy, possibly in 4 years, in Pakistan where India won't go. But other than that, it's the most important game in the world. And England have won the toss and have decided to bat first. The playing 11 is as follows. One change. Johnny Bairstow's there with Darwin Milan. Harry Brook comes in. He's down here as number 3. Joe Root goes at 4. Ben Stokes at 5. Josh Butler captain at 6. Moeen Ali at 7. That's probably wise. So looks like Livingston is the man out. Chris Wokes, David Willey, Adil Rashid. Gus Atkinson is in for Mark Wood. Another probably good change. Give Woody a rest and give the new guys some have a go. Excuse me. For the Netherlands, it is Wesley Baresi, Max O'Dowd, Colin Ackerman, Sybrandt Engelbrecht, Scott Edwards, Taja Nidamanuru, Baz de Leyder, Logan van Beek, Rodolph van der Merwe, Aryan Dutt and Paul van Meekeren. The first ball is bowled by Aryan Dutt. It's driven by Bairstow. Back down the leg side. Dutt scoots across and fields off his own bowling. And there ain't no run to open the innings. Aaron Dutt bowls. It's swept and swept hard. And Bairstow finally, after getting out for naught in the last over, scores the first 4 of the day down a long leg. As that's beautifully driven, 3 4s in a row. Darwin Milan smashes that out. 2 point. That's a nice shot by Bairstow. It's on his pads. He clips it sweetly out through mid-wicket, well in front of square. There ain't no one there. And goes to boundary for 4 more.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Oh dear, Johnny Bairstow's gone for a pull. Is he going to get away with that? No, he's not going to get away with that. He's got a massive top edge. Aaron Dutt gets the first wicket. Bairstow went to pull it and maybe it squatted him or maybe played underneath it and jumped a little bit on him. He went to pull it. Got a big top edge. It's gone to the man on the 45 and he is caught. England are 48 for 1. He is 15 off 17 or out for 15 off 17. And we shall say goodbye to him.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Clipped nicely by Darwin Milan out through mid-wicket. Doesn't get enough on it to get it to the boundary for a 4, but we'll get back for 2. And that's England's 50 up. After 7.1 overs, England have reached 50 for 1. And that one he does whip into the leg side. He will get his 50 as it goes out through mid-wicket. The man on the boundary comes in. But Darwin Milan has made it to 50 at the end of the 9th over off just 36 deliveries as he has come out firing against the Netherlands.
De Leyder bowls and Milan pushes him out to extra cover.
I just to say,
let's hear his jingle.
Hold on, the power play has finished. England was 70 for 1 after 10 overs.
as Root reverses a ramp over the wicket-keeper's head. One bounce, two bounces, over the sponge it goes. Completely vacant area. There's no one between long leg and deep backward point, and that is 4 runs. Root steps onto the back foot, makes a bit of room, and punches the ball out into the covers. It's fielded, I think, by Van der Merwe for a single.
You. See, I'm thinking about a dog.
And the 100 is up. England 100 for 1. 5 balls into the 16th over. They've got there at a run rate of just over 6.3. As Ackerman continues and is absolutely mullered by David Malan out over deep square leg. It didn't clear the boundary by much. Sorry, Van der Merwe, not Ackerman. Didn't clear the boundary by much. There was a man out, but it was out of his reach, and that is 6 runs.
First innings, isn't it? I believe so.
As this time Milan goes aerial, he's gone high, he's gone long. It's up there
Long
for
enough.
a very, very long time. It comes down, second, third row of the seats. Didn't get all that much length on it, but more than enough for 6 runs.
Yeah, he got under that quite a lot. I thought it was going to be caught in the deep for a second there. But no.
Van Beek rushing into the crease. And Root is bowled, trying to play his famous Root scoop to third. Premeditated as it usually is, and it was just full and straight, and it was through him, and it's castled him. And England are 133 for 2, and Root trudges off looking glum. As Milan leans on this one through the covers, and it's a close call for a run out. He set off for a single, Stokes sent him back. The ball was whizzed in. The signs are up. We're going to have a look. It looks pretty close to me on first view, this. Gents, what do you think?
Oh, I think there's a good chance he's gone, you know.
Yeah, I do.
I tend to more often call them not out and discover that I was wrong. So that's why I'm going for out.
Well, let's have a look. It's going to be closest into the gloves. He's still well short. The bails are coming off now. He's just short. He's just short. He's going to be out. So it's another, well, monumental. It's a significant error from England, and there have been many in this tournament. And I can't find the jingle, so I will just content myself with saying that England have fucked up again.
Another
Hooray!
run out. How tragic. How tragic. How tragic. And don't forget to press the blue button, Grubby.
No, that's good. Good enough for me. I do like a live jingle, and David Milan has to go for 87 for 74. If anyone's been good for England, he's probably been it. He got that century against Bangladesh. He's got 87 today. He must be England's top run scorer quite comfortably. But England are 3 down, having made a promising start, and now have to start again. Van Meekeren is in again, another full delivery. This one he's driven, and he is going to get runs this time. He had a couple of sighters earlier in the over. This one he has driven to straight mid on, and he's going to get one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Excellent.
This one is driven through the covers this time. It's going to be successive boundaries for Harry Brook. A beautiful shot through the covers. Oh, another change of bowling, and Stokes drives another full ball very straight for another one of these. And the bowler returning is this fella. Deloder bowls a short ball, a top edge from Brook, high in the air. Man runs in from deep square and takes a fairly comfortable catch. And once again, silly.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Went back in his crease to a slightly shorter ball after a... Well, you can't have a... Can you have a barrage of full deliveries? You can have a barrage of bounces. But anyway, the prevailing length was full, and then all of a sudden...
Volley.
A surprise short delivery. Brook went back in his crease, looking to hook it through the leg side. Got a top edge, and inevitably was caught. Bear returns with coffee and enthusiasm. Van Meekeren is going to take a wicket with the first ball of the 31st over as Butler tamely holds out to mid-off. He just chipped it, and that was fucking awful. He's gone. The sooner we get back on the plane, the better, really.
And that's a slower ball, and Stokes has lofted it.
No, it
we'll
wasn't
wait to
Stokes.
see where it lands. It's landed in the safe hands of long off. England have lost their 6th wicket.
It wasn't Stokesy, it was Moeen Ali. Yeah, and the 6th wicket goes down.
Oh, my apologies.
192 for
192. So not only did he start cautiously, the minute he tried something a little more extravagant, it backfired. So he's out for 4 or 15 balls. His innings went absolutely nowhere. Slashed at the ball very wide of off stump by Wokes, and it's gone all the way along the ground for a single down third man. The England 200 is up. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. But for the loss of 6 wickets. And that's the end of the 37th over. Van Bacon again, he's straight outside leg stump, and that's pulled aerially. But I think my feed isn't great, but I think there was an attempt at a catch. It probably was on the bounce down to the man at long leg.
Yeah, it looked like it was on the half volley.
Yep, they've just come through for a single.
Oh no, it was. It did carry, but it was very low down and pretty difficult. It was going quick.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. Even if they go into the hands, they quite often come straight back out.
Well,
again.
exactly. It kind of did.
That's a drop. That is a drop.
Knackman's over the wicket to Wokes, who goes back into his crease and cuts it. Oh, and he's played a very nice shot between mid-on and cover point there, all the way for one of these.
A little bit of a bright spot here as Wokes tickles one fine down to fine leg for another one of these.
Have you met me before?
10 off that over. Stokes has 46, and now he has 52 as he has smashed that one over mid wicket for a big one of these. Well, big enough. Stokes a bit cramped for room as he was backing away, looked to carve it through the offside, but the bowler followed him, and he just manages to work it to mid-on and gets a single.
Oh, that's a current partnership. It's 50 off 48 as England make it to 242 for 6. Stokes is 57 off 62, and Wokes is 29 off 30.
Ducked around the wicket to Stokes, who's back in the crease, and he's beaten the man at... Oh, it was a perfectly placed flay through the offside that beat the diving man at short extra, beat the man running round from that deep extra cover, and it's one of these. And he goes to the big one here. Not sure he's got all of it, but he's got just about enough of it to clear the man on the deep square leg boundary, and it goes just about all the way. Oh my goodness me, he goes for a reverse sweep here, swings himself off his feet, is hit in the ribs. There's a big appeal for LBW, it's turned down by the umpire. I think they're going to have a look at this, may as well.
May as well. I don't think it turned though, did it? So I think it might be sliding down.
It's going to be close, I think even height.
Well, they're going to review it? I think they have
reviewed it, haven't they?
Yeah, it does. It says decision reviewed. It's not a bad one. He was in front of his stumps. It might be going on to hit his leg stump. The question is, it's difficult to say on a first look.
Well, it's been given not out on the field. It rather skids on rather than turns extravagantly.
No, I think that's out.
However, it hits him. Bear in mind he was playing a reverse sweep, so he's got his...
Well, I've got one question. Does it hit the glove first?
Well, if it does, he might be safe. But other than that, I think that's fucking out. I don't think it's... I think that's hit him in front of middle and off, and it's going on to hit middle and leg.
Give me ultrage, please.
Yeah.
Just trying to recreate the chat that you might hear.
They have it over the TV now, don't they? The TV umpires. Much like they have in rugby. But of course, it takes fucking forever to get this footage up. It always takes so long. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It looks a decent shout if he's got...
Definitely a decent shout,
If he's not gloved it, if he's not feathered his glove, which he might have done, then it's going to be quite close. However, it might still be just sort of umpire's call. We're just going to see if there's anything on... Hang on a minute. I think... there's a murmur.
I think that's touched the glove.
There's a murmur, which I think the third umpire might have to take as just brushing the glove.
It seems to change.
Very faint.
It seems to change direction as well, though, doesn't it? It's going up and then it goes down. That's surely off the glove.
Is that just noise?
Could just be noise.
So there looks to be a bit of a gap between the ball and the glove.
I don't know. I think well, he's doing a bit of a wobbly there. I think there's a little bit of something on it. What are they going to go with?
I think he's giving it not out.
I think he's giving it not out, indeed.
Yeah. On the balance of the evidence, I think that's probably the right decision. It's a very ugly shot from Stokes.
Oh my word!
Oh, it's a full bung, and that's going to be well, it's going to be 6 runs to start with over deep backward square. It's going to be a no ball for height.
And a free hit.
And it's therefore going to be a free hit. So, still 1 ball left in the 45th. Very productive over for England. 264 for 6. And he can't be out on this one. And he's swung this away. High, wide, handsome over, long on. And it's the 3rd one of these of the over.
Wow. 28 off the over.
Yeah, in England.
24, I think.
I don't know, but Stokes' moved on to 80.
And Stokes gets underneath this one, smashing it back over the bowler's head. But it goes all the way.
He did. Yeah, I thought he threw that straight up in the air, Grubby.
Enough on it, my friend.
He did indeed. 505 tournament 6s, Grubby.
No. Wokes gets under this one, another short ball, and he's cleverly lofted that over 3rd man. 1 bounce into the fence, another expensive over for the Netherlands. England are past 300. It's 301 for 6. 2 balls left in this, the 48th over, and he's going to his century with a reverse sweep off the seam bowler. He got timed that really well. It raced away to the 3rd man. Ben Stokes gets 100 for England.
Off 178. Oh no, off 78 deliveries.
It's 100 Ben Stokes, and England have gone on to 309 for 6. This is a big hit here from Wokes. He's looking to launch this over Cow. He has launched it over Cow, and it is 6 runs to Chris Wokes. This is a shorter ball, and it's over the man at short 3rd. He is going to get his 50 in overs. This one races, well, doesn't race so much as trickle into the 3rd man boundary. And Chris Wokes now is 51 from 54. Well, he will have to stop in 9 balls time, so that'll be the end of the innings. And he almost has to stop right there and then. And in fact, he does have to stop there and then. He's edged that one through to the keeper. And Deleda has his man, but too little too late, 40.
51 off 45. Wokes goes 321 for 7.
A full delivery, and Willie is looking to smash this one, but he's going to be out. 6 and out. I love that. What a great innings. 6 off 2 balls. He's caught at long on. Deleda has another wicket. Doesn't look too happy about it, but Willie has come and gone. Length ball, he should be going after that. Is it going to have the legs to beat the fielder at long off? It is not. And Stokes has to go in the final over of the innings for a very well made 108. It's probably going to be a match winning innings. This one he smacks back down the ground. It's going to get 1. Adil's going to come back for 2. They'll probably get this because Adil set off like a whippet. Talking of whippet, Edwards has whipped the bails off at the striker's end, and it was Atkinson who was struggling a little. Do you want to go and get that, Bear?
Yeah, I'll go and get it.
So it's either going to be 1 or 2. It's either going to be run out or not. And England will either have 3-3-7 all out or 3-3-8 for 9. God, that was hard to work out. 4th, any closing remarks from you or anyone else out there? I think he looks like he's in to me. I think he's just about in. Yeah, Atkinson. You can't get that out, can you? Because his bat's over the line when the.
I've got one more from Jay. Hunter's Bar, where one of your most widely respected gorillas grew up. Me, channeling my inner Trump.
Yep, he's in. That's 2 runs.
Yep. So it's going to be 3-3-8 for 9.
There's a 3-3-9 for 9 here.
3-3-9 for 9.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Oh, it's Hendo. I'm going to go and give Hendo a cuddle in a minute. That'll please me. But possibly not him, judging by his expression.
Well, yeah, he doesn't look very
3-3-9. Apologies. 3-3-9 for 9. And that is a pretty imposing looking score, I think, for the Netherlands to chase. Don't know what their record run chase is, but I can't imagine it's anywhere near that.
No.
It doesn't look the most straightforward wicket to bat on. A little bit stop-start. And they're going to have to bat for their lives.
Indeed.
I don't know about you, but at the end of a game, I always quite like it if you can make an equation out of the score. And you can with this one. It's 3 divided by 3 equals 9 divided by 9, so that's nice.
Nice, okay. Right, we are going to give you a quick rundown of the scorecard, then we'll go to the break. It's England decided to bat first, having won the toss. Johnny Bairstow got 15 off 27, caught Makerin, bowled duck. Darren Milan was run out by himself, really, or sent back by Stokes. He got 87 off 74, batted really well. Joe Root was caught was bowled Van Beek trying to reverse sweep one, 28 off 35. Ben Stokes, virtually last man out, caught Engelbrecht bowled Van Beek, a great 108 off 84. Held the side together. Harry Brook wasted it again. Top edge caught down at short fine leg. Caught Ackerman bowled Deleda for 11 off 16. Josh Butler, hopeless this entire tournament, caught Nidamanu, bowled Van Makeren 5 off 11. Moeen Ali caught the Deleda, bowled Duck for 4 off 15. Chris Wokes got a 51 off 45, batted well with Stokes, caught Edwards, bowled Deleda, caught behind. David Willey 6 and out, caught Engelbrecht, bowled Deleda for 6 off 2. Gus Atkinson not out 2 off 1, and Adil Rashid not out 1 off 1. There were a total of 21 extras, 20 wides and 1 no ball, and the no ball went for 6. For the bowling figures, Aryan Dutt 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 67. Logan Van Beek 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 88. Paul Van Makeren 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 57. Baz Deleda 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 74. Rolf van der Merwe 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. And Colin Ackerman 7 overs, no maidens, none for 31. And that brings you to the end of the first innings. We shall be back in about 30 minutes, maybe less, depends when they come out. We'll be back though.
It's Baresi facing up to Wokes, the bearded Wokes. He's in with 2 slips and he gets some quite considerable swing with his first delivery away from the bat, but starting too wide, and so wide that the umpire decides he will add a single to the Netherlands score, which was 0 and is now 1. Wokes in, bowls. Oh, and he does have a little drive at that, a little wafty drive. Wokes thinks he's got an outside edge, but umpire Menon, I think it is, doesn't. Wokes looks at Butler. Butler sort of says, well, you know, if I make a decision, it won't be the right one.
Wokes seems very keen on it, and they seem pretty keen behind the wickets there.
They're going to have a go at it. They're going to have a go at it. I mean,
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Well, we shall see. Netherlands 1 for none. Baresi it is, who has the nervous weight. I thought perhaps he scraped the ground. That doesn't mean he didn't edge it as well. That's the impression I got. It's quite a full ball.
Lovely seam position.
Quite wide.
Oh, no, he didn't hit the ground.
No, he didn't hit the ground. I think there's a gap between bat and ball, although you cannot always be sure.
Yeah, might have just brushed the back of the edge.
No, not looking like there's anything there. So Chris Wokes has done the dummy on England there, and it is not out. 10 hours after we last called him, the bear comes in and says, "Are you calling me?" Comes in, bowls, and he has got an edge this time, and he's been put down by Root diving to his left. A very frustrated Wokes, doesn't often let his emotions show, but he was very upset by that. I'm not sure whether Root could gone for it with 2 hands or not. Let's have another look.
Went a bit late, I think.
Yeah, had a little prod at it. It probably could only really go with 1 hand. Now that's a beauty from Wokes. That is a really good ball. It's full. It starts on middle. It swings away, misses the off stump, misses the outside edge as well, unfortunately for the bowler. And that's a Jaffa, I'd say. That's quite interesting. A Jaffa against the Oranges. Hey, boom, boom.
No more navel gazing.
I'm going to put that in the highlights. In comes Wokes, and that's beautifully turned by O'Dowd past square leg. He's timed the pants off that. Really just a jab, and it's run away for 4. Wokes full and clipped into the hands of Moeen Ali. O'Dowd will be a bit unhappy because he timed that nicely, but he didn't keep it down. He didn't get it up and over the fielder, Moeen Ali, and he grabs a pretty sharp catch. So he goes with the score on 12. Netherlands 12 for 1. Max O'Dowd 5 off 11. Caught Moeen Ali, bowled Wokes.
Yes.
Willie into Ackerman. Ackerman's got an edge, I think, to that. Through to Butler it goes. Willie, as we said, he's performing well. Well, he's performed particularly well on that occasion. He's found the outside edge of a dangerous man. And Ackerman goes for a duck.
Right, that was quick. That seemed very quick. I don't know if New Zealand want to get back home to the hotel and watch Succession or whatever it is they do in their downtime. But they've hopped back out for the second innings. Hello once again to Ian, and hello virtually for the first time, I think, to Mog. For me.
Third time.
Oh, I do please excuse me.
So Mog, you're okay to appear in person, as it were, on screen. I think you were a little modest when you were in Mooney Ponds and were off screen. Is that right?
No, I've been on screen the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Right, I shall have to jingle some people up. Let's see how many of Mog's jingles we can get in here. This is the first one. And his opening partner. Is this a team change, actually? Did Will Young play the last game? Because this time it's going to be... God, where is he? Yes, Ravindra.
He is gonna be a star. He is Rachin Ravindra.
And let's have a look at the bowler for Sri Lanka. It's been the top wicket taker in the tournament, obviously their best bowler, and batted quite well at number 11. It's Madhushankar.
Madhushankar plays for Sri Lanka. Took a 6-4 on debut.
So we're all kind of sitting here thinking, well, how long is it going to take New Zealand to knock these off? But is there any chance for Sri Lanka, do you think?
Yeah, there's always a chance. I'd say it's around 3 to 4%. Maybe even that's a little pessimistic. You can never be certain. It's a very solid Brazilian New Zealand lineup. If they lose 3 or 4 wickets, they'll just regroup and see it through, I would imagine.
I mean, you think it's the perfect chase for a guy like Williamson. So in comes Madhushankar, and Conway didn't have to play that one, swinging away from him. Left arm over to the left-hander, but he poked it into the offside for no run. Mog, you were a bit more definitively no to that question.
Yeah, no chance. If New Zealand has any clue whatsoever, they'll knock this off quite easily.
That'll be their plan.
Famous last words.
And I think we established that if they take 49.5 overs, Pakistan still need to win by 150 runs or something around there to overtake them. And Afghanistan by 250. And they will rue that Glenn Maxwell innings for quite a while, I think, and that dropped catch. That one's popped out into the offside for no run again.
So, yes, no, I think Ravindra has not been opening from memory.
I think he switched around between opening and 3, but this might be what they've settled on now. Williamson's back in the team.
He's been coming in at 3, yes. He seems perfectly capable of opening.
Well, he's had an outstanding tournament. There were signs in that warm-up series, but I don't think anyone was quite expecting this, least of all England in that first game. Played down into the offside by Conway. I think he's 3rd or 4th in the run-scoring table for the tournament.
He's probably been the find of the year so far in international cricket, I would say. Can't think of anyone who's above him.
Yeah, certainly come out of nowhere. I mean, he was batting 6 and 7 in that warm-up series.
Mm. Well, the first we saw him was as a bowler.
Yeah. And he's probably got similar batting and bowling averages in this tournament. They're both very high. So I think he picked up a couple in this game just to pull that bowling average back down a bit. Madhushankar's in again. It's full. It's half a bat from Conway, and it goes one bounce to point. Plenty of fielders in that area waiting to capitalise.
If you do manage to bundle out the opposition for a lowish score, that's a great advantage in batting second, because you never know when you're batting first.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
If you bat first and get 340, then it's a massive problem. It's entirely dependent on the size of the score. Because they can afford to take their own sweet time here.
Seems to be quite condition dependent, because there's certainly been a few games lately where batting first, or rather batting second, seemed very difficult under the lights. Conway is underway. That's 2 short from Madhushankar, and he's got that one away for 4.
Nice shot.
Yep, totally in control of that one.
Yes, rolled his wrists on it, as we teach every young child to do.
I'm not sure we do any more. Teach
Probably
them to
not. Just go out and enjoy yourself.
Whack it over mid-wicket. So, Madhushankar to complete the over. Left arm over, left alone finally by Conway. I think he could have left a couple of the previous ones. Goes through the keeper, a little bit of swing. 4 for no wicket. And have we got anything on social media, or is everyone still having their lunch?
We have one message from Pokey Bumfinger who just says meow.
Okay.
One of the better meows I've seen.
Well,
that's not a very nourishing list of social tweets, is it, for us to get?
We've gone to picture of a dog on our YouTube, which I think was Harriet's dog. So if meow is more your point of view, you have to bid us some more to get your cat on screen, and then we kind of escalate like that.
I think it was £10 to get the dog up, so you'll need to go more than that.
£10 and 1 pence if you're smart, yeah. Right, Kushal Mendis comes up to the stumps, which implies that we're going to have some spin, and it's going to be the other member of that last wicket partnership. Sri Lanka obviously feeling that they're the men who should be feeling good about themselves. It's going to be Tikshana.
The Mahesh mystery ball is coming to send you away. Coming to send you away.
One of yours, Mog?
Surprisingly not.
That one played into the offside. Tikshana comes over the wickets to the left-hander, and there's no run.
Is it mostly you and Jeff, or do other people get a look in?
Mr. Peel gets in there every now and then. There's still a fair few of Sherwood's old.
Yes, a lot of Rob's work still in there. Bit short, but Ravindra just plays it down the wicket for no run. I guess if this innings gets boring, we can always talk about 80s heavy metal.
Well, we could. It's not my absolute specialised subject. I'll leave it to you two.
And hopefully we won't have to resort to that. Hopefully, I'd be fine.
Well,
from the listener's point of view, probably.
I suppose there was the new wave of British heavy metal with Saxon in the early 80s.
Absolutely, all of those guys played out to deep square. Are they going to get 2? Yes, they're going to get comfortably through for 2.
The so-called Nawabham.
The Nawabham. I was much more of an Iron Maiden guy. My friend liked Saxon. I thought they were a bit pedestrian, to be honest.
Well, they appeared on Top of the Pops, so that's all you need to know, really, isn't it?
Historically, I'd go Saxon. Musically, I'd go Iron Maiden.
Yeah. This
Nice,
is the kind of depth of insight you're going to get. Punched by Ravindra. Oh, a terrible piece of fielding. He just flops over the ball. I don't know what happened there. And his mate, who had thought it was fine, had to go around and scurry around and pick it up. I don't know if the fielder slipped there, but he seemed to just belly flop just as the ball reached him. Let's have another look.
Wasn't great, was it?
Punched into the ground, bounced up. He ran past the ball.
Well, it span past him.
I'm not sure it did, actually. I think he just completely ran past that one. They're trying to catch a bus, and the bus went the other way. They got back for 2 in the end, which is... Sri Lanka can't afford too many of those, defending 170. Pushed into the offside. Diving stop, but he does catch the ball that time.
How cut do you think the Saxons were to discover that the new country wasn't going to be called Saxony after all? It was going to be called England. Surely the Saxons were more famous than the Angles.
How pissed off do you think the Jutes were that nobody remembers them at all?
And the Picts,
exactly.
yeah.
And the Frisians. Let's not forget the Frisians.
Can't forget the 11 Frisians that came over.
Driven by Ravindra, and he's got that in front of point, and he will get his first boundary of the innings.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
And I think when I was listening the other day, I think one of our more controversial commentators had a bit of an issue with us playing jingles in Japanese.
Oh, really? I missed that. Well, he only got one.
Well, yeah.
And what's the issue?
I don't know what the issue was, but he seemed to have an issue with it.
Cultural appropriation, no doubt.
Maybe.
Anything happen?
Pokey Bumfinger adds to the conversation by saying, woof.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
It's much more even-handed, yeah.
We're getting the complete set. Just check.
It's like the BBC. You've got to present both sides of the issue.
Yes.
Oh, Jay Grover says, Saxon, Sheffield. Oh, wait, they're shy. Saxon, Barnsley.
Yes, Saxon were Barnsley. Def Leppard were Sheffield. Any fool knows that. Plays down
We
to
all know the
backward
best
point.
metal comes from Birmingham.
That's right. Played that one down to backward point for no run.
Who do you regard as the very first heavy metal band?
I think a lot of people would say Black Sabbath. Whether they were actually the first, I mean, I'm sure there were people before that.
Screaming
Not sure.
Jay Hawkins.
Played down into the offside for no run.
Yeah, that's a good call, Mark. There's also odds tracks like, and just little barrages of lead guitar, like on You Really Got Me by the Kinks.
Yes, I was going to mention that one. And which one was Heavy Metal Thunder?
I don't know that.
No,
Steppenwolf.
Get Out on the Highway, Heavy Metal Thunder.
Born to be Wild by Steppenwolf.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
I
Which
mean,
I
some
think is
people
the origin of the term.
It seems very likely. Some people even put an argument in for Helter Skelter, don't they? Which I would disagree with, I think.
Well, I tried a bit of everything, the Beatles, didn't they? Madhushankar is up. He really likes it. Joel Wilson doesn't. We've seen in the past that doesn't necessarily mean a lot. But now everybody's staring at each other. The keeper, who is also the captain, doesn't seem too keen. He just had a bit of a flash at it, the batsman. They are going to review. But I'm not too sure about this one. That it was mostly by convincing the bowler, convincing the wicketkeeper to do it.
Yeah, this is a bit smelly, this one.
Conway is the batsman.
Thing is, you can try and make something happen, but you can't make the technology make something happen.
No, we saw in that crazy Australian innings when the Afghani bowler was on a hat-trick, and they reviewed the one from Maxwell that he edged and bounced halfway to the keeper.
It was insane.
On sheer adrenaline. I think he's missed that by quite a distance.
I think he's missed it by about 6 inches.
On the other hand, there was that catch of Stoinis's that was disallowed. That went the opposite way.
There's also an odd moment in that match where Mitchell seemed to walk off having not edged it.
It went off the stumps. It hit the stumps, yeah.
Surely
That was actually, I wish I'd been on air, because that was my first impression, was that just looked a bit strange, and it hit something, but it might not have been the bat.
I wish you'd been on air as well, Andy. It was 3 o'clock in the morning at that stage.
So that was a waste. I will say that is not the worst review we've seen this game, though. That is Fuller from Madhushankar. It's beautifully driven by Conway. Lovely straight drive, and that's going to be 4 more.
Just four.
Yeah, New Zealand reviewed one which the batsman so obviously smashed into his pads off a full toss. It was very strange.
Yeah, I think the one that they reviewed actually hit the bat. I think it was the hat-trick ball, and they were so pumped up. Imagine if you deny a man as a captain the chance of getting a hat-trick, only to discover afterwards that for some strange reason he had been out after all.
And then imagine the guy gets 200 not out to win the game.
There's that as well.
Punched up to mid-off, good piece of fielding, and there'll be no run.
I'm sure we all know the story of Brian Lara when he got his 500. I'm sure we all know this one when the
Someone
keeper dropped him.
Yeah.
Keeper dropped him when he was 19, turned to first slip and said, "Knowing my luck, he'll probably get a century today."
Yeah, and the rest. I think my favourite Brian Lara massive score story is when Caddick finally got out for 375 and told his teammates, "I told you I'd get him like that."
I hope he was being funny. Andy Caddick was not noted for his sense of humour.
No, I'm not sure he was. Punched into the offside. Oh, both batsmen scamper and think about a run, think better of it. End of the over, 16 for naught off 3.
Kieran Roseblade suggests that they only reviewed that because Wilson said no. They're going with the prudent tactic of do the opposite of Wilson.
Yep.
AKA blind job. Messages has a net run rate hypothetical update. If New Zealand can win within 30 overs, Afghanistan would need to beat South Africa by 400 to get ahead of them. Or Pakistan would need to beat England by 250. One of those is probably likely. A possibility.
I think you've got to ask yourself in hindsight, if you're Afghanistan, which is more difficult, taking that catch that Mujib dropped or beating South Africa by 400 runs?
Got a lot of challenge.
Still,
Jay says, weren't Saxon the inspiration for Spinal Tap? Although you probably knew that already.
I think they were definitely in there. They were definitely... I'm sure I read Harry Shearer saying he had looked at Saxon's bassist, who did look a bit like that. With it.
I think every heavy metal band said after they saw Spinal Tap, it's pretty much like a documentary of us on the road.
Yeah, it's punched into the offside, there's no run. Van Halen sat down and watched it, and they all had a great time, except someone said to Eddie Van Halen, "Didn't you like that? You didn't laugh." And he said, "That all happened to us."
Quite exactly.
Including the Stonehenge bit.
Punched into the offside, and there's no run. Now, the Stonehenge bit is based on something real that happened the other way round. It was too big. That was Black Sabbath, wasn't it? That they asked for something of a particular size and it came back too big instead of in Spinal Tap too small. And they couldn't fit it on the stage. Tossed up by Tikshana and punched up to long off for a single.
It's quite a nice bit in the 24-hour Party People where Peter Saville, the factory record designer, is constantly coming up to Tony Wilson with beautiful designs that he spent an age over for gigs that have already taken place. And Tony Wilson, being a purist, says that's really brilliant work, Peter. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and that's another good Steve Coogan performance.
It is, yes, it's Tony Wilson.
The one where they Mahesh comes in, punched back it up to long off again, and they realise that every copy of Blue Monday they sell, they're going to lose 10p, and they say, it's not going to sell any anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, they lost money every time. I think they also had 2 sets of accounts at the Hacienda, the real one and the one they showed to the tax people.
At least, well, they wouldn't be alone in that. Punched into the offside. There's no run.
Well, then they had because they were cutting down on costs, they had a work experience person, and the tax person came around from the Inland Revenue. He gave him the wrong set of books.
Oh, that's certainly a false economy.
The Trumpian style stuff.
Defended into the offside, and there's no run, and we can see Ravindra is actually third on the list of top run scorers. He's only 18 short of Virat Kohli at the moment, so something for him to work on.
Yep.
Jake Rover says Bruce Dickinson went, and some of Def Leppard went to my old school. He's not proud. Helter Skelter, he's heard some say, quote unquote, bollocks. So I guess he doesn't agree with that. Lennox Lear says, Napalm Death were on top of the Pops.
Were they?
They were.
Yeah, oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Only for 3 seconds, though, because that's how long the song lasted.
1 second's worth of song and 2 seconds worth of explaining it.
We suffer.
And Nindo says there's a high... Sorry.
We suffer, isn't it? That's the short one.
You suffer.
You suffer.
That makes all the difference. Madhushankar's in. Played back down the wicket for no run. A friend of mine was at public school with Bruce Dickinson until Bruce Dickinson was expelled, which wasn't very long.
He's One of those airline pilot guys.
The airline
isn't
pilots, yep, he is absolutely. He was nearly an Olympic fencer.
We had the member of Napalm Death went to my school, along with Jerry Dammers and Debbie Ashby, notorious page 3 girl. Well, not notorious, just page 3 girl. She got expelled for being page 3 girl. No one knew on what grounds was she expelled. It's not illegal.
Madhushankar's in again. Oh, it's an edge and it's missed. It's missed. The keeper and slip were very far apart. There was no doubt the keeper should go for it, and he did. But really, there was a big gap between those two, and the keeper could not cut it off. Of course, it runs off down to the boundary for 4.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Well, Sri Lanka didn't shut the door in their slip cordon there.
They did not. It always looks clever when you edge one of those straight to the man who's solely standing at second slip, but is it just guesswork? It feels like it's just guesswork.
It is.
Just putting
It is. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Madhushankar's in again, charged up by that one, but he's too far on leg stump, and that's clipped down to long leg, and the fielder takes his time getting round there. They should get back for 2. There's a kid at our school ended up in Cradle of Filth for a while, which is not the highest accolade.
God, having to listen to Danny Filth all day drove you mad.
As bad as listening to Matthew Hayden. I was saying the other day, he must have been insufferable as a teammate.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, well, that's quite a good topic. Who would be the most insufferable teammate? Probably Gaza, if you were a footballer.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess he won a lot of games for you. China's in again. It's on to middle and off, and it's punched. Oh, and there's another floppy bit of fielding. He just dived over that one, and it's got to the boundary for 4 again through mid-on.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just punched that up to mid-on, and I really felt the fielder should have cut it off. Barely pushed it.
So. Superb piece of timing.
And there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the wicket or the outfield to indicate why Sri Lanka were 120 for 9 on it.
Well, yes, just not a very good batting lineup. This looks like a perfectly good pitch.
And their trump card Madhushankar, who they've predictably enough called in early, not doing it so far. That's too short, and it's pulled away down to backward square for 4 more.
4. 4.
And this is not the start Sri Lanka were looking for.
Well, quite. I mean, I think any flickering embers are being extinguished right now. This is pretty well going perfectly for New Zealand so far. And what's that, 14 off the over?
Yes,
and
it is.
1 ball to go.
The start for people wanting to go to bed early.
Down your way, quite possibly, yes.
We're just getting going usually this time of night.
In again, defended that time, so he gets out of the over, but he's still not too happy, and nor should he be. New Zealand 32 for 0, off 5, chasing only 172.
Over on Twitter, Adendo says there's a high-level effort by Cricket Australia to get Matthew Mott back into the women's team setup for Australia.
They can have him.
Someone sent them an anonymous note that Med Lanning would reverse a decision to retire if he returned. It looks like Cricket England sent it. Hashtag just kidding.
I mean, there's no question in my mind, everyone at the top level in England should just resign after this tournament. And it's not good enough. A, they won't resign, then the question becomes, should they be sacked? And again, I would say yes.
It's interesting to work out
who the scapegoat is.
Well,
interesting
that's the deliberate structure of English cricket, is so you can't quite tell who is responsible for decisions, so that people can dodge the blame and shift it onto someone else.
It's designed quite well then.
Yeah, is it Key? Is it Mott? Is it Butler? Is it Strauss?
Can ever work out in the corporate world how the person right at the top of the tree was effectively bulletproof no matter how badly the company was doing? We always had people come down from Sydney to Melbourne and explain how badly we were doing at one stage. But I couldn't help thinking if you came down to Melbourne all the time, maybe that would be helpful rather than just coming down to shout at us.
It's a change of bowling, as that one is punched up to long on for a single, and this man is bowling.
Here he is 1,000,000 miles from home. Says I won't let the pace attack cut through me. They need some more runs. Who could score some tons? De Silva maybe.
He's in again. It's clipped out to deep square. Square legs after it. They could get back for 2. No, just the 1. I think the turning point in our culture was the Trump campaign of 2016, where people realised that if you just don't apologise and front things out,
Yeah.
you could get away with unbelievable amounts of shit. Even
They
Trump,
just cause chaos.
Yeah, even
Just
Trump
cause
himself
chaos
was
all the
going to
time.
pull out after the whole recording thing, as that was high over extra cover. It's going to be the first 6 of the innings. One of the substitutes try to catch it. He drops it, and it's a big 6 over extra cover from Conway. That's really opening his shoulders.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
It's actually Ravindra continuing his fine form. Lovely shot, that one.
The thing you're not allowed to say, Andy, and I feel even a bit queasy saying it at all, is to wonder whether democracy itself is a bit broken.
Oh, I think it is, yeah, and Ravindra didn't go through with that shot. He waved at it outside cover. It looped over extra cover for a single. I mean, yeah, in the fact that you have to be UK Tory levels of incompetent not to just win the election if you've got the most money.
But democracy in the social media age has devolved into demography and populism.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's a lot of other reasons for that. I would contend it's largely the money printing and inflation leads towards populism as well. It played out into the cover for no run. But just to finish the point I was saying before, as Dilshan comes in, down in gyre I should say, tipped into the leg side for no runs. After Trump was recorded saying the grab them things, he thought he should pull out, and it was Bannon who convinced him not to. Said, no, just front it out. Yeah.
Just front it out. In fact, might actually do you some good. Bit of locker room talk with those guys in the Midwest. Could get you over the line.
I'll tell you what, if it's Trump and Biden again, money's on Trump.
I don't know about that. Well, we can get deep into this, and it's a little bit beyond our remit.
Oh,
but
nothing's beyond our remit.
You just think he didn't win last time against Biden, and
no, but people have. Well, what's changed is Biden's done fuck all to help anyone.
Well, the other thing that's changed though is that Trump is on 91 charges, some criminal, some civil. And although there are people who will back him to the hilt, there are also, presumably, even in America, a middle ground of people who are not especially impressed by a presidential candidate who's continually appearing in court.
Well, that one's punched up to mid-off for a single. I mean,
There's no such thing as a middle ground anymore. That died last decade. You're
well, there isn't a middle ground in... Sorry, there isn't a middle ground in politics, but there is in a country. And, you know, political parties always make this mistake of saying, well, we didn't go far enough. We need to go further to the right or further to the left. And, in fact, that is not the route back to being a successful party.
Can't we just have a nice, benevolent bit of fascism? Just give up this. People are too stupid to be allowed to vote.
Punched through the offside by Conway. It's a lovely shot. Bounces past extra cover for another 4. Let's do this one. And it very much is 4 more, as these batsmen are showing no trouble at all. And New Zealand could be on target to make Pakistan's job almost impossible. And I only use the word almost because it's against England. That's going to be 4 more, as it's a slower ball from Madishanka, pitched up on middle stump, whipped away by Conway, who looks in excellent touch. That's another 4. And that brings up the 50 for New Zealand, 50 for naught after 6.3 overs.
Yeah, 33 off 25. I mean, for people who can take their time over this, they don't need to take their time because there's some pretty average bowling going on. It's a beautiful batting strip. What could possibly go wrong from here for New Zealand?
Well,
if it was England,
trying your best to inject some jeopardy into this game. The kind of thing doesn't work when you do it on purpose. Back down the wicket and there won't be a run. Well, the Bear said in the green room, he said, they can afford to try to score this quickly until they lose 2 or 3 wickets. Then they can just cruise the rest of it, which I'm sure is probably the plan.
Yeah, that's right. And honestly, this is not a high-risk approach they're taking. They are just punishing bad balls.
No, and this is what you can do in the power play. If you're not England and you lose 2 wickets and suddenly decide you're going to block the rest of it out.
The mysterious thing, though, about the English batting lineup is those are not bad batsmen per se.
Well, they weren't 2 years ago. I wonder if some of them have passed their sell-by date. Punched down the wicket by Conway and will get through for a single.
Yeah, and that may well be the case. But I think there is a danger of saying, as English supporters have through the years, saying bunch of rabbits, bloody hell, I could do better. All of that kind of thing. In fact, they're perfectly decent batsmen. Maybe it's one tournament too far.
Their total is currently less than the sum of their parts.
Definitely, I would clear out everybody 33 and over, except they've given half of them contracts.
Logan's run them.
Yep.
Well, that would just leave Gus Atkinson and Harry Brook.
And the team that looked really good playing Ireland. Let's give them a go.
Yeah, that's very true.
Marishankar, and again, that's better from him. Pitched up a bit of swing, and Ravindra, possibly surprised, just played right through what he thought was the line and actually missed it by a mile. That's 51 for naught off 7.
Bagarova says, my school's hippie non-exclusion policy has been biting us on the arse for a long time. Bloody public school rejects. But then again, it saved my arse several times, so I shouldn't really complain. I guess because Jay is just a little rapscallion.
And look where he is today.
Having his tweets read out by me. Lucky bastard. Jay Taylor on YouTube says, Jesse Ryder and Kyle Mills could chase these runs down after happy hour. Ooh. And Pokebumfinger invokes the movie Idiocracy.
Oh, it's a fantastic movie, yes. It's completely hamstrung at the time. Once a lot of the corporations who had sponsored it realised what was in it, they became a lot less keen.
Funny that.
Punched up to long off for no run, so Fox practically buried it. They hardly released it at all. They should. There's quite interesting interviews with Mike Judge about it on YouTube.
I always think you have to take quite a detailed test in order to be able to drive. Come back to that.
What should people be tested for, Ian?
Well, I feel that they should pass some sort of test in order to be able to vote.
And breed.
Well, breeding's not a matter.
I see.
Breeding's not a matter, but certainly voting.
Tossed up again, swung away by Ravindra over mid-wicket. That's going to go into the yellow seats. Bounces off one of them straight back onto the pitch. That's not going to help the ball, but it's going to help Ravindra as he gets 6 runs.
2, 4, 6.
So, join us on Guerrilla Cricket for a healthy mix of cricket and eugenics.
I'm trying to steer it away from the eugenics, thanks, Mog, but
Ravindra's back in again, and he's punched that one between the 2 men in the covers, and he's going to get 4 more.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
It's a very useful net for these two. It may be that not too many other Kiwis get in tonight.
Maybe not, a bit like that England game. Silver's in again, onto leg stump, plays it back. Batsman slightly in the way, but they still don't get a run. Ravindra goes level with Virat Kohli on top run scorer, but he knows Kohli's got the Netherlands on Sunday and will be licking his lips to get another 100 there. Ravindra punches it up to long off. Another single.
He plays with great maturity Ravindra, I would say.
He really does. He's been tremendously impressive in this tournament. That's the end of the over, 63 for 0 off 8.
Pirate Bachar says, we have a template for the current post-financial crash era. We're currently in the late 1930s. So that bodes well for next decade.
Yeah. It's not far off. Some people
finger.
do believe it's a kind of an 80-year cycle. People start talking about the fourth turning and so on, but go on, sorry.
What happened in the 18...
what was it, 1850s? Crimean War?
That wasn't...
US War of Independence?
Wasn't that 1860?
No, Civil War. Civil War. Yeah, but, close enough. 1860, 1940, 2020.
I don't think that's an 18th cycle. I don't regard the Crimean War as particularly important, either.
How dare you?
Well, maybe to the Crimeans, obviously.
I mean, yeah, if you go back into the 19th century, obviously you just pick a year out of a hat and there's a few wars going on. Especially
well, not really. I mean, the problem with the First World War is because they hadn't had a big war for so long that they felt they needed to kind of sort it all out, because there hadn't really been a significant European war since the Crimean, in fact. Well, apart from 1870, from Germany. That was...
it goes back to the money again. That was played back to the bowler for no run, because that was the first war where governments could really fund it by just printing money. The Fed had come in the US in 1911, and the Bank of England was getting a lot more happy about just generating money to fight wars, and that's an argument as to why the First World War lasted as long as it did.
I live not that far from a bunch of streets named after Crimean War places. Balaclava or Inkerman, things like that.
Yeah, no, it's quite popular in Melbourne.
302 more 50s for Ravindra in this tournament. What a tournament he is having. And he's looking too good for Sri Lanka at the moment. Punches that one up to mid-off, taking a quick single. It's a direct hit. I think he's there, but they might just have a look. Joel Wilson doesn't really know.
Wilson is looking around for someone else to advise him. Of course they're going upstairs.
Well, they always do on run-outs, and even if he's like a yard out.
Yeah.
Or
yes, they don't want it to be the one where the bat was in the air, or there hadn't been. It could happen. We've got a suburb called Alamein up the road from us.
Yes.
Which was founded for. I mean, that guy is in by a yard.
I was going to say that was close. It was close as to whether Ravindra would pass the stumps before the ball hit them.
Yes.
He'd essentially continued running, gone up into the stands, had a seat, and hit the stumps.
Like it. Anyway, Alamein was set up as a suburb for returning veterans after the Second World War, and it's got some North African street names there.
Oh, isn't that... Well, poor old guys. They've got enough PTSD as it is without naming streets after it to remind them. Played down in the offside for no run. Yeah. I guess we didn't know so much about PTSD back then.
No.
Shell shock's what they called it, yeah. And got one on the thumb there, a bit of shell shock for Devon Conway. Wiggling his left arm or left hand around. It's about as much as they've troubled these two batsmen. They had one review which was terrible, missed it by a mile. Shamira's in again. In fact, it's his first over. I should give him a jingle. Let's have a look. There he is.
Oh, my old man's Dushmanza. He wears a Sri Lankan cap. He bowls it nice and quick, though his radar can be crap.
Are we done? Yeah. Devon Conway always looks a little bit like the intellectual one in a gang in a film. Like the accountant who's on the wrong side of the law.
Saul Goodman.
I was just going to say Saul Goodman, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's a bit of lift on that one as well, and he's hit Ravindra on the hand, I think, so it's at least doing something. Or is that Conway on the hand again? I think it probably is. Do you ever wonder, Mog, what would happen if a player heard his jingle and it had been one a bit like that, where you sort of had a bit of a pop at him?
No, because I probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night, given the number of character assassinations I've done. Especially most of the Australians.
I think back in the day, someone played Graham Swan his jingle and he wasn't too impressed. It wasn't really.
I believe he quit cricket and left the tour when he heard his jingle.
Yes, I think he did. Yeah. It wasn't even particularly insulting. I don't know if you remember that one. It just went, "Let me on the telly."
Put me on the telly.
That's the one. Yeah. Anyway, Conway's got a couple of bangs on the hand, and he's having some treatment now, which is, as I say, the best Sri Lanka have done so far.
Yes, again, as per normal, this is the biggest threat to a team going into the you don't want to fracture your finger for your batsman who's looking at it very gingerly.
No, New Zealand have just about got everyone back. They got Southey back. Didn't they send someone else home?
Did they?
Matt Henry.
Will Young? No, Matt Henry.
Matt Henry,
yes.
Yeah, they got a replacement for him, I think.
Yeah, I think that was Ferguson.
But at this point, New Zealand should be fairly comfortably eyeing up their semi-final against India in about 10 days' time, I think. Can't be.
So
No, it's
Australia.
What is it? Wednesday no, it's Thursday today. And the semi-finals are next Tuesday and Wednesday. Yeah.
4 or 5 days.
Strictly speaking, it's now Friday where I am.
Right. Stupid times. Stupid international dateline.
By several seconds. While they're doing that, I shall read some stuff.
Go ahead.
Pyro Badshah says, "Remember, kids, history repeats. First as tragedy, then as a farce." And he also says 1848 was fairly important. Brian in Brisbane says, "In southern Queensland, on the highlands around Stanthorpe, there are several towns named after French towns where the World War I soldiers served. A lot of settler soldiers were sent out there. There's also a suburb in Brisbane somewhere that has a lot of Tolkien character names for their streets."
Oh, okay.
There's one in Barnet I drive round sometimes, do my deliveries, and it's all named after Greek gods and goddesses. It's like Hera Drive.
My father used to live in a block of flats in Illingworth House, and there was Cowdrey House and Underwood House.
Oh, wow, really? Yeah.
Jay Grover says Ian Jim Crow 4th, and I was the one who was talking about eugenics, so good. He also says,
hang on. Don't look at me with a bloody Jim Crow thing. There's a man sitting in deep in Ormond somewhere who's responsible for that.
I wasn't talking about eugenics, I was talking about stirper culture. It's a completely different thing.
It sounds completely different, yeah. Shamira's in to complete the over. Ravindra pokes it into the offside. There's no run, it's 65 for naught off 9.
Yes, and anything else? Anyone else having a pop at me when it should be having a pop at you?
Not at you yet, but hope springs eternal.
We'll get there.
Farong says, "Looking ahead, it appears it'll be a Team Tata and Black Caps. What kind of pitch are being prepared at the Wankhede? Pitch for Jadeja and company? Or the possibility of 274 blades of grass on the pitch? Or the other final in Kolkata, will they have a green top?"
Doesn't really matter with India. They're almost
India do have it covered. They don't. I mean, they have home advantage in this tournament, and that's fair enough. Someone has to. I get the feeling they'd be the best team and the favourites anywhere in the world. Perhaps not as compelling favourites, and they've still got to win 2 games, which is probably only 50-50 to get through both of them.
They're due a loss.
They are due a loss, and it wouldn't, it would be just cricket for them to win 9 out of 9 and then lose to someone who's won 5 out of 4. Way too short from Tikshana. Pretty horrible ball, and it's easily put away by Conway through point for 4. I mean, England might yet say hold my beer, but Sri Lanka are a side who are going out of the tournament and cannot be arsed at this point.
Yeah. India slightly reminded me of Hungary in the Football World Cup in 1954.
I remember it well.
I'll come back to that.
Punched into cover for no run, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, they beat Germany in the qualifiers, in the qualifying group.
7-1 or something?
8-3.
Yep.
8-3, and then faced them again in the final. Managed to lose 3-2.
From 2-0 up. Didn't they have a key player injured?
I think Pushkas was injured.
Yeah.
Where were you sitting for that game?
Yeah, just 2 rows back.
We'll have to ask Tony Bishop for his, TV memories of the game.
Yeah, that's right. I think that was 50. I don't think there is
54.
any TV. I think
54.
58 is the first one. There's footage of the Brazil-Sweden final in 58.
I think you can find footage all the way back from like cine cameras, but probably not TV.
Yeah.
Driven through the offside again. Again, it's through the back gap. The fielder lopes after the ball because there's not really much point. It's another 4. Going to have a change in 2 balls. A bear's going to come in for me. Mog, you're going to still be with us, and Messi Jez is going to come in. Fourthly, you get early night for good behaviour.
Nice.
And I might be back at 21 overs, but might not, or at least not for very long.
I've got a mega stint tomorrow night.
Who's up tomorrow? Who's playing?
It's another game.
It is another game that doesn't matter, yes. That one is played back to the bowler for no run. It must be, by a process of elimination, South Africa and Bangladesh. No, South Africa play Afghanistan whenever it is, and Australia play Bangladesh, so it's one of those, I think.
No, it's okay. I'm ready for it.
Punched back to cover, there's no run. That's going to be the end of the power play. A very convincing one for New Zealand. 73 for no wicket. They only need 99 more to finish this game off and virtually clinch their spot in the semi-finals.
Thanks, Forthy. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, well, at least New Zealand are doing the right thing and giving us a chance of an early finish at the moment. Put us all out of our agony. I don't know about you, Bear, but that was the most boring middle overs I've ever seen.
Well, indeed. Well, that is the end of the power play. 73 for none after 10 overs. Conway is 44. Ravindra is 29. Target's only 172. Hopefully they can do it in 10 overs. That'll save Andy having to come back. But you never know. Who's going to bowl? Chamira is going to come into second. He only went for 2 in his first over. Can't have that. Come on. I need some big overs. That one is defended square on the offside and there's no run. I mean, let's face it, we are going to be finished by 2:30. I can't see this lasting more than an hour and a half, which is about 15 overs, 17 overs. It's incredible. You think you only probably get 15, 20 overs in an hour and a half, but that's probably right, and that probably will be the game done. So we will get an early day at least. What time will that be in Melbourne? In an hour and a half's time, Mog?
In an hour and a half, it will be 1:30 a.m. in the morning.
Have you got work tomorrow? Oh, look.
No, I've actually got to take a cat to the vet fairly early tomorrow, but not too early.
That's a fairly frequent occurrence for you.
Well, at this point, Sri Lanka had scored 1 more run than New Zealand. Unfortunately, they'd lost 5 wickets at that point. As that was defended square on the offside, and there's no run. And I think 51 runs of those have been scored by 1 man. So,
yes, that's right. I think the reason Madashenka's not taking any more wickets is because Sapun was cheering him on to get ahead of Zampa. And Sapun has the kiss of death whenever it's something he wants.
Is he coming back?
No, I don't think he's on again because I let him off for good behaviour tonight. I figured he suffered enough the other night when they got absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah, it's not much fun watching your own team get slaughtered. I mean, you can make fun out of it, but it's unpleasant to watch. Well, that's gone a long way, I believe. It's gone all the way into the stands. Only just, actually. Didn't hit it as well as I thought it did. But Ravindra has got another 6 runs as he launches that out to roughly cow corner. And it's 6 more to the score. And they're rocking along quite nicely here, New Zealand. Probably, well, if they
very
win this,
nicely.
I mean, there must be some theoretical way they can not make the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, but it would have to be an extraordinary result in one of the other 2 games.
Well, I did the figures, and if they win in 30 overs, then we end up in a situation where Afghanistan have to win by, I think it was 400 runs, or Pakistan by 250 runs. So either way, it ain't going to happen.
I guess there's a chance.
Well, I don't know.
There's a
with
chance.
England and Pakistan, you never know.
Exactly. Pakistan gets going, they score 420 somehow, and then bowl England out for 100.
On now.
Yeah, well, and then bowl England out for 150. That's a possibility, you know. That's smashed through the offside. There is a man out in the deep. It'll just be the single.
That
That's certainly more likely than Afghanistan win by 400 runs. That's an impossibility, I would suggest. Yeah, the Pakistan result highly unlikely, but at least feasible. And then what happens if England then bat first? Then they've got to chase their score down in like 5 overs or something. So if England get 200, you'd have to work it out. So England would have to score more than 250, presumably, and then it'd be impossible for them to chase it down, surely, in enough time to be able to actually do it.
Well, we know they're not going to make 250.
You know, well, that's depending on the offside, isn't it? So if England get 280, they'd have to do it in like 5 overs or something, wouldn't they? That's good.
Few wides, few no balls.
It's an awful lot. Yeah, so Pakistan have got to bat first, then, haven't they? To stand a chance.
Well, if England got 280 and Pakistan chased it down in 10 overs, they would have a decent enough run.
Okay, boys, get going. 28 and over. That was worked into the offside and there's no run. Well, at least they know they've got to do it in the power play. And you've only got 2 fielders out, gives you the best chance.
Let's see, 15 overs wouldn't be good enough. Where are we? 585. So, yeah, I think they could probably do it in 13 overs.
Well, I think here, though, New Zealand get this done not in 30. I think they get this done in 25.
Yes, I think that's true.
Because I think if these two get up to 120, it's just going to be all-out blitz, isn't it?
Yeah. Although, I mean, always the first 10 overs with the hard ball, the pace on, and the field in are always going to be the...
Yeah, they are. But once a head goes down in an opposition team, and Sri Lanka don't seem to have much heart when they're behind.
And they don't have any bowling.
And they don't have much bowling. They are probably the weakest.
Not going for them, really.
Well, I think they're the weakest bowling attack in the tournament. We said this at the end of the first game, didn't we, when they lost?
Stop talking them up so much.
Well, sorry, Mog. Defended out to the covers and there's no run. We talk more some eugenics, yeah? I was interested in
culture.
I was interested to hear your thoughts that you think people should be tested before they're allowed to breed. I think we're going far down a route there, aren't we?
I'm not saying they should be bred for certain traits.
Well,
yes.
Tikshana is clipped to mid-wicket and there's no run. Yes. Mind you, Suella Braverman's got herself in trouble this morning. She's written some fucking polemic rant about basically hating the police and why the Palestinians shouldn't be able to march this weekend.
Is this the thing where she's trying to get sacked so she can take...
Well, this is the new narrative, isn't it? That's pulled hard by Ravindra, and he gets enough of his muscled, really, because he didn't really time it so well. One bounce forward, though, down out to wide, long off, / cow corner.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So, yeah, that's the mad cow Nadine Dorris's opinion, is that she's trying to get sacked so she can be the next leader of the Tory party after they lose the next election.
Oh, she can run with Lawrence Fox.
Yeah, well, for fuck's sake, yeah.
So it's performative, Billy, as opposed to...
Well, no, I believe that Suella Braverman is a stupid, thick idiot, as that one is pumped up towards mid-off, but fielded by cover, and there's no run. I cannot stand her.
So she's overqualified for the job, basically.
Yeah, she's an evil bitch. Really is.
She's full of bile, isn't she?
She's totally full of bile. It does really irritate me. And you know, she comes after Priti Patel, who was a monster. So that one's lumped up to, pushed up to long on for a single.
Which gets us back to democracy doesn't work. And
But then, and fourth is requirement that there be a test for people to vote. Presumably not the property franchise and being male this time.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It worked in the past. Why not do it again?
Well, what's actually going to happen, as we all know, is as that's pumped up down to long on, and there'll be a single, is there'll be some catastrophic event, probably in the next 100 years, that wipes out a good third to half of the world population, either by some catastrophic climate issue, once in a lifetime volcanic event, another pandemic.
Taylor Swift will release an awesome album and millions will just die after hearing it.
Something like that. And they'll have to rebuild society.
We're going to burn before 100 years.
Well, but yeah, but
climate
there you go.
change is happening way faster than anybody.
I know. I think it's all getting exponential, isn't it? It seems to be on the up. And people don't realise how shit it's going to be, and they're still waggling on. That's why I have no hope for the human race.
No,
we're really happy here on Guerrilla Cricket here today.
Well, luckily, some of us are we won't have to see.
Well, I was just about to say most of us will probably be dead before all this happens. But you youngsters out there, don't you worry. We fucked it up. We fucked it up for all of you.
When you're hunting for rats
wicket.
in the ruins,
yes,
killing each other over a scrap of canned beans.
Don't think of us.
At least you'll have a blue passport. Yes.
Think about our ancestors who started burning coal all those years ago. Who gave you the ability to look at TikTok.
Holy blessed TikTok.
Yes.
Sweet
Snapchat.
Oh dear, this is fun.
I've never done Snapchat.
New Zealand are going to win this. So we're at 12 overs. They made 86. They've got another, 86 runs to
down the track. Out. There's going to be a wicket.
Halfway.
Oh dear. That's going to slow things down. Jamira has got Conway out. He's come running down the wicket to try and smear Jamira back over his head. Instead, he's got a thick inside half of the bat. He's smeared it to mid-wicket, who has caught it. I didn't see who caught it, but Conway has gone for 45 or 42. New Zealand at 86 for 1. The target is just 172. 12.2 overs have gone. Bummer. Oh yeah, I've got to play a jingle, haven't I? That's my job.
Hey, did you press the blue button?
I pressed the blue button.
Quite a decent catch.
Yeah, it was a decent catch. You could see he was trying to open up and slash it over the top of mid-off, really. Got it all wrong. Inside half of the bat. It's good innings by him, though. Didn't quite get to his 50. 45 or 42.
Yeah, it's just what they needed at the time, though.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no point prodding around. Hopefully, whoever comes in next just continues in that way.
Well, won't it be?
Williamson, is it?
Surely it'll be, yeah, exactly. Surely it'll be this man.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me, I want to know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
It is Kane. He's back at the right end of the tournament.
And looking good.
He got 95 in the last game, didn't he? At a run of ball, I think.
And his beard and everything.
Yeah. Well, he's a class bat. Could be
also, Brian of Brisbane just wants to know how is the GPL looking today?
Oh, no, that's good.
Oh.
So what did... let's have a look.
171.
220... So 171.
342. 343. I bet I haven't got it.
No, you haven't. 343. No, the nearest to that is 354. No one's going to win it. Because...
unless New Zealand lose.
Unless New Zealand lose. Which isn't going to happen.
So no,
but it could get really tight because you've got 243. No, that's only there.
Only 100 off. Yeah, when there were, 50 for 7 or whatever it was, I put in some really low ones just before the deadline.
And then they managed to squirm their way up to 173.
Squirm is right.
Yeah. Was it 172? I can never. No, 173 to win.
As fast as squirming.
Yeah. Well, Chimera is in. He's pumped. And Kane, don't slow things down, Kane. Smash it out of the ground straight from the off as he just defends that square on the offside and there's no run. That's added another 4 or 5 overs to this game. Is my bet. Probably got to 30 now. Or close to. It's I'm on with Andy. We're having a 2-header in here with Leah, who's going to join us for the next 10 overs.
Yeah, we're lucky with the weather actually. There's plenty of rain around in India, but none of it seems to be anywhere near Bengaluru.
It's quite handy, isn't it? We were told there was going to be storms today. Chimera is guided square again by Kane Williamson. And it'll be no run.
Now, I was going to ask you your opinion, Bear. The pitches in this tournament, to a large extent, haven't had much impact. There's been very little in them. A few of them have turned a bit. But there's been swing in the air. But today's game was a great example of how dead a wicket can be. And, allowing it in 9, 10, 11 to be able to just survive for 500 overs or whatever.
Yeah, but I think, but I think it's how you want to play the game, isn't it? I think you want to defend. I think you could get really low scores and not lose many wickets, even, with really good bowlers. In that first 10 overs, you've got a chance when the ball swings and seams a little bit.
Yeah,
I think
the swing's certainly been important in those first 10 overs, hasn't it?
It has, and India have managed to get it swing longer than most teams.
Yeah.
But I also think that the pace of bounce in pitches on the subcontinent make as much difference as anything else. There's no real bounce, and it doesn't really come onto the bat very nicely a lot of the time. Kane tries to drive it out through the offside, fails, hits it back to the bowler, and there's no run. And that's a Waden, and wicket Waden. How often do you get one of those in an ODI? Especially when you've only got a target of 172 to defend. 86 for 1 New Zealand after 13 overs. Well, yeah.
And then Aninda says, if I was Team India and had a say, I would go for a turner. Indian pacers will do their job on any surface.
They will. They definitely will.
Yeah, but the ICC get to choose the pitch, don't they? They get to prepare it, supposedly. Mind you, I suppose the ICC are in the back pocket of the BCCI. And therefore India will get what they require. I mean, it's going to take one hell of a job to beat India in this World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be critical of any of the pitches that have been served up in this. I mean, I know I was saying a bit flat, but none of the pitches have been unfairly prepared for this.
And you don't want that in an ODI. You want reasonably flat pitches. It's punched up to long off for a single by Ravindra.
I was thinking though, while Sri Lanka were batting today, imagine if there was a test match on this pitch. Fucking 5-day ball draw easily.
Well, yeah, but the pitch would break up, wouldn't it? And that's, well, you'd hope it would.
Possibly.
But what to me, the problem with white ball cricket is the ball. Essentially, I mean, it's dead after 10 overs. But when they had a white Dukes ball, it was unfair for the batsman. Apparently, it zipped all over the place for 50 overs. So, which I don't know. Maybe you should have a flip for the coin. Should be the choose of the ball. That'd be interesting.
Well, didn't they used to change? Rather than have a separate ball at each end, didn't they used to change it at 25 overs? So you got effectively.
Well, originally they didn't they? And then everyone started complaining, and then but then everyone thought that was that's smashed. That's going to be out. It is out. Ravindra falls. He doesn't get to 50 either. The two openers have given it away. He's tried to smash that over mid-on. He's up inside the circle. He's not got enough elevation on it. And we have to say goodbye to Ravindra. He's out for 42 or 34. And suddenly 2 wickets have gone. And New Zealand are 44 for 2.
Bloody hell. I don't know if it's you or me doing the
Sorry, not 44 for 2. 88 for 2, not 44 for 2, obviously. That's going to slow things up. Well, here's the comeback from Sri Lanka.
That one actually seemed to stick a little bit in the wicket, I reckon.
He just didn't get. He didn't hit it right. Properly. You could see that he mistimed it. He wanted to get much more elevation on that, and slightly got it wrong.
Yeah. Another good catch.
But I mean, you see, that's a little unfair, isn't it? If you change the ball after 24 overs and get a brand new ball, that's a bit weird. I prefer.
Well, same for both sides.
It is the same for both sides.
You change the nature of the game a fair bit.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, exactly that. I think the 2 new balls from one from each end is a fair way of getting the same result, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of sort of middle order batters who are not used to facing a new ball suddenly having to face one. And the whole game changing quite dramatically.
Well, this is it. You want a ball that has a better seam, but it's always kookaburras and white balls, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had a Duke's white ball, but it swung so much.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying earlier, wasn't it? It's new batsman. He's at the crease. It is this man.
Son of an old black Fernie on Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Darryl, not David Mitchell.
His first ball, he reverse sweeps. He's not hanging about. Go, Darryl. He gets 4 runs off his first ball. Nice.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And the score into the 90s.
Kane Williamson's Kane Williamson's average before this match in this tournament 174.
Wow.
We should do better.
We should do better. What? He wasn't out in his first innings, wasn't he? And then he got injured, and then and he got 90.
So he's had 3 innings, 2 not outs. Yeah.
Quality. Oh dear, that's horrible. It should be a no ball. It's trying to reverse hoik that. Surely that's a no ball, isn't it? Above waist height. I know it's only a spinner. You shouldn't really have them, but. Well, I got once hit on a bloody thumb by a leg spinner who bowled a fucking full bung at me, and it bloody hurt. Right into the thumb.
Breaking news: hard thing made of leather hurts.
Yeah. Wow. It's in to the leg side by Darryl Mitchell, and there is no run to end the over. 92 for 2 after 14. 2 new
I
batters
should do
at the
some of
crease.
these messages.
Yes, you do that, Mog.
Pokey Bumpfinger says, I've enjoyed Australia this turning. I want them to do well, which feels super weird for an Australian fan. He also says, let the homeless have tents. And Jay Taylor says, on Gallery Road in Dulwich. Dulwich. However you pronounce it. And Kieran Roseblade says, once you get batsmen 1 and 3 timed out, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 haven't got the chance to get ready, and it turns into chaos. And it's not beyond Pakistan to try the dark arts of cricket.
Well,
there's a way forward for the Pakistanis.
Well, I like the fact that Jay Taylor says Gallery Road in Dulwich. I know Gallery Road in Dulwich. You're a South Londoner then, are you, Jay Taylor?
So do I. My sister used to live in College Road in Dulwich.
She still had that house now.
I used to walk up Kings Road there all the time.
If you had still had a house in that place, you'd be worth millions now.
The house sold for 10 million.
Oh, well, there you go. She did get millions. That is, how much did you buy it for? 5p? That was edged past the slip, but it doesn't go down to the boundary. It'll only be, did it go back for 2? It's only a single.
Not a lot, but it was a sort of ruin. It's a big grade 2 listed building, and they spent a fortune on it. But unfortunately, she died by the time they sold.
No. That's also a bummer.
No, what an uplifting into that tale.
Thought you'd enjoy it. With lots of room for tents.
Well, yeah, there's lots of room for tents in Dulwich.
Yeah.
In fact, you could put them on a field in the school. That would be quite entertaining. Watch all the rich toss have a fit as their school grounds are overtaken by homeless people in tents.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's where Norcross went, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is where Norcross went. Oh dear, beaten on the outside edge, and then an attempt to throw down the stumps. And Shamira, thinking there was a little bit of an edge there. It's Joel Wilson, he's umpiring, you never know. They're talking about DRS. Did he get an edge on it? He's kind of walked at it, did Darryl Mitchell. No,
well, somebody said earlier, if Joel Wilson says no, it's probably out.
Yeah, well, also it almost looked like Kusal Mendes was about to give in to his bowler there. He did a very Darryl Mitchell thing, kind of walked at the ball. He missed it by a mile. It hit his back pad. Through to the keeper.
Outside off start, yeah.
The bowler wasn't sure.
LBW.
Nah, it's put him outside the line, Mog. Never going to be out LBW. Chimera is in. And Darryl Mitchell always looks busy at the crease. Plays it up to mid on. And there is no run. Preferred it when the opening two were in.
There's still time for people to do a super chat and send in a picture of their pet to replace that gorgeous Great Dane that we've got.
Exactly. Preferably, now I will offer advice, pictures in landscape please, not portrait. Otherwise they get blown up so much. We could have a full handsome picture of this dog, but to fill the screen, it's just a head.
Yeah.
A very nice head it is.
Problem when I'm doing backgrounds.
Well, Darryl Mitchell's gone a long way up and a long way back. That is 6 runs to Darryl Mitchell, who's not going to die trying, wanting here, is he?
I mean, when you only got another 73 runs or something to get.
Well, this is it. There is something to be said to just get it over and done with. It's 80 metres. If it hit that flatter, it'd have gone about 120 metres, but it went about 80 metres up and 80 metres long. And New Zealand on 99. And in comes Chimera. Darryl Mitchell plays that up to mid-on, and there is no run. He looks quite skittish, but he always does.
Yeah, well, I mean, you English have seen a lot of Darryl Mitchell in the last couple of years, haven't you?
He looks, when he gets in, he chills out, but he does look like he wants to be very busy when he first comes in. Seen an awful lot of him, and he's been very good against us over the last couple of years. I mean, I think we're going to New Zealand again next year.
No, surely not.
I think we are in bloody March or something.
It wouldn't be a test series again, surely.
I don't know, but we seem to be in fucking New Zealand every year. It's a pain in the arse. That's clipped
only 'cause of the time zone.
sweetly out to cow corner, really, but clipped off his toes by Darryl Mitchell. He moves on to 14 off 8, and the New Zealand 100 is up there, 103 for 2 at the end of the 15th over, and they only need another 69 runs to win. We'll give that
60.
Jingle.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
That was quite a sweet shot. 10 off that over then. 11 in fact. So if we get 7 more overs of that, we'll be done in half an hour. Sweet. All over by 2. I can then go and fall asleep on a couch in here.
So here's what you got coming up. You've got the White Ball Series against the West Indies in December. Then you got India 5 tests from the end of January to mid-March. Then in England you got Pakistan at home and Sri Lanka at home. Then you got Pakistan away from home for 3 tests.
Oh, another
in
3 tests.
October.
Another 3 tests in Pakistan. They were good fun, the last ones.
Yeah, and then 3 tests in New Zealand in November and December of next year. You're right.
Oh, fucking hell. As long as they finish before Christmas. That what they should do is they're starting in November. There's an attempted stumping there. So it's called a Teach Shana's next over. Don't think there was anything in it. They're certainly not even looking upstairs. We just crack on. Kane Williamson fixing up to face. He's faced 7 balls and got 2. Mitchell's faced 8 balls and got 14. That one. Oh, now there's a big appeal for LBW. Did he hit that onto his pads? It was quite high as well. Obviously, Sri Lanka need wickets, but they're not going to appeal. I thought he hit that onto his pads when he's trying to work it into the leg side.
Yeah, I think he
that
did.
was my initial reaction.
Yeah. Nobody seems very excited about it.
No one does seem very excited. It's out the back of the hand, a little flick. No, he didn't, but it's hit him high on the back leg.
Oh.
Over the top of leg stump, probably. That's tossed up. Full toss. Kane Williamson just bumps it up to long on. He'll get a single. And the score moves on to 104 for 2.
So, I mean, the program for England means that they get strangely a decent sized gap after the
India series. Yeah, well, they will do. That's shoved by Tikshana into the leg side pads of Mitchell, who reverse sweeps that quite deliciously to backward point and gets himself 4 more runs. He was quick onto that. I think Tikshana saw him shaping up for that shot and tried to outmaneuver him by shoving it fast into his pads, but Daryl Mitchell was more than up to it. And this one, ooh, that one went on with the arm, it didn't turn into him, and beat the outside edge, and again Kusal Mendes takes the stumps, but his back foot hasn't moved and it's missed the edge, and there's no run and no stumping. Almost bowls it like basically trundler. Turns his arm over, almost like he's bowling sort of medium pace.
Yeah.
Last ball to Tikshana's 6th over. He's got 1 for 35 so far, and that's played up towards mid-on, fielded by the bowler. End of the 16th over. 108 for 2. Moggy.
Oh, Harris says, okay, I finally found you guys when Messi asks for a super chat. I didn't realise that YouTube was back up. It's not cricket, it's about dogs at the moment. And AD Bryan says, are readables, if still made, viewed with even more suspicion than Dukes? I've never heard of a readable.
No, readables were used for a time, weren't they, when they tried to supersede them from the Duke ball. I think they used them for a couple of years in the late 80s or early 90s, possibly in Test cricket.
And they use S&G in India, don't they?
Yeah, S&G in India, and presumably maybe the subcontinent. I don't know. Presumably they all use a sort of similar ball in a similar area. I don't know on that, to be fair. But definitely it's S&G in India, which has a more prominent seam again than I mean, basically the Kookaburra is a shit ball that you use down under.
Should we be offended by that?
No, don't be offended, Mark.
Should we stand up for the native product?
No, I wouldn't. It's shit. The seam is not very prominent, and it doesn't swing or do much after about 10 overs.
It lasts better than the Dukes on Australian pitches, is the only thing.
Well, surely they can use the same material then and make a slightly more prominent seam somehow.
No, I don't.
And so it does a little bit more.
I don't understand these weird sciences, dark arts, ball making.
I assume there's half a dozen of very wizened old men who make all of those balls. Forbidden workshop somewhere. It's passed down from a master to apprentice over the decades.
I mean, I think Test match balls here are handmade or something, which is that is quite old-fashioned, and I'm sure you could get a machine to make a Dukes with the same seam and the same makeup, But
you'd think so. But I mean, then they have these weird batches, like 1 year to the next. It's a totally different result of them because they've got.
I quite like that. Although last year's batch? It was the year before the Ashes. No, the year 2022's batch was shite. They kept them changed every 10 overs, which is appalling.
Now, I should clarify, I said that England had a nice gap after the India series before the T20 World Cup. Well, they got some T20s against Pakistan at home before the T20 World Cup.
Yeah,
but, of course, that gap is all IPL time.
Yeah, it's IPL. 2 months of IPL. Joy. I don't think we'll be doing much of that, to be fair.
I think we might consider the occasional one just because we'll be missing doing this,
Well, yeah, but I think if you're going to do it, you still got to do you're going to do it in some way that you offer something that happens at a time that can be, so that everyone knows you're going to be on.
Yeah.
So you got to do, if you're going to do it, you got to say, well, we're going to do it once a week, like we did the other year with a roundup. Problem
Yeah,
is,
those Wednesday ones were good. Yeah.
the problem is getting enough people. I really don't give a fuck about the IPL. I don't watch it. I don't watch it. If I wasn't doing it here, I certainly don't hunt it out to watch it. You know, and I've got better things to do with my time. And therefore, you need people like the Jacks of this world or whatever to do their thing. Do it in conjunction
I haven't
with
watched an IPL game for 2 years yet. I've done 700 fucking jingles for the damn thing.
Yeah, there you go. We have a change in bowling. His first ball is cut square out to the man in the deep by Kane Williamson. He'll get a single. It's the wondrous man who was timed out the other day. It's Angelo.
Run into ball or he comes into bat. Angelo Matthews. Angelo Matthews.
Yep, it's Angelo.
Is that a Sherwood jingle?
Yeah, it is a Sherwood jingle from years ago.
You know when they're a player who's been around for a while, when they're still Sherwood jingles.
I know. Angelo Matthews, playing for years. That's pulled high. Has he got enough on that? I'm not sure he has. Oh dear, but the fielder didn't get around. Then dances around the ball a little bit, and they end up getting back for three. A three into the deep. Ooh. But it says 2 there. Oh, they got a single off the first ball, so it was Darryl Mitchell who played that. I thought it was a bit uncharacteristic for Kane Williamson.
Yeah, Williamson's really 4 off 10. He's very, very cautious, isn't he?
Well, that's how he plays. He can speed up, he can do what he likes. He's Kane, isn't he? 111 for 2, Nelson kind of. If you're in a Kiwi, it doesn't really matter anyway, I presume. Angelo in again. And that's pulled with no timing whatsoever. It just drops into the leg side and they scoop through for a quick single. Certainly Darryl Mitchell doesn't want to hang about. Kane Williamson is saying, well, you just do your thing and I'll just do mine and we'll get there.
Kane's restaurant reservation isn't until 10, so he's in no rush.
Yeah, exactly. And there's only six scoring shots required to actually get over the line here.
Yeah. You be Maxie, I'll be Cummins.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not exactly a challenging target.
Not at all. We are going to have a change, though. We're not going to get there in 2. That's nicely hit by Darryl Mitchell. He's found a gap this time. Plays that beautifully out through the covers. He's still hitting it well. And that's 4 more to him. That's a good shot. Slower ball. Trying everything he can. Is Angelo Matthews, but nope.
I'll tell you what, Bear, Singer's and is in the studio. When I first did the rotor, I didn't realise he was going to be in. If you want to go off and do the highlights, I'll stay on.
No, that's all right. I've done most of them already. That's the beauty of doing it the way I do. That's guided down at third man. There's no run. I've literally got to add on his last 10 overs, which there isn't really a lot. There's been a couple of wickets and a couple of boundaries.
Yeah.
And,
I've been filling in the spreadsheet out all this time.
Because you do it a different way. Because I've got because you're using.
He's just practicing.
You know, because you're using Russell's PC thing. He's only got 1 recording block. So that one is forced off the back foot by Mitchell out into the deep, and he'll get himself a single. And retain the strike. Yeah, so over here I use audio hijack, and you can have as many recording blocks as you like. So I've got one just recording the entirety of the game to put in the archive, and then I've got one which I can just clip every time something happens. So I just create loads of files, and I know it's the last bit on the file. Because to be fair, Mog, if you're the one who's doing all these timings, sometimes you obviously clearly forget when it happens. And
all of my times are spot on. Maybe perhaps others are estimating.
Sometimes there's a random time. There was one the other day where someone got 100. I think it was Maxwell's 100 at 1 hour and 31 or 1:31, and it literally happened about 40 minutes later. That was like, and
that definitely wasn't me.
And then the problem is you spend hours looking for this thing that's not there, and it becomes quite frustrating. Defended back up the track as Teek Shana comes on, and there is no run. I mean, there's no better way for them to do it there. I
like to put in things like Nabi has shiny hair, Forsey got the jingle wrong. Those are normally the ones.
Yes, and I usually leave them out, to be fair. Down the track comes Mitchell, goes over the top of mid-off, over the top of the fence, and into the stands, and it's a 6. Good shot by Mitchell. He's off on to 28 of 16, 124 for 2. He doesn't want to hang around here. If you can do a bit more of that, Darryl, I'll be very happy. That was nearly a smack swing, you know. I should have played the smack swing jingle, possibly. Tikshana has worked into the leg side, and there is a single at mid wicket. No run. Sorry, played to mid wicket, and there's no single, no run. Tomorrow's the last highlights I'll be doing from there as well, because we're doing the games on the weekend, and then we'll be doing all the games from here.
No, because there are 2 games on Saturday.
Yeah, but I don't do the highlights for the game that we're not doing.
Right.
Because I'd have to do 2 sets of highlights in a day, and that's really hard when I'm here as well. That's worked at the mid wicket, and there is no run. So tomorrow will be the last one I do of that, and then we'll be done. The World Cup will be done in a week's time. When I've got 5, 6 more sets of highlights to do. Be quite a novel thing not to have to do them at the end of a day.
You'll miss it.
As that is pumped by Mitchell up to long on, and he'll get a single. One ball left in the 18th over.
Well, I've got to say we've done better than the last 10 over stint I did, which involved, I think, 14 runs and 1 wicket.
Yeah, that's like a test match 10 overs, isn't it?
Oh, worse.
Consolidation.
Very much so. Last ball of the 18th over. Kane Williamson works that square on the leg side. Down behind square, probably just to be the 1 run to end the over. 8 off it. New Zealand move on to 126 for 2. 18 overs done. Maybe they can finish it off in 6 overs. They need what now? Less than 50
they
required.
46 runs.
46 runs.
32 overs.
Yeah. Don't take your time, boys.
Kieran Roseblade says, I don't know much about white ball leather, but I do know that Rolls-Royce used to source their leather from alpine-based cattle because the conditions meant the hide wasn't perforated by mosquito bites. Does anyone know much about the leather used for cricket balls?
Not at all. That's an interesting
How big
one.
are those fucking mosquitoes?
I was going to say.
Huge holes in the
thinking.
leather?
Fuck me.
Jesus Christ.
Can you
That's
really
a big
tell?
bite.
I imagine
Malarial plagues.
cow hide's quite thick when it's on a cow, I imagine. You've got quite a long proboscis to get through it into a vein.
Yeah. Hattie the Mad Dog
Sort of
Daddy
thing
says, just let Afghanistan through because of their joy at winning.
Yes, I quite like that.
And Leah asks, you do remember what pets I had, don't you, messes?
Can't say I do. Yeah.
Well, down the track comes Kane Williamson and hammers that. Now he's got his eye in. He hammers that down to wide, long on. It's going to be 4 runs. And it looks like that New Zealand, these two now haven't got their eye in and played some shots. I think they want to get it done quick, don't they?
Yeah.
And the sooner the better. The better their run rate. Almost guaranteed if they can win this with the amount of runs they have to chase and the pace that they're going, that they will qualify for those quarters. Oh dear, Kane Williamson, I haven't said that. Kane Williamson has just chopped on. Angelo Matthews has bowled a really slow delivery at 75.9 miles an hour. Williamson's gone to force it into the offside. He's got an under edge. It's come back onto him stumps. He's bowled for 14 off 15. New Zealand are 140 for 3 after 18.2 overs. And we have to say goodbye to Kane Williamson.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
That's a shame. Sue comes out now. I'd send out Glenn Phillips, go and smash it about, son. But it won't be, will it? Will it be Latham now at 5? But Latham was 6, isn't he? It was Latham 5. I don't know what the bloody squad is today. Kane Williamson, Darryl Mitchell.
Chapman.
No, Chapman comes after Glenn Phillips and Latham normally, doesn't he?
Well,
I think they sent him up the order a game or two ago.
Well, he can give it some Humpty, can't he?
Yeah, which would be ideal just now, for all our sakes, wouldn't it?
does look like it is Mark Chapman. Is it? It does look like it's
think
Mark
it
Chapman.
is.
It is Mark Chapman. Oh, we'll give him a jingle.
Yep.
With too many fans, who's the top for?
Mark Chapman.
Was famous for murdering John Lennon.
It's a hard burden to carry, isn't it?
It is. It's very much a hard burden to carry. I think his mum was just. I just think his mum was.
moved to
was
Hong Kong to.
Well, yeah.
Anonymity.
Did his mum just hate John Lennon and therefore named his son after a murderer? I don't know.
Blissfully unaware, I suspect.
Well, maybe. That one is a wide down the leg side. First ball from Angelo. It's a pained look.
I believe he has a brother called Jeffrey Dahmer.
Kane can't believe that.
Well, the process of selecting children's names is incredibly difficult because there's always something to say no to someone. So
same with cats.
Obviously,
very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Pushed by Chapman up towards mid-off. They don't get a run. Yeah, I kind of let my wife choose. So we kind of had a deal. She just kind of chose names. I kind of liked one. And she did come up with some names that I absolutely said, absolutely no fucking way. Are we naming our children that?
Yeah.
What were they?
I can't remember what they were, but they were really old English names that were just like, fuck off.
What, like Egfrid?
Like Winifred, which is actually my grandma's name, but it's like, no. That one is played up to mid-off. They're going to go through for a quick single. Ooh, direct hit would have been interesting. Chapman did send off quick, he gets himself off the mark.
Winifred's probably quite cool again now.
Yeah.
Cycled back around.
Well, exactly, but nonsense.
I know several
my grandma and
people that
granddad
named
were.
their children Millicent.
My grandma was Winifred and my dad was Wilfred.
Yeah.
So my granddad even. Sorry, not my dad.
Oof.
They're very old names.
Whereas my grandma was Isla.
Yeah. See, Isla's back around. I know a few people who've got kids called Isla. That's defended into the offside and there's no run.
Named after noted Australian actress Isla Fisher, I assume.
Wasn't she in Neighbours or was it Home and Away?
It was one or the other.
I think my grandmother might have been a little bit before. I think she was born in about 1898. So, remember how fucking old I am.
God, she was born in the 1800s. That's quite mad, isn't it? My grandma was born in 1910. Matthews in and defended out to the cover. And there ain't no run. And that ends 19 overs, 132 for 3.
I think my grandfather was born in 1919.
Your what?
So he was 3 years after my dad was born.
Yeah. Did you say 1990? You can't say 1993, did you?
1919.
1919. Oh, okay. I thought you said 1993. I was like, what? How's that?
That's just how we roll in Tasmania.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. Jake Rover says, my mum wanted to call me Garth. He dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, definitely did there. Fucking hell. But what isn't an... I hate my name. I hate my real name, Nigel. I fucking hate it.
When I was in primary school, that was a name we called people we didn't like.
Well,
you're Nigel.
Well, exactly. It's just a horrible name. I don't know why my mum called me that. Stuck with it my whole life. Dilshan Madashankar is in, and inside out goes Chapman. Almost like a bunt from a tennis shot down the line. It goes over the top of cover, and there's no one out there. And he will therefore get 4 runs.
4. What were you born there?
1971.
1971. I'm going to look up famous Nigel, see what inspired your mother.
I fucking have no idea what inspired her to do that.
Probably some stuffy ass politician.
I fucking hope not. I mean, look at the Nigels, apart from myself and Henderson, there are Farage,
Mansell.
Well, Mansell, yeah, he was... No. That's played up to mid-on by Chapman. It'll be a single. 137 for 3. We're in 20th over. So we'll have a change at the end of this over. Andy, when you come back in, you wouldn't mind bringing me another one of these Estrella beers from the fridge, would you? Grab one for yourself if you'd so like.
In 1964, Nigel was the 23rd most popular boy's name.
Really?
By 2018, the number of boys named Nigel had dropped below 3, the minimum number reported.
So there was 1, 2, or 0.
Yeah, there were 2,469 Nigels christened in 1970 in England. There you go. And less than 3 last year.
Yeah, people realise it's a shit name. Farage ruined it for everybody.
Yeah, it was ruined before that.
Oh, well, possibly. He's an odious prick, though. Some might say, although it would be cruel to say so, as that is driven by Darryl Mitchell. That's a long off. And now as a single. If something had happened differently in that plane crash he had, maybe we wouldn't have left the fucking EU, but hey. Can't well...
Sliding doors.
Yeah, sliding doors.
Yeah. Oh. Here's what it is.
Yeah, indeed. Quite a nice stadium here, Bengaluru. Yeah, go on.
Well, there was a dog called the Good Dog Nigel, which was in John Lennon's book in his own right. There you go.
I'm not sure my mum was
You
a
were named
massive...
after a dog.
Well, I'm not sure my mum was a big fan of the Beatles either. That one is... I don't think she was much into her music, apart from ABBA. Because that one was played out to the offside and there was no run. Is that for you or is that for me? You're not having one yourself? No? What else is there to do, Andy? This game is going to drive you to drink. There's some vodka in the cupboard if you'd run something stronger.
There's some heroin down the train station.
Well, there's definitely probably some heroin somewhere in Sydney. You just got to go and find it. Personally, not my thing, you know. Chapman is not facing. Mitchell is facing. Oh, and he just hoiks that over long wide, down to wide long on. Just bounces inside the fence. Won't be a 6, but it'll be a 4.
4. F-O-R.
You need to let Leah in?
I do need to let Leah in. And she is let in. Good. 7 more runs till we get to 50. 150, sorry, for New Zealand. So now they need 29 runs to win. That's hit back over long on, or no, actually completely missed.
And he hit the bowler on the foot.
Did he hit the bowler?
Yeah, he smashed it and hit the bowler on the foot, yeah.
Oh, okay. Ooh. I thought he hit it into the ground. I thought he was going over the top, but he obviously got it all wrong. Anyway, it's a single to any over. 20 overs are done. New Zealand 144 for 3. And Andy is going to take over.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Won't
Thank
see you again,
Mog,
will
for
we?
hanging in.
Yeah, thanks, Mog. Good to see you. Good to see you on the main channel, my man.
Yeah, no, early night for you guys.
Bastards have to hear my fucking voice too much.
It's all right. It's all right. They love you, really. And yeah, it's all good. So we're going to have Leah who's going to come in and join us for this last little spell. And see you boys and girls later.
Yeah, 144 for 3 off 20. This has gone about as we were expecting. They could have had it done by now if the openers had stayed in, I think. But then obviously they both got out just short of 50.
Yeah, no one's coming in a bit shy, have they, though?
Not really, no. And New Zealand have doing plenty to make sure that Pakistan will have to win by a grillion runs against England. Otherwise, the last 4 games are just going to be completely pointless. But frankly, the tournament's been lucky to get away with 4.
Well, it has been very lucky to get away with 4.
Yeah.
Because it was all looking like it was going to be done and dusted with about 15 games to go.
Yeah, if 2 games had gone the other way, it pretty much would have been, yeah.
Yeah. I guess that Pakistan win against New Zealand by
I think
TLS.
that's the one, yeah. Chasing down 400, well, sort of chasing it down.
Well, exactly. I think if that had gone the whole way, and I mean, you'd imagine Zaman would have fallen eventually. I mean, they were going along at about 7.8, weren't they, in that game? They still needed 8 and over.
Didn't see any of it. I think England were playing on the same day.
Yes.
but they were 160 for one, going after 400. Well, DLS had them comfortably ahead for what it's worth.
20 odd runs at the time.
Yep.
Leah, come in, Leah. You're supposed to be on. I don't know if you're there. Oh, company going on at 7 and over for the first 2 blocks of 10 overs.
And yeah, one by one, the teams getting knocked out of this tournament will slouch home, as Sri Lanka are going to do after this game.
Oh, they can slouch home, can't they? This is their last game. They can actually leave.
As each team more relieved than the other to leave. Matthews is back into the attack. That one's played into the offside.
Do you think England will be relieved to get into the Champions Trophy?
Probably. I mean, do you think everybody should be sacked after this? Because I do.
Really?
Yeah, definitely Mott and Butler.
Well, yeah, I think Butler should have the captaincy taken away from him. Even if you wanted to just be an effective player in the side, I think there's too much on his shoulders.
Punched into the offside by Mitchell, up to mid-off, they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, I think Mott. I think Mott can recover after what he said after when he came out and talked all that bullshit after the South Africa game. He's hardly been seen since, and he sent
the fitness coach out.
Assistant fitness coach. He wasn't even a fitness coach.
And yeah, just a lot of muddled decision making, completely mystifying decision to announce new contracts in the middle of the tournament. I mean, that seems to be the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing.
Leah has arrived.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Sorry.
Matthews is in. Is it a big swing? I guess it must have pitched
there's going to be a run out.
Pitched outside leg stump. There is going to be a run out. No one's anywhere near anything. Right. Well, that made things happen, the appearance of Leah. Both batsmen at the same end. Latham's going to go, or Chapman's going to go, I think. And, well, we'll have to have another look. But it looked a half-decent LBW shout, probably pitching outside leg. It went out towards point. Mitchell wanted a run. He stopped. They're both at the same end. Chapman never moved. Mitchell ran past him and made sure he wasn't going to get out, Kohli style. And Matthews could stand and look at it for 10 seconds before just knocking the bails off. So that's a bit careless, but shouldn't really do any particular damage except to Mark Chapman's bat as he smashes it on the advertising hoardings as his way out. I guess that's a man on the fringes of the team who was rather hoping to make an impact. So that's well, do him a quick jingle first.
Fuck off!
Okay.
Just fuck off!
And Leah straight in the deep end. Did you see what happened there?
Yeah, that was the definition of a comedy run out, I think. This is worthy of a Pakistani lineup of the mid-90s, perhaps.
It's an Inzamam batting with Inzamam run out.
Yes, something like that.
So that brings a new batsman to the crease.
It will be this man, won't it?
Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips, Glenn Phillips.
Only get 3 comedy wickets here with 20 runs required. Do you think it's even enough to cause any impression?
Well, it'd be good comedy anyway. Phillips is at the non-striker's end after that run out as Mitchell taps into the leg side. And that's a more comfortable single, and we'll see if Phillips is going to bat on his knees or on all fours or doing a handstand or something like he was doing in the field.
To be fair, I think it's Darryl Mitchell's call there. It's gone behind square to a fielder. He can see exactly where it's going. He had the legitimate right to say, I can get through for that.
Yeah.
And Chapman should have just gone. Doesn't look happy though.
Not particularly. We've all been there.
Shouldn't really matter anyway. They'll get over the line. It'll all be forgiven and forgotten.
So, unfortunately, Leah, it doesn't look like you're going to get much meaningful cricket in your stint here.
No.
Ooh, flashed away in the air, but bisects the two fielders. They both stood and looked at it, well, as they would. It was 10 yards away from each of them, and that's 4 more.
Yeah. We have a Kieran Roseblade saying that beer came out of the dog's ear.
Sorry, what?
Kieran Roseblade on YouTube is saying that beer came out of the dog's ear.
I suppose it will do. Yeah.
It's a big dog head.
Matthews is in again. Phillips plays it back down the wicket. There's no run. It's 150 for 4. Right. Who's on socials?
I am on socials, and the last one I have is Jay Grover from 12 minutes ago, saying that his mom wanted to call him Garth.
We had that,
And-
but yeah.
yes,
Garth.
okay. Garth. Well, I mean, there's a really cool Garth in Wayne's World. So.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
There's Garth Brooks.
Oh, if you're thinking
He's not
about,
that
Well, I
cool.
don't think he's cool. No.
if you think about Nigels who ruined it for everyone, no one liked Nigel Mansell very much.
No. Yeah, Nigel Mansell was a bit of a twat, but he did at least win a world championship and do something useful.
Isn't his nephew on YouTube doing some racing content there?
No idea.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah.
Everybody
I think-
who's a son of Nepo babies are all doing something somewhere.
Well, they usually get on TV. Never mind YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Wankers, a lot of them.
Right. Here comes Madhushankar. He's not had his best day, and he's not having his best chance to stay on top of that wickets table because he hasn't got any so far. Mitchell punches that one down past the bowler, and they'll take a single.
Surely it'll end up being Zampa or someone in the India side, won't it? And being top of the table.
Well, India have shared them around a bit more. I think Zampa is in pole position with games in hand, although Madhushankar is still actually leading.
Yeah, I suppose he's got at least 2 games, hasn't he, Zampa?
Yep.
Possibly 3.
And he's been taking 3 or 4 wickets every game after that. After the first couple of games, Australia maybe benefited by playing their 2 hardest games first.
Yes.
Before they got going anyway.
Exactly.
We're all writing them off at that point. Foolish us. Pulled in front of square by Phillips. Get through for 1. They don't come back for 2.
These 2 could be right for a run out as well, couldn't they?
Have you seen the odds of the run out on the next wicket?
Probably not going to happen. There's probably not going to be another wicket, is there? But
Well, in that case, you get your money back, don't you?
no, I don't think you do. I will attempt to find out for you.
So we're pretty clear on the semi-final lineup at this point. It's going to be India v New Zealand and South Africa v Australia. Madhushankar's in again. I mean, barring some literal miracle, punched up to long on for a single. How do you think those are going to go, Leah?
Well, I'm really hoping that India can break their curse against New Zealand in the semi-finals and not do a 2019 again. And I also have to say that Mohammad Shami is in 4th place with 16 wickets, and he's only played 4 matches.
That's right. He took a couple of games to get him into the team, but he's set there now. Hardik is out. It's a short ball from Madhushankar. It's too short, too high, or too leg-siding. Well, too high because it's been called wide from square leg. Wide. New Zealand need another 18 runs to complete a very comfortable victory. And Sri Lanka haven't really shown up today. They were a bit... Well, I was on my way here, but by all accounts they were a bit too gung-ho in the first 15 overs.
Well, they never shut up after they were. Well, Kusal Pereira was gung-ho and he got 51. If you hadn't lost wickets at the other end, it would be a good power play.
Clipped into the leg side. They're going to push hard for 2 because it hasn't really gone anywhere, and they're going to get there quite comfortably.
No, what do they require? Less than 20 now, isn't it?
Yep. So I think I was just looking at the schedule, and I believe it's going to be India v New Zealand next Wednesday, and South Africa v Australia on Thursday.
Yeah. Two quite enticing semi-finals.
I think South Africa and Australia is a terrific game. I mean, it seems pretty 50-50 to me. Definitely either team has a pretty even chance of winning that one. Punched out to cover, there's no run. Whereas India will be favourites against New Zealand, but Anything can happen on the day.
Well, they were favourites against them in the last World Cup semi-final. They played them in,
Exactly.
and they got absolutely hammered in the end. Well, they didn't. They kind of got close, but Rohit was out dirt cheap. They ended up being about 3 for about 5 or something, didn't they?
It wasn't a high-scoring game, was it?
No, it was a low-scoring game. New Zealand got similar to what they got in the final. They got about they only got about 230, 235, 240, something like that. And you expected.
That's the reason for Indian fans being very, very nervous in the first game against New Zealand.
Yeah, well, they'd probably be even more nervous if it was Pakistan. That one's clipped up to mid-on for a single. At the end of the over, it's a very comfortable one, 7 off the over, and New Zealand are going to just knock these off in the next 10-15 minutes or so, I would say.
Yeah, where'll we go?
Well, Jay Grover's coming back to us saying Garth Grover sounds like a Muppet if Sesame Street were set in Barnsley.
Garth Grover, that's quite a cool name. I think I like that.
Yeah. The alliteration gives it something special.
You're special, Jay, you're special.
Well, you would have been if you were called Garth.
Yeah, exactly. Life would have been very different.
Well...
Warren is saying, morning all, if Gorilla Cricket didn't commentate, did they happen?
No, yes, if a wicket falls and a tree doesn't hear it or something.
Yes.
Phillips had a swish at that one. It was a much slower ball from Matthews, and it didn't miss the off stump by too much. It goes through to the keeper for no run.
They won those 2 games in the middle and thought they might be able to turn it around. One of them against us, of course.
I think even at that point, well, they'd have had to win all their games, and
yeah,
that colossal beating off India. I mean, that was just, well,
yeah,
bowled out for 50 by India for the second time in a few months.
Yeah, pretty much.
Punched out to deep point, there'll be another single.
These games at the back end, teams that are out of it have really... Basically, as soon as the 2 wickets have gone, they tended to crumble, haven't they? Like, oh, fuck this one.
Well, there's been a lot of collapses all the way through the tournament.
Yeah. Always fun to see. Doesn't make for a great game.
No, but yeah, it's a tournament that certainly has had plenty of those. I think it's been disappointing so far. It's had its moments, obviously Maxwell the other day.
Yeah.
And a bit short of real classic games. It could have been a wide if he'd let it go, but he decided he'd help himself to 4 instead. Just a poor ball down the leg side, and Mitchell helps it past fine leg for 4. Of course, Matthews called into the Sri Lanka team quite late. Just in time
He was a replacement.
He was a replacement, yeah, just in time to do for England.
Yeah, that was classic. That was another game we played extraordinarily badly, didn't we? Oh, remember, did we bat first?
It's hard to differentiate all the terrible England performances. Skewed up in the air by Mitchell, he could be in trouble. The fielder runs in, so good catch. Well done, Charith. Good catch, diving forward from deep point, full length, caught it about a foot off the ground, no doubt, and that's another batsman out in the 40s. Mitchell goes for 43, it's 162 for 5.
And
giving it away a lot, aren't they? But I suppose it doesn't matter. Really? They need 10 runs to win, don't they? 2 shots. Good catch.
Yeah, it was. He showed some commitment anyway. And yeah, New Zealand probably were thinking they could knock these off for fewer than 5 wickets, but like you say, it doesn't really matter.
It's the run rate that matters.
And they've still got Latham coming in. It's not like we're into the tail yet.
No. And Santa after that, I mean, even the tail, you're back to get 10 runs, isn't he?
Probably.
They need a 4 wicket over here, might cause something to happen.
Well, it has happened in cricket history, but
yes,
can't really see it at the moment.
I can't see Angelo Matthews being the architect of that.
So Sri Lanka will limp out of the tournament. I don't think they had very high expectations. They came through the qualifying, but I'm sure they were looking to win more than 2 games.
Yeah, and having had such a strong performance in the Asia Cup as well.
Up until the final.
Up until the final, and then losing Hasaranga late.
Yeah, their bowling attack was decimated before the tournament, really.
Yeah. I want to have a jingle for the last batsman, hopefully, of the day. It'll be this guy.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicked. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him. Tom Latham.
10 more runs needed. Is he going to do a Glenn Maxwell? Just smack 2 balls for 6.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Matthews will try and take some pride and stop him from doing that. It's a terrible... He's pointing to the sky for the appeal. It blatantly pitched outside leg stump. Are they going to review anyway, just because, to waste everybody's time? That pitched way outside leg stump.
It did pitch way outside leg stump. Might have been going on the hit stumps, but it doesn't matter, does it?
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take an age, isn't it, just to get none out?
Well, like I say, going through the last throws of this game, and I think Sujun was saying there would probably be the usual finger pointing and sackings and riots in Sri Lanka after this World Cup performance. Business as usual.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think that's probably pitched outside leg, hit him outside leg. And there's no bat in it. Get on with it. And we're going to be proved wrong as it hits just in line with leg stump, going on to hit leg stump.
No, but it pitched outside leg stump.
I know. No, we might have got that wrong. It may have pitched just in line.
I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, so would I. Here we go. Oh, there we go.
Miles outside.
Well, that's a lost review.
But, again, doesn't matter.
I'm not even going to clip that for the highlights. It was not even a worthy review for highlights.
I've had 3 really bad reviews today.
Yeah.
I still think the New Zealand one was the worst. A big full toss onto the pad. That one's punched out to deep cover by Latham. They could get through for 2 here. It's a pretty busy piece of fielding, but they get through for 2 anyway.
Yeah,
that's the end of the over.
8 required.
Yes. And we do have Diana Patterson with us, who tells us that her father was born the century before last. In 1898.
Wow.
Quite something, isn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I once read it, probably in the Reader's Digest, because they liked these kind of things. A man is in court and he's asked, do you have any brothers or sisters? And he says, yes, I had a sister, but she died 150 years ago. Which was actually true, because his father had a baby who, when he was very young, who died as a baby, and then got very old, and then had him, and then he was 80 years old.
Oh wow, that's quite crazy, isn't it? So tomorrow is it South Africa versus Afghanistan?
Yes, we figured that out. It's South Africa v Afghanistan tomorrow, as punched back past the bowler by Phillips. That's a good shot. It's going to be 4 more, and we're going to be out of here pretty soon.
Woohoo!
And then it's going to be a pointless double header on Saturday. It's Australia v Bangladesh and England v Pakistan.
Well, they're batting it out for places in the
Champions
Trophy.
I'm not even going to bite on that rancid carrot that the ICC pathetically put in play halfway through the tournament because they were scared all the rest of the games weren't going to matter.
Well, in fact, it is totally pointless, isn't it? Because if Sri Lanka lose this badly, Netherlands are below us.
Yeah, I'm going to get through anyway. Phillips has had enough. Batters that one for 4 as well. And that should bring the scores level. Pulled hard.
That was the target.
That's the target. It's all over. Sorry, I buggered up your highlights.
That's all right. It doesn't matter. New Zealand won. Yes.
Let me start again. Bowler is in, and it's battered for 4 behind square by Glenn Phillips, and that will win the game for New Zealand. No one needs to know.
They don't for the highlights. But you just said it, and I'll put that in. Yeah, New Zealand win by 5 wickets. An easy win in the end. Sri Lanka were fucking hopeless again.
Yep.
And, well, yeah, what can you say?
The math guys will get their calculators out and work out exactly how many runs Pakistan to need to beat England by, but it's going to be a lot.
And you know, exactly that. And if England bat first and get anything sane, they'll have to knock it off in a
like
stupid
3
amount of
overs.
overs.
Yeah,
exactly. At virtually 30 and over, probably something stupid like that. So it's not going to happen.
Wouldn't it have been better if all these 5 games had been played at once?
Now that would have been interesting.
That would have been mental.
Yes.
So here you go. My estimate is that Pakistan would need to beat England by about 285 runs.
Okay, so sort of 400 v 120 is at the edges of
which
is
at the edges of reality, but possible with this England side. And with if Fakhar Zaman goes off, maybe possible. Now, presumably that means that Pakistan will aim to win the toss and bat, and England will probably aim to win the toss and bat as well. And
England don't really care.
Well, they don't, but they're probably looking to stop Pakistan from going through, I'd have thought, for their own sanity. Well, that's it. I'm just going to run through the scorecard and then we'll just leave, because there's not really much to discuss about this game, is there, really?
Nope.
Well, I mean, at the start of it there was. It could have been a lot more interesting. New Zealand needed the win to get close to qualification, but after I mean, it was almost never in doubt, was it?
No. Once they started losing wickets quickly, it was all done. I'll give you a quick rundown of the card. New Zealand 172 set to win. Devon Conway was caught the silver bowled Chamira. He got 45 or 42. Ratchet and Ravindra, they were both out within about an over each other. Caught the silver bowled Tikshana. He was 42 or 34. Good opening partnership. Kane Williamson came out. He's got 14 or 15. Was bowled. Well, chopped on Angelo Matthews. Darryl Mitchell caught Lanka, bowled Matthews out in the deep for 43 or 31. Mark Chapman was run out. I think he was run out by himself. Samarik Rama Matthews 7 off 6. Glenn Phillips not out 17 off 10. And Tom Latham not out 2 off 2. There were extras too. Bowling for Sri Lanka, Madashanka 6.2 overs, none for 58, so he doesn't move up the charts anymore. That's it, his tally for the World Cup. Mahesh Tikshana 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. Dhananjaya Silva 2 overs, no maiden, 1 0 for 22. Dismanta Chamira 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20, and Angelo Matthews 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. Should have been in the tournament the whole way along, maybe. That's about it. Any last words, or can we just get out of here?
Well, just say sorry to Leah that was too brief.
No.
And maybe we can talk about Floor Jansen next time.
Yes, absolutely.
Coolio. Any last tweets, or are we done?
Yes, we do have Hetty the Mad Old Betty Atkinson saying that her grandmother was Maud Adelina Victoria and she lived to 102. Guess who got Maud as a middle name?
Very nice.
There you go. That's all right. And that's it. We're out. Love you all. We're back on Saturday. Tomorrow it's Mooney Ponds for the Afghanistan-South Africa game, which is a shame there's nothing on it, but probably isn't. Afghanistan will want to win, obviously. And if they bat first, I think there's a chance against that South Africa side. Could be quite a good game. But other than that, we'll see you on Saturday for England versus Pakistan. Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Bian, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara.